Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Monsters and humans fought, the hoarse cries of the soldiers cut into their ears, and they were united by one goal. They wanted to destroy the Pale Devil. The man named Knox von Rainhover stood motionless, holding a sword in his hand. The dark-haired boy looked down while screams were heard around him. He thought with a calm face that it all began, as always, by the whim of fate. A huge army of soldiers was approaching their enemy. The knight opened his mouth wide and shouted that they must kill this vile devil. The crowd ran towards the man. The young man looked straight ahead and thought that he remembered well the words that his once loyal comrade and friend had spoken, although he did not fully understand the meaning of what was said. Knox's face showed no emotion. The huge monster appeared right in front of the enemy. The man began to swing his weapon while his former comrade thought that when he said those words, a tear of sadness slipped from his lowered eyes. The boy's white hair hid his face. He suddenly ran forward. Then he jumped high into the air to attack the monster. His eyes shone brightly with anger. The man felled the enemy with one swing of the sword with mana. He curled his lips, traces of blood appeared on his clothes. In front of him stood his former friend. Knox, whose face was covered in red spots, silently looked at him. The other boy looked at him in the same way. Then he frowned and asked if he would tell why he turned against his allies. There was still a light in the blonde's eyes. His acquaintance did not understand what forced him to make a deal with the devil. He imagined the silhouette of the girl, not understanding why Knox decided to betray them all. The blonde closed his eyes and said that these words reminded him of someone, but he was not sure if he should say anything when things had gone this far. The Marva's man replied with a serious expression that it made sense to him. The traitor looked at him and said that if he wanted an answer so badly, and if he wanted to end the suffering, then he would have to take his life. Knox's eyes began to glow purple, and he added that his former ally knew very well that he had only one path. The dark-haired boy replied that if this was his true desire, then he would gladly respect it. Suddenly, the corpses of the knights rose to their feet behind him. The defeated soldiers stood up again, enveloped in blue energy. Knox raised his sword and swung it quickly many times. He wounded the monsters, blood gushing from their bodies. However, their wounds instantly healed. The necromancer extended his hand, radiating mana. His warriors rushed forward as if on command. The enemy repelled the attack of one of them. An explosion was heard right in front of him. The villain frowned his white eyebrows. Then he chopped the body of the undead into small pieces. A purple beam of light hit one of the monsters right in the chest. The traitor looked to the side. Then he slowly walked in that direction. He increased his speed and said with a mad smile that his comrade had become much stronger. The pages of the book turned. Suddenly, a cluster of energy appeared in the air. Behind the necromancer was a huge round symbol. There was a spark in his eyes and he agreed with these words. Then he ordered the fallen knight to attack Knox. The enemy only smirked, looking at this. A powerful explosion thundered on the battlefield. The necromancer stumbled when a strong wind blew. Then he frowned. Right in front of him was an enemy who was about to strike. The boy opened his eyes wide, looking at the purple mana. The huge undead protected the boy with its hand. The Marvas looked at his former friend and said that if he had to kill him and listen to the report from the mouth of the living dead, then so be it. His gaze was determined. The fallen soldiers lay on the ground. Drops of rain fell down, and the young man asked why Knox had betrayed them, leaving behind unfading scars. The monster defended its master, who did not understand why the one he thought he knew well hid from the whole world and chose solitude as a faithful companion. He frowned angrily and thought that one of them would fall dead on this battlefield. A man was imprisoned in stocks, above whom hung a sharp blade. The protagonist looked up and thought that the shadow of this blade was the most terrible that could hang over the soul. He held a knife in his hand. His father was imprisoned in stocks. The girl raised her hand to her face, not understanding why this man was being humiliated like this, and the boy standing next to her threatened that she would be next if she did not shut up. The ruler sat on the throne while the townspeople discussed how ruthless these people were. The man sweated and added that they could only remain silent and not stand in their way. There were guards on the dais. War was raging across the continent now, and the commoners were given no other choice. Crows flew in the air. A map was visible, due to the fact that bloodshed was breaking out all over the eastern continent. Many people came to be executed. The war had led the noble Marwa's family to fall as the last victims of the hellish conflict. The young man looked down. Then he closed his eyes and came to the conclusion that desperate times called for desperate measures. The rich whispered, the strong acted as they pleased, and the weak were forced to steal in order to survive. Severed heads were visible. The weak were forced to risk their lives every single day. The commoners watched tensely. They had no choice but to dance a deadly dance with the skeleton. The prisoner looked down silently. The ruler frowned. A true hell gate, where the weak could only wait for sweet release from suffering. Such a horrific picture the continent was reduced to at this time. The head of the noble house Sylvester smirked, shouting for the spectacle to begin. He looked down on the execution. People in the crowd began to talk actively. The young man did not move. Alan bowed his head and asked if he heard his order to begin. The protagonist leaned down. In his hand was a weapon. He looked at the man who was tied with ropes. The count smiled slyly and shouted for the boy to cut the rope. He walked forward. A rope was stretched over his father. The teenager raised his hands up. Then the audience looked at him in shock. The count watched the execution with undisguised pleasure. The boy cut the rope. The blade fell down. There was a splash of blood. The protagonist thought that the sound of a human death was no different from the sound of cutting up a carcass from a butcher's shop. The boy looked at his father in shock. Drops of scarlet blood sprinkled his face. A tear ran down his cheek. His hands were covered in red stains. There were similar marks on the floor. These events would settle as an unbearable burden on the shoulders of this young man. The protagonist looked down in horror. He had just severed all ties between his father and the mortal world. The man's head rolled on the ground. Leon thought with a sad look that he had become a murderer. His eyes were dim. A large city was visible. The young man in a white shirt was a representative of his noble family. Silhouettes of aristocrats were visible, who were the supporting pillars of the entire nation. The mannequin sat on the throne. As one famous playwright wrote, "The head that wears the crown is heavy." Leon looked ahead. The time of power should only be worn by those who can withstand this power. There were many people sitting at the table. While the protagonist sat with a serious face, he was greeted as the new head of the Marvas family. The official slammed his fist on the table and shouted loudly that the Sylvester's area of influence was growing day by day, and the day was not far off when they would openly invade the lands of Marvas. Pullen looked away and asked my lord to strengthen the defenses. The old man looked at the boy and added that it was time to give a wise answer. Leon closed his eyes and told them to be silent. He stood up from his chair and said that he was forced to ask them to be patient a little longer, because he would need more time to weigh everything. The subordinates looked at him, saying that the matter could not be delayed, and this did not bode well for the once great house of Marvas. The boy walked forward. He walked down the hallway, thinking about how after the untimely death of his father, Lord Rune, he had risen to the role of head of the family. He was dressed in a long black robe. He was only 14 years old. A mosaic design was visible. The protagonist thought that the house of Marvas, once revered as a powerful line of necromancers, sank into oblivion, losing its former glory. Leon stopped at the portraits on the wall. He looked up, thinking about his parents. He closed his eyes, wondering what they would do in his place. As he walked further down the hallway, he thought that he knew very well that his questions would remain unanswered, because the dead do not speak, but he still desperately needed guidance. The young man approached the door. He wanted to return glory and prosperity to his house. The young leader looked up. A portrait of Velen was visible. This picture hung above the door. He was the progenitor and founder of their house, as well as the only necromancer on the continent of his era. Leon looked at his ancestor, thinking that their house had first gained recognition after the founder had made a name for himself on the battlefield. But even during the heyday of the founder, there were no more worthy necromancers in the family. The protagonist introduced his ancestors. A castle was visible. The leader closed his eyes and sighed. He put his hand on the door handle and thought that in the end it came down to killing his own father. He opened the door and entered a spacious office. The guy approached the table. He touched the book with the chronicles of their family. Leon introduced Velen, the founder of their family, who was almost a legend. A crowd of monsters was visible. With a wave of his hand, the ancestor was able to sweep away his enemies like a deadly storm, calling on waves of the dead to move in an inexorable march. There was a white flag in front of the necromancer. Over time, the western regions submitted to his conquest in just a couple of months. The man stood in front of the lion. He made a pact with the demon Marvas and got one of the greatest secrets of the component. On the cover of the book was a red eye. Velen had obtained the secret of necromancy from the terrible Necromicon. The leader looked away and thought that this allowed the ancestor to command death itself in these lands. Looking at the book, the young man thought that this was a priceless relic that was passed down directly from the founder, and the very book that led the House of Marvas to the dawn as the only line of necromancers on the entire continent. He turned the pages. Suddenly, the boy frowned, hearing someone's voice. He sweated from fear and thought it was strange to hear a telepathic message right in the headman's office, despite the anti-magic field. He turned around and asked who he had the honor of speaking to. Leon looked away while the stranger said that he was not an enemy, but the young man was in no hurry to believe him at his word. Suddenly, the room was filled with dark energy. He closed one eye. Then he raised his head. A huge lion appeared above him. The protagonist looked at the beast and asked what this place was. The demon raised its paw and asked if its predecessor had told them of its existence. The lion looked at the youth, saying that it felt as if the thread that connected him and Rune had been severed. He gritted his teeth and added that it was not for nothing that he was worried about his excessive kindness for a lord of the Dark Clan. The predator stood in front of Leon, asking who was to blame for the death of the former lord. The teenager raised his head. Emitting a weak light, he said that it was him. The lion furiously wrinkled his nose and growled loudly. The boy covered his face with his hand. The demon opened his mouth wide and asked again if Leon had killed his oath-bound contractor. The young lord opened his mouth slightly. He looked up and repeated that he was the one who killed his own father. The predator's eyes shone brightly. He opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. The protagonist looked up. He remembered holding the knife in his bloody hands. Then he remembered his father's head rolling on the ground. Leon watched in horror. The demon looked at the boy and said that he was not telling the truth, because it did not make him a murderer just because his hand cut the rope. The young leader looked down and said that it did not. The demon looked at him intently and sighed. There was a red symbol on his forehead, and he thought he could feel an aura of darkness inside the boy. He saw purple mana around him, wondering what this child had gone through to still have such a reserve of magical power hidden within him. A red liquid spread under the boy's foot. A fog of mana surrounded him. The lion's eyes widened and thought that this was unthinkable. He imagined Leon's ancestor behind him and thought that this boy could surpass him. The predator raised a paw to his muzzle and introduced himself as Marvas, one of the 72 demons of hell. The beast lay down on the floor, saying that he had returned from the demonic world and preferred peaceful coexistence with humans. He remembered Velen and called him his faithful friend, as well as the source of knowledge of necromancy, which became the characteristic art of the Marvas house. Leon looked at the demon and said that legends were made about him. He looked up and asked if the lion had taught his ancestor the forbidden art of necromancy. The beast in front of him confirmed this, and said that he was bound to the Necronomicon, but he used to be a formidable demon. The boy then looked down and said that their ancestor often said that necromancy was in their blood. The demon looked at the protagonist in silence. The young man asked how it happened that Marvas eventually left them. His eyes shone with anger. The predator stood up and asked why the boy thought so. The leader raised his hands and said that since the time of Velen's ancestor, this house had not produced necromancers of his level. The lion frowned when the protagonist asked what this was if not a sign that he had turned his back on them. He looked calmly at the beast, who said that he wanted to clarify one thing. There was a dark circle behind the demon, and he explained that the reason he and his family could not wield necromancy to their full potential was because they were too weak to provide a suitable vessel. Leon looked at him in surprise. Marvas introduced Velen and explained that no one in their line could compare to such a shining talent as him, and this was the reason for the decline of their lineage. The protagonist touched his lips. Then he lowered his head and said that he believed the demon. Looking down, the youth said that this was the inevitable outcome for weaklings who suffered one defeat after another in war. Marvas looked at the leader and asked if this was the reason he resigned himself to the inevitable death of his father. The boy replied that it didn't matter now and that his death was nothing special. He raised his hand to his face. Looking at the lion, he said that he wanted to ask it for a favor. The beast bared his teeth and said that he refused. His eyes shone brightly and he said that a favor was an act of kindness in which one of the parties left with nothing, and any contract with the demon should be treated as a deal. The boy frowned and said that the deal was about the necromancer's power. The beast glared at him. Leon asked if Marvas was able to grant him power. The demon turned away and asked what business he had with these powers, since there was nothing special about the boy to give him them. The beast looked straight at him and asked if the boy thought he had the potential to develop them. Leon closed his eyes and said that he thought so, since if he were a complete incompetent, a higher demon like this predator would not deign to say a word to him. He imagined a bleeding man and said that ordinary people would lose all their mana and hallucinate just by talking to a demon. Leon imagined a huge monster and added that when he played enough, the man would die. The protagonist looked away and concluded that since he was still alive, it meant he had at least a bit of potential. Marvas looked at him and thought that this boy was definitely not untalented and had an extraordinary mind. Sitting in front of him, the predator reminded him that any contract with a demon was considered a deal, but the protagonist already remembered this. The young man looked up and said that he was not so stupid as to believe that he had something to offer in return. Lev looked at Leon in shock. Then he opened his mouth wide and laughed loudly. He stood up and said that he was ready to make a deal with the young head of the necromancer family. The boy looked at the demon and asked what he wanted in return. The predator smirked. He wrinkled his nose and said that he wanted every single part of him. The protagonist's hair framed his face. He said with a smile that he was glad to hear that his pathetic nature was still worth something. Marvas's eyes widened. There were many people sitting at the long table. The old man raised his hand to his chin. He looked to the side and said that the current head of the family was Leon. He frowned and added that this guy was endowed with a bit of power that allowed him to make important decisions that affected their entire house. The others looked at him and remained silent. His colleagues listened as he said that he was the uncle and closest blood relative of the head. The old man placed his hand on his chest and said that he would take responsibility for making important decisions that directly affected the future of this house. Another man raised his hand and said that it would be foolish to object, given the alternative of an immature puppy. He frowned and added that they could not leave their fates in the hands of a naive child. Kirchhoff crossed his arms when his colleague said that he was the most worthy candidate for the role of head of the family. Pullen raised his hand and said that the main character was the only direct descendant of the previous head. The fat man sweated and added that there was no precedent in the family for appointing an indirect descendant as head. The count widened his eyes and asked who cared about precedents when every member of the family was at risk. He imagined an enemy on a horse and thought that an army of these bandits from the Sylvester family was already en route to their city. He put his hand to his forehead and said that he did not blame the others for doubting the proper succession. The man gritted his teeth and added that choosing an ignorant successor would be like choosing death, and his priority was survival. Suddenly, someone slammed a fist on the table. Pullen stood up and shouted loudly that any of them had been granted a place at this table by the grace of the previous ruler, and in the name of that line they were obliged to fight to the last, and not bicker like a pack of jackals. The fat man sweated and thought that even if Leon had not yet consolidated his power, he would not simply stand by and watch his own uncle usurp his rightful place as heir. He imagined Kirchel on the throne, mentally asking Rune to show him the way. The man placed his hand on the table and said that this was a firm, but still humorous decision. The old man walked around the chair and said that the protagonist seemed to have at least one loyal subject. Pullen turned and asked what he meant. The villain replied that such ardent devotees as himself often lacked insight. His eyes shone brightly, and he added that for this reason they did not see when things were bad. Kirchel went to his colleague. Pullen turned to look at him. The villain leaned towards him and told him to take his wise advice with all clarity. His hand began to radiate energy. Raising his eyebrows, Kirchel asked if the fat man truly believed that he had gathered them all today because he cared so much about his opinion. Pullen sweated, realizing that this had all been planned. Standing next to him, the old man told him to think carefully about what he was going to say next, if not for himself, then at least for his family. The villain kept his hand on his shoulder, saying that they were all here for one purpose. The earl sat at the table, and he added that they must make a difficult choice within the limits of the lesser evil for this house. The villain looked at Pullen and advised him not to stand in the way of their survival. The fat man was sweating profusely, thinking about how he was just a pawn in this game to begin with. A huge lion sat in front of Leon. The youth looked at the demon silently. The beast looked down and said that everything was fine except for one thing. Suddenly, streams of energy appeared above the protagonist. The predator's mane fluttered in the wind as he said that with this change in their contract, the true extent of his powers would be curtailed. He imagined Rune and thought that although he was soft and naive for a contractor, he had a much larger reserve of mana than his son. The young leader stood motionless. He looked to the side and said that any demon that made a deal with a human must drink the contractor's magical powers to replenish his reserves. Standing in the mana fog, Leon asked what he needed to do for this. The lion snapped his fingers and said that there was one wonderful thing, but for now they would spare the teenager's mana. Suddenly, a cluster of energy appeared in front of the leader. Marvas then transformed into a small beast, saying that it would be a little difficult for him to maintain his current form. The protagonist raised his hand to his face and said that it was true. He looked down and said that the lion was adorable enough to pass off as a pet. The demon grinned furiously and said that if the protagonist called him that again, he would paint his face with claws and teeth. The leader narrowed his eyes and remarked that it would be unpleasant. The beast turned away and said that since they understood each other, they could move on. Marvas turned around abruptly and asked if Leon wanted to obtain power that was comparable to his ancestors. He imagined the silhouette of a necromancer behind the youth and said that if he hoped to reach the same heights, it would be best to follow his example. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and said that it was logical. He looked at the full moon and the demon said that in that case they were heading to the hidden shrine of his ancestor. The lion, with an angry expression, said that they might have to risk their lives on this journey. As the boy looked at him, he asked if he was willing to follow him despite this. The protagonist bowed his head and asked why he was even talking about his determination. The demon closed his eyes and smiled. He then walked away and said that he would show the way if the young contractor was able to keep up with him. They walked through the forest. Leon looked to the side and noticed the mysterious forest of the Marva's house. They walked between the trees while the beast said that this forest could very well be an impassable labyrinth for those who were not of the blood of the family. The boy looked down and remembered what his father had told him, that only the rightful head of the family could set foot in the hidden shrine. Marvas narrowed his eyes and said that none of his predecessors had been able to pass the test because they had failed to satisfy the fundamental condition. There was a cluster of energy, and the lion said that only those with the purest shade of the darkness attribute could make their way to the shrine, and so far no one had been able to fulfill the first condition and get through this fog. The guy looked at the mana and said that it looked pretty thick. Marvas raised his hand. They stopped at the door, and the demon said that it was time to begin the test. They went inside. Leon began to descend the stairs. There was mold on the wall. As they descended, the lion told the contractor not to expect help from now on. He smiled when the protagonist said that this was a test of his fortitude. The leader looked at the glowing book, and the predator advised him to always try to follow the instructions that were written in the Necronomicon. The eye on the cover shone brightly. The demon smiled broadly and added that this would lead the young man to the desired reward, the power of a necromancer. Torches hung on the wall. Leon and his new pet were walking through the dungeon. Suddenly, the boy turned around, hearing a sound. He looked into the distance of the corridor. The fire turned green. Monsters stood opposite the protagonist. The young man looked down. The girl's mouth was tied with a rope. The captive was sitting among the goblins. The leader held a book in his hand. He turned the pages. Inside were written instructions that allowed him to use the potential of the sacred relic to the maximum. The leader looked in bewilderment at the section on the secret of raising the dead. The dark dungeon was lit by torches. The goblins bared their teeth. Leon looked straight ahead. In his hands was a book that said that he would first need to take lives. The protagonist began to close the book. He took his sword. Then he looked up at the enemies. The captive was sitting on the floor. The monsters clenched their teeth in rage. The protagonist approached the opponents. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered. The goblin opened his mouth and screamed loudly. The leader dodged his attack. He held the weapon tightly in his right hand. Leon swung it. Then the enemy fell to the floor. The protagonist, whose face was covered in blood, said that this would be the first life. Many years ago, two people stood in the cemetery. One of them, the protagonist's father, without turning around, asked his son to listen carefully, and then asked what exactly they attached the most importance to in the great house of Marvas. The boy raised his eyebrows without any emotion on his face. In the cemetery, there was a large statue of a praying angel, and Rune answered his own question that the answer was simple: they exalted death itself, because they were necromancers who commanded the dead. That is why they revered death itself above all else. Besides them, there were other people in the cemetery. Hearing this, the protagonist thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin. After a short pause, he looked up at his father and asked how it was possible to honor death, since he thought that necromancers were obliged to take lives whether they wanted to or not if they wanted to gain power, like other dark mages. Rune smiled as he listened to his son. Turning to the boy, he said that he saw that he had carefully studied the history of his family, adding that they, the dark mages, instilled fear in many people throughout the world. The man looked at Leon, continuing to say that this did not mean that they should become heartless villains. After these words, he placed a hand on his son's shoulder and asked him to promise him one thing. Rune sat down next to him and asked the boy that no matter who he met in battle, as long as he had the power over life and death in his hands, he should try to end them as gently as possible. Leon looked at his father with a cold expression, asking himself if he should keep that promise towards all his enemies. At the moment, a goblin came out to meet him. There was emptiness in the protagonist's eyes. The monsters slowly surrounded him from all sides. At the guy's feet lay their dead relative. Suddenly, the guy looked at the neck of his opponents and said to himself that he needed to aim for the cervical vertebrae with deadly accuracy, because there was no less painful way to kill an enemy. After these thoughts, he got into a fighting stance. Marvas brought his paw to his mouth and said to himself that this child did not look particularly trained in swordplay, and yet he hit the spine with incredible accuracy. He wagged his tail, wondering if he was just lucky or if this was some kind of innate gift. Smiling broadly, the demon added that they would soon find out. There were drops of blood on the protagonist's cheek, and he said to himself that he had managed to defeat one, but it was more luck than skill, because goblins are cunning and treacherous by nature. The eyes of one of the monsters were burning brightly. They, gritting their teeth, slowly approached him, while the guy said to himself that fighting with all at once was not the best solution. Leon tightly squeezed the blade in his hand. He suddenly looked to the side, thinking that in the darkness it was difficult to calculate the height, and not only that, his field of vision was fading with each second. With these thoughts, he looked forward. Without moving from his place, he suddenly noticed that one of the torches went out with the first goblin he killed, which meant that he needed to try to get used to the darkness while he still could. With these thoughts, the protagonist prepared to dash, thinking that in this case, instead of cutting his way through the crowd of enemies, he needed to pierce and move as precisely as possible. In that same second, he found himself behind one of the goblins. With glowing eyes, the guy prepared for the blow. A moment later, the monster's neck was pierced through. The eyes of the protagonist were burning brightly. As soon as the goblin died, the torch went out. Seeing the death of their kinsman, the others roared furiously. They immediately rushed to attack from different sides. The guy's face did not show any emotions from this situation. At the very last moment, he managed to dodge the simultaneous attack. Immediately after that, a blade whistled through the air. With a quick blow, Leon killed the goblin. After his death, another torch went out. The guy, seeing this, wiped the sweat from his face and said to himself that his eyes were increasingly adapting to the darkness, and he could already see much more clearly. But unfortunately, his blade was badly damaged by claws. Thinking about this, he looked at his weapon and added that he shouldn't expect more from a ceremonial blade, when suddenly he abruptly turned his gaze to the side. An enraged goblin jumped out at him from the darkness. Seeing him, the protagonist abruptly waved his hand. Something flashed past the monster's face. Suddenly a scratch appeared on his cheek, from which blood spurted. Seeing this, the demon widened his eyes and asked himself in surprise if he had simply thrown away the weapon. At this time, Leon dodged the enemy's blow. His eyes were full of cold. What Marvas saw made him open his mouth. The protagonist rushed to the sword lying on the floor. With each passing moment, his hand was getting closer to the hilt. The demon narrowed his eyes in surprise. A second later, the guy grabbed a new weapon. Then he pushed off the floor with his foot. Suddenly, the main character pierced the goblin through and through. With a sharp movement, he pulled the sword out of the monster's chest. Not a second to hesitate, or he would strike again. After that, the goblin fell dead on the floor. After a short pause, the necromancer turned around. Having killed all the monsters, he walked forward. A captive was waiting for him in the corner. The girl looked pitifully at her savior. The guy pulled the rope out of her mouth. Tears poured from the girl's eyes, and she began to thank the guy. Suddenly, shock and horror appeared in her eyes. The main character pierced her through and through. He did it without any pity or sympathy. A few seconds later, he pulled out the sword. Looking at his weapon, Leon said that he remembered another piece of wisdom his father had said about monsters that could imitate human appearances, which he had encountered during his travels across the continent. After these words, he stabbed the captive again. The girl's eyes lit up, and fangs appeared in her mouth. With long claws on her hands, she tried to get up, and the protagonist continued to say that his father had also told him not to forget that not everyone deserved a quick death. Having said this, he remembered how that day in the cemetery his father had sat down next to him and said that those who deceived, taking advantage of the trust of others, did not deserve a quick death. The guy did not take his eyes off the monster, adding that they should experience the same despair and fear that their victims had experienced. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he said that for this, he believed that a small lesson in pain would not hurt her. The last torch was still burning in the dungeon, but after the heartbreaking scream of the monster, it went out. There were beautiful girls dancing in the bar. There was elite liquor on the bar counter. Kirchel was sitting on the couch with the girls and shouting loudly that it was finally his turn, because in a little while this damned house would be in his hands. The girl next to him smiled sweetly and said that it would be so, after which she asked if anyone would object if such an honorable gentleman took over the leadership instead of a completely green youth. The girl on the other side folded her arms and said that it was simply unbelievable, because she had not even thought that he would use the Sylvesters to get what he wanted. After these words, the first one put her hands on the old man's shoulders and said that it was so, because making a deal with the enemy in order to rise to the top is a truly manly act, to which he, laughing, replied that she flattered him, adding that they would have to bow to the degenerates of the Sylvester house for some time. Having said this, he drank some alcohol. Putting the glass on the table, he continued to say that even this was better than serving Leon, who would inevitably drag Marvas down the path to extinction, and of course, it would be 100 times better if he took everything into his own hands. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he, putting his hand to his chest, declared that winners are not judged. A man was sitting opposite him. He suddenly smiled slightly and asked what the old man was going to do with the main character. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he added that the people in the estate were still deeply devoted to his father, so moving the boy might be more difficult than he thought. Then Kirchel took a bottle of whiskey and replied that there was no need to complicate things, because he was very busy. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. The old man's eyes lit up brightly, and he declared that they would simply announce the untimely death after the fact, because he himself understood that the dead do not speak, and their children should not do this. Hearing this, his companion leaned forward and replied that it was well said, adding that he believed the last time the dead spoke was 100 years ago, back in the days of the founder, who had mastered necromancy at a level. After these words, the old man poured the man a glass of whiskey. Raising his hand, the man suddenly shouted that he proposed a toast to the next rightful head of the family, Sir Kirchel. The old man began to drink whiskey from the bottle. His companion also began to drink. After that, they continued to eat and talk with the girls. But at the same time, Alan was sitting in his office, surrounded by guards. Looking away, he asked if he was right in thinking that the plan to subjugate the Marvas family was going smoothly. The man with the scar on his face looked at the Lord and answered, of course, adding that the Grey Cardinal Kirchel von Marvas had essentially already taken his place in their plan, which meant that they only had to wait for official confirmation from the Imperial Palace for an all-out war. Hearing this, the head of the noble house Sylvester smiled contentedly and said that they were simply incorrigible idiots, adding that it was so stupid of them to think that he would refrain from a second military campaign just because the first one had ended so recently. Having knocked over the king's chess piece with another king, he said that he believed that this only made their task easier. Suddenly, something was placed on his desk and he was told that this would not have been possible without their excellent strategic thought. Alan raised his hand to the photo of Kirchel and asked what his name was there, adding that no one could have imagined that the centuries-old history of the Marvas house would come to an end with the instigation of a short-sighted traitor. Having said this, he, imagining the skull, raised his head and added that they were in for a wonderful night. After a short pause, the head of the noble house waved his hand and ordered that everything must be ready on time. With glowing eyes, he folded his hands and said that first the father, now the son, adding that he could not wait to hear the sweet sounds of despair. In the dungeon, the last torch went out. Blood was dripping from the protagonist's sword. The guy lowered his head, saying to himself that with the last torch dying out, nothing could be seen here. In front of him was the corpse of a monster, and he wondered if this creature was the last of them. When suddenly, after this question, light appeared. All the torches lit up again. But now the flames were of a normal color. Leon ran his hand through his hair. At the same second, Marvas smiled widely and shouted that it was incredible. He jumped on the guy, continuing to shout that such crazy contracts had never happened in his memory. The protagonist's eyes suddenly showed shock. He fell into a pool of blood because of the demon. Marvas, sitting on his face, waved his paws, shouting loudly that he should say that he had enough gunpowder to survive even in a full war camp, if only he could control himself. Leon kept his cool, while the demon kneaded his cheeks with his paws. The boy laid down in the star pose while Marvas screamed. Even though it was a monster under the mask, its human form was indistinguishable, but it still stabbed him without even looking at him. Hearing this, the protagonist stood up and said that if possible, he would prefer to avoid a full war camp. Having said this, he put the satisfied demon on the floor. Having drawn an image of an angry orc in his head, the boy said that they are said to despise humans more than any other species, and not only that. But before he could finish speaking, Marvas blew steam from his nose and said that it did not matter to him, after which he asked how he knew that the last monster was in cahoots with the others. Receiving such a question, Leon continued to silently stare at the demon. After a short pause, without rising from a pool of blood, he said that everything is simple, it's all about the torch, because one of them was still burning when the others went out. Hearing this, Marvas put his paw to his muzzle and told him to continue talking. Then the protagonist lowered his head and said that when they first entered this place, he immediately noticed that the torches were burning a slightly different color than before. After these words, he remembered how he had just entered the dungeon. The flames of the torches were green. The guy looked at this without any emotion on his face, recognizing the shadows of the dead in the fire. Then Leon remembered how he killed all the goblins inside, and said that as a sign of confirmation, with each monster killed, these torches went out one by one. When suddenly he noticed that one torch was still burning, although he had killed all the goblins. And when the protagonist approached the captive, this led him to the idea that the last monster was hiding somewhere, and that as long as it was alive, it could not go further. In his empty eyes was a pitiful expression on the girl's face. Leon was currently touching his leg. After hearing this story, the demon smiled in confusion, saying to himself that he had a frightening composure, adding that he did not expect a 14-year-old boy to be so smart in harsh conditions. While he was thinking about this, the boy looked at his blood-stained shirt. Marvas remembered how the protagonist pulled the rope out of the captive's mouth, and said to himself that when someone's life is at stake, it is not so easy to read the situation, as well as act without hesitation for a second. Having said this, he remembered how the boy raised his sword. Immediately after that, he again attacked the monster hiding in the form of a girl. Leaving his memories, the demon looked at the protagonist with satisfaction, saying to himself that he did an impeccable job, having dealt with all the enemies on his own, adding that there is something more hidden in him than a good supply of mana. Perhaps he even harbors something completely special. After these thoughts, Marvas raised his head in surprise. He saw a powerful dark magical energy around the guy. Suddenly, the demon smiled madly and said to himself that this was intriguing, and now he was eager to see what would happen next. After these thoughts, a book appeared in the air, and he said that now that he had passed Velen's first test, it was time to move on to the next one. The book immediately opened. It stopped at a page that said that first, it would be necessary to take lives. The protagonist held the book in his hands. On the same page, he read that the fallen would then need to be raised. After reading this, Leon remembered the goblins he had killed. Leaving the memories, he smiled slightly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up brightly. The protagonist looked at the book and quietly said, "The living dead, then." The demon smiled contentedly and replied that everything was correct, adding that he could look at the goblins he had killed. Hearing this, the guy did as Marvas told him, after which the demon ordered him to direct mana to his eyes to expand his field of vision. Leon did as he was told, and his eyes lit up. He suddenly saw magical energy in the air, and the demon said that he should see that from each body a thread stretched out, leading in an unknown direction. The protagonist saw that each such thread stretched out from the book into the bodies of dead monsters. Marvas waved his hand and continued to say that necromancers among themselves call this the line of death. The guy lowered his eyes to the book and quietly said that these are lines leading beyond death, after which he asked if these threads really connect the souls of this world with the other world. The demon brought his paw to the thread, answering that this is exactly how it is. Touching it, he added that necromancers separate the lingering souls of the dead from their bodies in order to bring them back to life and breathe them back into the bodies, mixing in a little of their own mana, provoking them to rise as living dead. And as soon as he finished speaking, the dead goblins stood up. A special mark appeared on their foreheads. The monsters were enveloped in dark magical energy. Marvas made a slight movement with his paw and said that he would demonstrate the principle. At the same second, the goblin rushed to attack the protagonist. But suddenly, he stopped abruptly. The guy looked at the blade of the sword extended towards him, while the demon said that this process could be considered a kind of branding. Hearing this, Leon turned his gaze to Marvas, who continued to say that, of course, there are other ways to create dead puppets, but this is the only method that works with the bodies of monsters, and he will save the rest for later. After listening to the demon, the guy got to his feet and said that he understood everything. Hearing this, Marvas quickly nodded and placing his paw on the floor, said that now he can try it himself. The protagonist looked at the demon with empty eyes, asking if he could ask one question that was stuck in his head before starting, to which he asked in response, "Of course, and what is it?" The guy didn't move from his place, telling that his predecessor had said that turning a person into a walking dead was much more difficult than turning a monster. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he asked the demon what he thought, whether he could reach the level where he could turn people. Receiving such a question, Marvas smiled contentedly, and replied that he spoke as someone who would soon need it, to which he replied that perhaps so. Hearing this, the demon put his paw to his muzzle and asked who this poor fellow was. Then the main character looked up and answered Kirchel von Marvis. He smiled slightly and added that this was his only uncle. At the same time, there were several empty bottles of whiskey in the bar. The old man and his comrade were sitting on the same sofas. He was drinking in the arms of girls. The man opposite him was doing the same. When suddenly Kirchel put his glass down on the table and said that the previous head had been a brainless idiot, and yet his life was clearly improving since his death. He wiped his mouth with his hand and added that he thought this was the natural state of affairs for a favorite of fate, and then asked if this was so. The man opposite him smiled and firmly replied that it was absolutely so, adding that all that remained was to take care of the last heir. Raising his hand, he said that he was sure that the burden on his shoulders would immediately become lighter. The old man raised his hand in response and said that killing a boy was a common occurrence. When suddenly he smiled broadly and exclaimed that it was time to raise their glasses and drain them to the bottom, because such celebrated moments were especially precious. But unexpectedly for everyone, the air inside shook. The ropes snapped abruptly. A huge chandelier fell right onto the table in front of Kirchel. The old man frowned with displeasure and asked what the hell this was, to which the girl next to him replied that this institution was guarded by a powerful magical artifact, and that it would take something more terrible than the wind to shake the entire building. Hearing this, Kirchel looked away. After a short pause, he put his finger to his lips and asked the girl to be quiet. He suddenly stood up and loudly asked who was here, adding that no living soul dared to attempt his life on Marva's territory, to which a familiar voice answered, asking why he was so sure. The old man abruptly turned towards the voice. The protagonist was looking at him with empty eyes. Seeing the guy, Kirchel smiled carefully and asked who they had here, whether it was the young head of an oppressed clan. Having said this, he waved his hand, and his servants came out of the darkness. Seeing them, Leon narrowed his eyes. Suddenly his eyes lit up brightly, and he said in a menacing voice that it was very kind of him to acknowledge his lord. The old man kept his eyes on his nephew, saying that he saw no reason for such a late visit and without warning, and then asked if he really had some urgent matter to attend to. The protagonist looked at his uncle in response, saying that this was a rather strange question, and then asked if the lord of the lands needed permission to visit a subordinate who was not even a proper vassal, and if he really had to warn him for his convenience. After these words, hatred appeared in the old man's eyes, and he replied with displeasure that he thought a worthy lord would not need such a need. Suddenly he put his hand to his chest and shouted in rage that they both knew that he was far from being worthy. Kirchel, waving his arms in different directions, mockingly asked if he was really afraid that his place as the head of the family could be taken away. He smiled broadly, adding that it was too late, because his hapless father would no longer come running to help. Leon's face showed no emotion. When his uncle finished speaking, he moved the curtain aside with his hand and calmly replied that he understood that he was now responsible for his own safety. After these words, Kirchel's eyes lit up, and he mockingly asked what his newly minted wisdom said about him showing up here alone, because it was stupid to come here unless he had an extra life in his pocket. Hearing this, the protagonist slightly raised his eyebrows and asked stupid then, adding that it was stupid of him to assume that he came alone. As soon as the old man heard this, he frowned tensely and asked what he was talking about. But unexpectedly for him, the floor suddenly shook. Dark magical energy began to ooze out from under him, and Kirchel realized that something was wrong here. This was not simple magic, this was the magic of darkness. He looked down out of the corner of his eye, saying that he remembered this feeling, adding that he felt an abyss much more immense than that familiar to a mere mortal. When suddenly what he saw made his eyes fill with horror. Goblins appeared from under the ground, and the old man asked in fear if these were really the living dead, but this could not be. The main character jumped from the windowsill to the floor. Looking at his army, he firmly answered that these were them. Drops of cold sweat appeared on the old man's face, and he screamed in horror, asking how this was possible, because even his late brother was not strong enough. Then Leon slightly inclined his head and asked in response if something was wrong, adding that now the House of Marvas had regained control over necromancy. Hearing this, Kirchel clenched his teeth in rage. Waving his hand, he shouted loudly for the guards to cut off this vile mouth. His men immediately rushed to attack. The blade of one of them was getting closer and closer to the protagonist's face. Suddenly, the goblin jumped up. With one quick blow, he knocked the weapon out of the enemy's hands. Horror appeared in the guy's eyes, and he shouted loudly that it was resisting. And while he was screaming, the dead man swung. The next second, he cut the old man's subordinate into two parts. Blood spurted in all directions. Kirchel looked at his dead soldier from the side. This picture filled his eyes with horror and fear. The goblins fought his men furiously. They killed those who stood in their way with quick blows. The old man and the two soldiers next to him were overcome with primal fear and shock. Blood was spraying everywhere, and Kirchel was saying to himself that something was wrong here. He watched the carnage with his mouth open in horror, adding that this was already far beyond the ordinary. Dark magical energy suddenly began to accumulate in his hand. The old man's eyes lit up, and he said that if his eyes were not deceiving him, the boy had mastered the art of necromancy. Cold sweat ran down his face as he asked himself how this was even possible. And while he was wondering, a magic ball formed in his hand. Kirchhoff picked it up, grinding his teeth in anger. Bowing his head forward, he suddenly screamed loudly, asking what he had done to create this parody of the founder's power. The protagonist looked at his uncle emotionlessly and answered the question with a question: is it really so strange that the head of the Marvas clan can control the dead? Immediately after these words, Kirchhoff opened his mouth wide and shouted in rage that this is some kind of nonsense, because the art of necromancy has long been lost, and even his father was unable to use it in life. There was a powerful magical energy around Leon. The old man held a ball of dark magical energy in his hand and continued to shout, asking if he really wants him to believe that his useless offspring is different from him, but he is not going to participate in this performance. Then the protagonist stretched out his hand and said that he sees that he so stubbornly does not want to believe it that it leaves him no choice, so he will prove it to him. His eyes were shining brightly, while he said that he wants to warn him that this is an extremely stupid choice. After these words, his dark magical energy enveloped the resurrected goblins. The monsters immediately smiled widely. Then suddenly, with a loud roar, they rushed to attack. Kirchhoff looked at the goblins running towards him. Swinging, he clenched his teeth in fear. Then suddenly the old man threw out magic balls, shouting in rage for them to go away. The magic projectiles hit the goblins. The monsters stopped. Seeing this, Kirchhoff smiled contentedly. One of the goblins had the skin on his face rubbed off to the skull, but suddenly, dark magical energy began to ooze out of it. Then suddenly a fire appeared in his eye. In that same second, he rushed to attack with a loud cry. Seeing this, shock and horror appeared in Kirchhoff's eyes. He turned around abruptly, and ordered his people to lead the monsters away from him. But what he saw made him even more horrified. His dead subordinates lay on the floor. The old man reacted quickly and created a dark magic ball in his hand. Without thinking twice, he began to attack the monsters. But after several attacks, not a single goblin fell, and then Kirchhoff said to himself that he did not like to admit it, but his skills in magic were only slightly superior to a novice necromancer. He suddenly turned his gaze to his nephew and shouted in rage that he would regret such treachery, while simultaneously saying to himself that not only that, they were also limiting his alcohol. And when he shouted that after this, the guy would not get off easy, the monster rushed to attack. His blade whistled in the air. The goblin pierced the old man's shoulder. Blood spurted from Kirchhoff's mouth. Blood also dripped onto the floor. The old man, with his last strength, gathered dark magical energy in his hand. But unexpectedly for him, the magic ball split. He looked at the protagonist, asking how he dared to go against his own flesh and blood, adding that he could not be forgiven. Then Leon took a few steps forward and said that he remembered a treatise on the history of the continent that he had studied with his father. Without taking his eyes off his uncle, he said that there are winners and losers, and a retrospective look always coolly separates these two concepts with the passage of time. Kirchhoff grabbed his wound and asked discontentedly if he really thought of lecturing him. The protagonist's eyes were full of coldness, with which he continued to say that such an emotionless person like him had yet to comprehend the true meaning of that treatise. But if he understood anything from it. The old man, listening to his nephew, breathed heavily. Leon came closer and closer, finishing, so that was the fact that forgiveness is the privilege of the winner, and once even he was in the place of the winner. Hearing this, Kirchhoff gritted his teeth in anger. The protagonist slightly raised his eyebrows and said that he believed that he considered himself to be like that when he stabbed his father in the back and traded for his skin, but times were changing. Hearing this, the old man's eyes filled with rage and hatred, with which he ordered his nephew to shut his mouth. Then the boy raised his hand and said that he would not wish him a happy journey, on the contrary, he hoped that he would suffer at every step. Looking up at the book above his head, he promised to cherish this day when he crushed him. Opening his mouth, he finished that as punishment he would take away his hope for tomorrow in the name of the head of the Marvas clan himself. After these words, the goblins furiously rushed to attack. The blade of the sword appeared in the old man's face. Less than a minute later, Kirchhoff lay on the floor in his own blood. His torn-off hand fell to the floor nearby. The demon looked at her with satisfied eyes and said that the guy was really crazy. Everything was as he thought. Even Satan himself would shed a tear from such a sight. Looking at the main character, he asked how it was that the newly minted necromancer could wield this power so well on the first try, adding that from the outside it seemed that he had been commanding the dead for at least 10 years. Hearing this, Leon looked at his dead uncle. Suddenly, he folded his arms. A second later, he smiled sarcastically and said that he had come up with a funny idea. Hearing this, Marvas brought his paw to his muzzle and asked in confusion if he understood correctly that this idea was funny to the point of trembling. After some time, several people were sitting in the meeting room. A man with long hair raised his hand and asked if this was really another meeting at such a time. He looked at the people present, asking if anyone knew why Kirchhoff had called them all here again. Then the man in front of him raised his hand and said that no one knew, but he had no idea, adding that even his junior assistant had not arrived yet, so all they could do was wait. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the bald man's face, and he said that an urgent council meeting was no joke. His hands shook as he asked what if news of a surprise attack from House Sylvester was coming just when they were in such disarray here. Then the first man looked up in fear and said that he should stop, because the last thing they needed was his paranoia, adding that he found it hard to believe that they would be so bold as to violate the recent agreement between the two great families. He suddenly said, spreading his hand to the side, that besides, the resumption of war required official approval from His Majesty. Then the second man raised his hand and said that in any case they could only wait, because all doubts would subside as soon as Sir Kirchall led them. A few minutes later, the doors inside opened. The protagonist entered the conference room. He quickly passed one of the people present. Then the man looked up at the one sitting opposite him and asked in a whisper what this meant, adding that he thought Sir Kirchall had arranged a meeting, so why had the young gentleman come? Leon continued walking forward, listening to people talking about him behind his back. His face was emotionless, when suddenly those present asked him for what purpose he had come here. Hearing this, the protagonist turned around abruptly. He looked at those present and asked if they had really expected to see his uncle in his place. He had his hand on the chair that belonged to the head of the family, and was saying that unfortunately his uncle would not be able to come to this meeting. His eyes suddenly lit up, and the guy added that it would be more accurate to say that Kirchall was unable to do so. Hearing this, one of those present frowned tensely and asked what he meant by unable, and whether he would be able to clarify this. Sitting down in his place, the protagonist replied that his uncle was dead. Shock and fear appeared on the faces of those present after hearing this. All eyes were fixed on Leon, who added that, to be more precise, the old man had fallen by his hand. Folding his arms, the protagonist said that he had answered their question, and then asked if there would be any more questions. Horror appeared on the faces of those present, and they looked at the protagonist with their mouths open in shock. Suddenly, one of them slammed his fist on the table and shouted loudly that if what he had said was true. Waving his hand, the man finished by insisting on a more detailed explanation, and then asked how he could justify the murder of the oldest member of the Marva's clan council when they had just performed the funeral service for his predecessor. Hearing this, Leon frowned slightly. Then the second of those present, without taking his eyes off the guy, shouted that even if he was the head of the clan, he was obliged to report to them. After these words, the protagonist's eyes lit up slightly, and he declared that Kirchall was a traitor. Hearing this, everyone present froze in surprise. They stared at the protagonist, who continued to say that his uncle not only disowned his father by giving important information to their enemy House Sylvester, but was also going to usurp his legal right as the heir to the family. Hearing this, one of the people present involuntarily gaped. At this time, Leon raised his hand and said that what he really did not understand was that, despite the significant reasons for his immediate execution, they were still zealously trying to defend his honor. After these words, the guy folded his arms across his chest. The man with long blonde hair clenched his fist until it shook, saying to himself that the demand to appear at the meeting definitely came from Kirchall, and he was still not there, and this reliably indicates that he was killed after all. The bald man gritted his teeth in anger, and asked himself how the old man allowed the death of a very young boy, but now was not the time to worry about Kirchall. One of the men present was biting his finger excitedly, and saying to himself that if the young gentleman had somehow managed to kill his uncle without giving orders to a single living soul, it meant that he had done it with the help of some powerful magic. Realizing this, he abruptly looked away. Suddenly, the man jumped to his feet and said in confusion that he had not even suspected this. Spreading his arms out in different directions, he wondered how this old man dared to commit such a terrible crime. The man with long blonde hair looked sharply at his comrade. Realizing everything, he jumped to his feet and began to say that they were not involved, after which he asked how they were to know that the old man was weaving such vile intrigues. But unexpectedly for them, the protagonist touched the table with his finger. His eyes lit up brightly, and he ordered silence. Leon held out his hand and said that their statements might not be false, but they were still guilty of the grave crime of neglect in regards to the conspiracy under their roof. The man with the short haircut frowned in fear and said to himself that the boy had fooled them all, when suddenly the bald man raised his hand and said that the story was fine, but was Sir Kirchall really a traitor, and then asked if there was any irrefutable proof of his guilt, otherwise he might have killed an innocent man. The protagonist silently turned his gaze to the man present. Standing up, he replied that they had all reacted exactly as someone far more insightful than he had predicted, to which one of the men present asked in confusion who the predictor was. Then the boy looked at the demon on his shoulder. Marvas was smiling broadly, when suddenly the protagonist abruptly lowered his glowing eyes. He extended his hand and said that since they were asking for proof, he would give it to them by showing them Kirchall's betrayal. An incredibly powerful magical energy appeared in the room. Without lowering his hand, Leon said that as the legitimate son of the Marvas clan, he was calling out to the lost soul. After these words, everything inside him began to shake. Goblins began to crawl out of the floor. Their number increased with each passing second. A book was opened above the protagonist's hand. Seeing the dead, those present were horrified and screamed, asking how he did it. But suddenly Kirchall appeared among the goblins. The man with short hair furrowed his eyebrows in fear and screamed, asking if he had really found the forgotten art of their clan. His eyes quickly filled with horror and fear. The protagonist looked at those present, asking the old man if he would confess to what he had done here and now before he lost the rest of his mind. Kirchall stood on his feet, shrouded in dark magic. The man looked at the old man and asked in a shaking voice how this was possible. Leon looked at him without any emotion on his face and said that he was starting to get tired of this question, then asked what was so shocking about it when necromancy was the hereditary craft of Marvas. His goblins with glowing eyes smiled madly, when suddenly the man with long blonde hair screamed at the top of his lungs that they needed to run and save themselves. The bald man turned around and wished him to burn in hell. The man with long dark hair ran up to his comrade and screamed, asking why he was standing there, when suddenly he noticed that his comrade had no head. The dead body collapsed to the floor. The vassal's face expressed primal fear. The man with long blonde hair fell to the floor and screamed loudly for mercy. His legs were cut off. Suddenly, he looked up at the protagonist who stood before him. Leon's eyes were glowing, and he was threateningly saying that the meeting was not over yet. A bright light was released from his book as he continued to say that they should listen to the head of the family until he had said everything he wanted. After these words, Kirchel approached the vassal with his severed legs. Cracking the bones, he leaned towards him. Then the old man opened his mouth. The protagonist looked at his dead uncle, asking if there was at least one person present who had no idea about his atrocities. Receiving the question, Kirchel straightened up abruptly. Without moving from his place, he answered with difficulty that all those who served the previous head of the house turned against him, every last one, and not one of them was ignorant of his duplicity. As he said this, everyone present froze in fear. Hearing this, the protagonist asked without any emotion on his face, "So that's how it was?" At that very moment, the man with the severed legs looked at the boy and screamed in horror, begging for forgiveness. His comrade rushed to run from the goblin, screaming that he was ready to repent of all his sins. The bald vassal furrowed his brows in fear and screamed, begging for a chance to prove his loyalty, when suddenly he abruptly turned his gaze to the side. The protagonist's monsters killed every traitor. Seeing this, the boy coldly said, "Oh." Then he waved his hand. Slightly squinting, Leon suddenly said that with the power given to him as the head of this family, he announces to the council. Without finishing, he closed the book in his hands. The boy looked at her with burning eyes, finishing that the dark art of necromancy returned to their glorious family. Less than a minute later, everyone except the protagonist was dead. The boy looked at them, thinking about something. He suddenly turned to the man hiding around the corner, and asked where he could find Sir Pullen. The servant shook with fear when he realized he had been seen. He looked away in fear and answered in a trembling voice that he had been sent to prison for inciting rebellion. Leon turned away and ordered that the way be shown. He walked forward slowly, when suddenly, opening the door, the boy stopped. He looked behind him with burning eyes and said that they could run if they wanted, but he could not vouch for the consequences. The servants of his house were sitting on the floor. They looked with eyes full of horror at the master, who said that for the sake of their own lives he hoped they would make the right decision. Even after he left, the servants could not get to their feet. After some time, a man entered Alan's office. He quickly approached the table. Holding out a letter, the man said that it was for him. The head of the noble house Sylvester took the letter in his hands and said that he already understood. He quickly took it out of the envelope. The man unfolded the letter and began to read. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and a malicious smile appeared on his face. Without looking up from the letter, Alan said that this was excellent, because it seemed that even the Empire had turned its back on the House of Marvas. Then the man with the scar on his face smiled back and replied, "Of course, because apart from the deeds of their ancestor, they had nothing to boast about." He looked down at the gentleman, adding that their capital and labor force were simply ridiculous. The head of the noble house Sylvester shook the letter, saying that they had even less of the former than the latter. After saying these words, he put the letter on the table and added that one way or another, they were acting as they had planned. Smiling broadly, the man said that they would finally bring the House of Marvas to its knees next month, and a noble war would break out, after which he asked what was up with the last request, whether he had fulfilled it. His servant raised his fist and replied that everything was ready without a shadow of a doubt. Hearing this, Alan extended his hand and asked if it was all without a chance of defeat. Then the man put his hands behind his back and, introducing a powerful necromancer, replied that their chances of defeat were so small that everything could only change if a full-fledged necromancer did not suddenly illuminate the House of Marvas with his presence after a century of mediocrity, or their founder did not rise from the dead in person. These words made the head of the noble house smile. He crossed his fingers and declared that in that case, this war was entirely theirs. A dark descent led to the dungeon. Inside, everything was lit by torches. Pullen banged his head on the floor, screaming loudly and begging for forgiveness, because he was guilty of allowing Kirchel's dark ambitions to corrupt his soul, thereby exposing him to mortal danger. Therefore he deserved nothing but death. The main character stood before him. He kept his eyes on him, saying to himself that he was one of the few loyal vassals left in the Marvas house, and the only one who openly opposed his uncle, which meant he had to recruit him at any cost. The man did not dare to raise his head in front of his true master. Without thinking twice, Leon helped Pullen up. There was a coldness in his eyes, with which he said that they had a lot of work to do, so he would need his help. Tears were pouring from the man's eyes, and he asked in a trembling voice if his help was really necessary. But what use was a fool like him? The protagonist suddenly noticed the flies that were flying around the man. Stretching out his hand, he ordered him to go take a bath, and then he would have to come to his office for a talk. Finally, he looked over his shoulder at the man and finished. They would discuss all the details there. Pullen folded his hands, smiled happily, and replied that he would be eternally grateful to him. He looked at the departing gentleman, adding that he swears to serve him here and now with infinite devotion. During the day, clouds floated across the blue sky. In the evening, it was the same. Already at night, Leon looked at the sky strewn with stars. Suddenly, a demon jumped onto his shoulder. He silently licked his paw. Without stopping, Marvus asked the guy what he would do next, because the choice was his, to which the main character thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin. Having finished, the demon smiled broadly, lowering his paw. Some time later, Pullen, who came into the office, frowned in surprise and asked what he was talking about. Raising his hands, he suddenly shouted that it was scary to even think about something so risky, because in order to go to meet the Sylvesters, posing as Kirchel, the man folded his arms on his chest and, introducing the old man, finished that in order to convincingly imitate his behavior, remarkable artistry would be required. Hearing this, the protagonist extended his hand and asked if this was enough. At the same moment, a dark entity crawled out of the floor. It quickly began to take on the features of a human body. A few seconds later, Kirchel appeared. The old man abruptly lowered his head to Pullen as he asked in confusion what kind of devilry this was. A drop of cold sweat ran down his face as he wondered how the leader could remain so unshakable. After all, he had created a walking corpse out of his own uncle. He looked at the powerful protagonist, next to whom the book was flying, and added that the other vassals had of course told him in advance. But this, when Pullen suddenly folded his arms and joyfully shouted that it turned out that the rumors about him mastering necromancy were true. Leon, whose eyes were completely empty, indifferently said that he thought so. The man suddenly clenched his fist until it shook and said to himself that during the heyday of the Marvus house, they could get everything they wanted, and then asked himself why the heavens had been cruel to them for so long. After these thoughts, he brought his fist to his mouth. A few seconds later, Pullen looked at the resurrected old man and said that he believed that controlling the dead Kirchel would allow the master to fool the Sylvester house for some time, but they would inevitably uncover the deception sooner or later, because the dead man is not able to reliably recreate the manner of speech, handwriting, and behavior of a person. The old man frowned silently. The protagonist looked at his subordinate, and replied that this would be the case if it were the corpse of Kirchel himself, but in front of him was the corpse of a doppelganger whom he was lucky enough to meet. After these words, the old man raised his hand. A magical cloud of energy appeared in it, and Leon explained that this was a monster capable of copying a person right down to personality, memories, and even abilities. Pullen was very surprised to see the magical energy in Kirchel's hand. At that time, the protagonist silently looked at those present. He suddenly remembered how blood was pouring from his sword. Immediately after that, the last torch went out. A dead monster in the form of a girl lay at his feet. After some time, the protagonist looked at this monster and asked what it was called. The dead girl was lying on the floor, and the demon answered that it was a doppelganger. He looked at the monster with satisfied eyes, explaining that it could copy a person right down to personality, memories, and even abilities. Marvus imagined how this monster in the form of a girl watched a couple walking through the forest, and added that this insidious creature liked to copy travelers who had fallen behind the group. Leaving the memories, the demon stretched out his paw, finishing his sentence, of course, killing the original in the process, and then devouring the careless companions of the victim. After listening to Marvus, the protagonist raised his hand to his chin and asked, "A doppelganger, then?" Seeing such a reaction, the demon chuckled and asked Velen if an apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Less than a minute later, the dead monster was enveloped in dark magical energy. Leon resurrected the doppelganger. The monster's eyes lit up again, and Marvus said that it was very kind of him to leave his faithful henchman for his precious descendant. The monster girl was resurrected by the main character. She stood motionless in front of her new master. Leon turned to the demon and asked if it was possible, right? Marvus looked at the guy and with a wide smile on his face answered, of course, adding that he should know that this creature can only copy those with whom the necromancer personally encountered. A cloud of dark magical energy suddenly appeared above the girl, which had eyes, and the demon continued to say that he should also know that a more magically powerful target can in no way be recreated by a doppelganger. Marvus looked at the protagonist with satisfied eyes and asked if he understood everything, adding that although he was talented, he was still too green. The guy looked at the demon with empty eyes. Powerful magical energy was spinning around the book he was holding in his hand, and Marvus suddenly said that even if he was able to seal the soul, its loyalty would remain questionable, and if he could not maintain his grip for a long time, the soul would inevitably turn into nothing. The demon suddenly knitted his eyebrows and suggested leaving Marvus's house only if he found a clear way out of his predicament. A powerful dark magic appeared around the protagonist, and he firmly replied that he would never turn away from his family. He suddenly imagined ordinary people being killed and burned, and said that it was clear as day what would happen in his absence. The innocent staff of the estate would be killed at worst, and at best subjugated as a result of the Sylvester invasion. The mark on the demon's forehead lit up, and he asked if he was really ready to risk his life for them. At the same moment, Leon's eyes lit up, and he replied that he would gladly accept death for them. Marvas did not take his intense gaze off the guy, asking himself why. Was it only because of some inflated sense of duty to the family, for what all this was for? But then there were more important questions. With these thoughts, he turned to the doppelganger. At this time, the girl completely lost her appearance, turning into a clot of magical energy. The demon suddenly smiled and ordered the protagonist to go and turn that bastard into a living dead, because he was sure that the guy would find a use for him. Hearing this, Leon looked at Marvas and asked if he really knew this creature, to which he replied, of course, because it was one of Velen's favorite puppets, adding that he would be very useful in his current form, but he should know that his personality was slightly annoying. The monster stared at his master. Suddenly, a powerful magical seal appeared on the pages of the book. The protagonist pointed the book at the doppelganger and ordered the soul of the dead man to heed the call of the heir of the Marvas family, because he was calling him back to the world of the living. Immediately after these words, a clot of magical energy acquired the shape of a man. The monster stood with his head down, when suddenly he abruptly opened his eyes. Suddenly the demon hit him on the head and screamed in rage at him to wake up, after which he asked how much longer he could lie around doing nothing, since this was their first contract in centuries. The doppelganger pointed at himself and began to hiss incomprehensibly, to which Marvas, waving his paw, screamed that he was a stupid creature, he should take a normal form, since they did not understand what he was saying. Hearing this, the monster thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin. Then suddenly he opened his eyes wide, since he had come up with something. A second later, the doppelganger folded his fingers. His appearance immediately began to change. A few seconds later, the main character appeared, who asked discontentedly that he had too much pomposity for a cat. Hearing this, the demon furiously drew his eyebrows together and screamed loudly, asking if he really wanted to die. The doppelganger in the form of Leon pointed his finger at Marvas and said that he was already dead. After these words, he approached the main character. Pullen was currently sitting at the table, saying that if there was a way to recreate Kirchel down to his most minute habits based on his memories, then it seemed entirely possible to fool the Sylvesters with his dead shell. He suddenly looked up at the gentleman and added that this trick actually worked very well, and so he had to see it with his own eyes, no matter what it took. Hearing this, the guy closed his eyes and said that this was exactly what he wanted to hear. Then the man put his hands on the table and asked if he could ask him one question. Pullen lowered his head and said that it was obvious that the Sylvesters would ask for official permission to attack the Marvas lands again, and then asked why it seemed to him that Leon intended to stay here despite such a threat, since fleeing left a much better chance of survival. Hearing this, the protagonist remembered how, before summoning the doppelganger, he listened to the demon, who offered to leave the Marvas house only if he found a clear way out of his predicament. Leaving his memories, the guy, without taking his eyes off Pullen, replied that it was his duty as the head to protect the estate. Shock appeared in the man's eyes from what he heard, and he replied that he would follow his will with all diligence, after which he asked what the reason for such a decision was. Then Leon raised his hand to his chin and replied that, frankly speaking, he had thought about this decision for a long time, to which his interlocutor asked if he was really talking about a way out of the situation. The boy looked away and replied that it was true, adding that he would not claim to have had any elaborate goals. He simply wanted to become a worthy head of this house and above all to understand what it meant to be worthy, since the answer was still not obvious. So he decided to at least buy himself enough time to find it. Pullen looked at the gentleman with his eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, the protagonist smiled. He continued to sit in his place, saying that this also meant that he would stop any attempts to take anything away from them. Leon suddenly remembered his always busy father and how he stroked his head, after which he said that as long as he did not repeat his past mistakes and protected what he had over and over again, he was sure that one day he would find the answer to the question of why he was fighting, and it seemed that these were all the thoughts he had on this matter. After these thoughts, the boy turned a kind look to his interlocutor. Some time later, in his room, the doppelganger in the form of the protagonist folded his arms and said that he didn't even know that the house had fallen so low. He lowered his arms and looked at the contractor and added that he had a lot of work to do, to which the demon shouted in displeasure at him to call the guy sir, and then asked how he dared to address the contractor so disrespectfully. Leon then pointed at himself and replied that he didn't care much about these formalities, to which Marvas frowned and shouted that even if he did, he suddenly smiled in confusion and asked if he understood correctly that their contractor wasn't very good at social cues. Hearing this, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and replied that he probably was, and then asked how he knew. The demon then jumped to the floor and replied that he could simply smell it, and then explained that Crow was once Velen's familiar and, simply put, he was passed down to him as an inheritance. Leon stared blankly at the cat on the floor. At this time, the demon remembered Wellen along with Crow and said that the latter was a loyal servant and assassin in the service of his ancestor. Hearing this, the protagonist raised his hand to his chin and said that he believed that the ability to transform was quite useful for the tasks of an assassin. The doppelganger suddenly chuckled and said that he was an ideal assassin who would be useful to the contractor, unlike this cat with an inflated ego, to which the demon furiously shouted that he was not a cat, after which he asked if he really wanted him to send him back to the abyss for such impudence. And while the powerful beings were quarreling, Leon, despite them, said that he needed Crow's abilities, after which he asked if he could pretend to be his deceased uncle. The doppelganger tried to remove the demon from his head, answering that he could do it. After these words, Marvus jumped to the floor and said that he was just an ignoramus. Crow silently picked up his sleeping cap, shaking it off. The protagonist looked at the monster in his skin and said that he did not understand why they were arguing. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. The guy turned his empty gaze and asked who was there. Pullen closed his eyes and answered that it was him. Entering the room, he handed the gentleman a letter and reported that this letter was from the Sylvesters, and as soon as he received it, he immediately hurried to deliver it personally to him. The protagonist immediately opened the letter. Imagining the city, he read that for an eternity the house of Marvas had neglected its ducal duty, and they were not even ashamed to idly feast, reaping the fruits of the sweat, blood and tears of their loyal subjects. After imagining knights in shining armor, Leon continued reading that House Sylvester, under the proper leadership of Count Alan, challenges House Marvas to a fair fight of noble houses. The boy imagined the man writing this letter, reading that if the Duchy of Marva surrenders in time, there will be no full-scale war, and his people will be welcomed with open arms. Having imagined the beginning of the war in his head, the protagonist finished reading that if this demand is not met, then their army will come to them with acclaim within a month, destroying everything in its path in the name of His Imperial Majesty, and with his wise permission. The demon was sitting on the shoulder of his contractor all this time. Browsing together, he smiled contentedly and said, and then thunderstruck. Lowering the letter, Leon said that they have a whole month to wait, to which Marvas asked if it was really scary with its suddenness. Jumping onto the bed, he added that they had little time, but they could of course run away and postpone the battle, gather strength and... But before he could finish speaking, the main character created a clot of dark magical energy in his hand and said that he had misunderstood, he meant something completely different. Smiling sarcastically, the guy set fire to the letter and said that he was not sure that he could stand a whole month of waiting. Hearing this, the demon frowned with displeasure and said that he was simply an unbalanced contractor, because their army numbered in the hundreds, if he was not mistaken, and this was a completely different scale of threat compared to his uncle, after which he asked if he was really going to openly confront her anyway. Hearing this, Leon glanced at the demon out of the corner of his eye. A smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he replied that he was sure that everything would be fine with them. With glowing eyes, he showed the souls of the dead he had collected and said contentedly that this time there was no need to spare anyone, you can calmly take everyone's life. The next day, there were many people on the street who discussed the disappearance of Sir Kirchell in one night, saying that this was a bad sign, considering that the previous head of the family had recently passed away. The old man's brows furrowed and he hoped the young lord was at least okay, adding that he was a poor boy, probably broken after losing another relative so soon after his father's death, to which the man standing in front of him added that he hoped he could weather the coming storm. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the boy's face, and he asked if they were talking about Lord Rune's offspring, adding that they shouldn't worry, because he could handle it. The old man suddenly lowered his head slightly and said that was true, because he didn't think the Sylvesters would be storming the gate anytime soon. And as they spoke, Pullen appeared behind them. His eyes lit up, and he asked if he should remind them that a careless word could sink a ship. The protagonist stood behind the man. The citizens immediately bowed their heads and responded in fear that they had only allowed themselves to exchange news during the break, and that was all, after which they expressed their condolences over the loss of Leon. The man looked at the ground and said that losing an uncle at such a time was very sad. It was hard to even imagine the depth of his suffering, to which he suddenly replied that his uncle was very much alive. When the citizens raised their heads in surprise, the guy added that he had simply suddenly fallen ill with an unpleasant illness, if they wanted to know, while simultaneously saying to himself that it would be nice to create the appearance that his uncle had not died. Raising his hand, the protagonist added with a smile on his face that he assured everyone that there was nothing to worry about. After that, he began to leave, saying to himself that if he wanted to deceive the enemy, he first needed to deceive his friends. Walking ahead, he turned to Pullen and said that he needed to make sure that the surviving vassals would not blab like the other witnesses, to which he firmly replied that he could leave it to him. After a short pause, the man suddenly closed his eyes and asked for his purpose in visiting the city center, adding that he would get him anything if he ordered it. Then the protagonist looked up and replied that he appreciated it, but there was something he had to see for himself. And as soon as he said this, the demon smiled contentedly and said, "Here it is," adding that he sensed a powerful surge of magic in the building opposite. Hearing this, Leon stopped. The window on the second floor was open. Without taking his eyes off the building, the boy said that it would be better for his comrade to wait for him here. Hearing this, Pullen extended his hand and asked him confusedly if he was sure he wanted to go alone, to which he took a step forward, replied that he was sure, and then ordered him to seal the door behind him. He looked at his subordinate with the corner of his burning eye and ordered him not to allow a single living soul to enter or leave this place. A few seconds later, he entered inside. Everything inside was scattered and destroyed. There was blood on the walls and windows. Workers were actively cleaning and repairing everything. but one of them had cat ears on his head. Seeing them, the protagonist asked if this was the same one, to which the demon on his shoulder replied that it was definitely so. Powerful magical energy emanated from the guy. His body was covered in abrasions and scars. The guy with bright red eyes was wiping blood from the floor. Without taking his eyes off him, Marva said that he believed that there was nothing he could do about the fact that none of his vassals had a keen eye, while saying to himself that it was a great pity to let such an incredible talent go to waste. Hearing this, Leon raised his hand and asked the boy if he could spare him a minute. Upon seeing the master, the worker pressed his forehead to the floor and apologized, saying that their establishment had been in trouble the previous night due to rowdy customers, and they would be very grateful if he would drop by another time. The owner of this establishment was standing not far behind the protagonist, when suddenly she kicked the boy in the face and screamed in rage, asking who was speaking to the master like that. Putting her hand to her chest, she turned to Leon and apologized for letting him interact with a lowly beast man. After saying this, the girl glanced at Walter out of the corner of her eye, which was full of contempt. At that very moment, she slapped him in the face again and screamed that he was just an obnoxious mongrel, then asked if he knew who he was talking to. She extended her hand towards the protagonist and said that he was the young master of the Marva's house. The boy bowed his head and apologized, adding that he was new and that was why he had not recognized her. Without taking his eyes off the beast man, Leon repeated that he wanted to take up a minute of his time. Then the owner of the establishment put her hand to her chest and said that she had plenty of time. But before she could finish speaking, the protagonist, without raising his head to her, said that he had not spoken to her. Extending his hand towards Walter, he said that he had business with him. The boy looked at the master with agitated expression, his brows furrowed. He suddenly lowered his head sharply. His eyes were filled with shock, and he asked himself in a trembling voice what his mistress, this young man, Mr. Marva's, had said. And while he was asking himself about this, a bright glow appeared in the protagonist's hand. Suddenly, he created a powerful cloud of dark magical energy in his hand. Walter opened his mouth in surprise when he saw this energy in front of him. It quickly began to be absorbed into his wounds on his body, as suddenly they began to heal. A few seconds later, Walter looked at his healed body and asked if he had really healed his wounds. Then the protagonist, lowering his hand, asked one last time if he would spare him a minute. Hearing this, the owner of the establishment frowned with displeasure. She suddenly put her hand to her chest again and said that she must inform him that this guy was her personal slave. Closing her eyes, she added with a smile on her face that he had no right to dispose of his time, so everything he needed should be asked of her. The protagonist looked at the girl with empty eyes, saying to himself that she was not present when he came for the soul of his uncle, and apparently she does not know anything, since he got rid of witnesses. After these thoughts, he smiled sarcastically and said that he would have a couple of questions for her. Without taking his eyes off the owner of the establishment, he asked since when slavery was allowed in the duchy, and the second question, why he continued to be treated improperly, since quite a lot of time had passed since the death of his predecessor. The girl, having received such questions, tensely drew her eyebrows together. Leon suddenly closed his eyes. The expression on the owner's face suddenly changed. The employees of the establishment felt a dark aura. Unexpectedly for everyone, the main character showed his mighty power and angrily asked if maybe she did not want to recognize him as the rightful ruler of the Marva's lands. The demon, having heard these words, smiled madly, after which he said that it was said well. In front of Leon was an open book, oozing terrifying magical energy, and Marva's on the guy's shoulder continued to say that he may look young, but to treat the bearer of the agreement with the demon without due respect is extremely impolite, and will not be forgiven for such. The main character burned his gaze into the girl, saying that he was worried not only about this beast man, adding that if she had other slaves, he demanded that they be freed immediately. The demon sitting on his shoulder frowned angrily. Anger and hatred appeared in the eyes of the owner of the establishment when the master said that she had 10 minutes to fulfill her will, and after that there would be no mercy. Suddenly, the girl smiled. She put her hand to her chest and mockingly asked if he was ready for the consequences. Browsing, she asked if she had neglected to treat him properly again. Leon extended his hand to Walter and replied that it was okay if she admitted her mistake, because he had heard worse treatment. The beast man frowned in excitement. He looked at the hand extended to him and asked in a trembling voice what he owed this favor to, since he was only an unworthy slave. And as soon as he asked this, the owner of the establishment snapped her fingers. Her people immediately surrounded the main character. Waving her hand, the girl screamed in rage that the show was over, after which she ordered the guy to be seized, adding that Sir Kirchhoff said that he would cover if necessary. The protagonist looked away without any emotion on his face. His eyes suddenly lit up. Dark magical energy began to ooze from his outstretched hand. It fell on the floor like a big drop. At the same second, mad goblins appeared. They immediately rushed to attack. This picture brought horror to the eyes of the hostess. At this time, Leon took a blade out of his pocket. Having handed it to his monster, he asked if he would lend his, because his was a little battered. The goblin immediately gave his weapon, to which the guy said that he would return it when he finished. The demon immediately jumped off the contractor's shoulder. After that, the protagonist cut the man's throat with one movement. As soon as the girl saw this, horror and fear filled her eyes, and she asked in a trembling voice where this little bastard got so much strength from. Leon and his goblins killed all her people. Walter looked at the master with surprise in his eyes. The protagonist turned his head slightly in his direction and he asks him what he owes to his grace, adding that he can and considers himself an unworthy slave. Looking at the beast man, Leon finished that this is far from true. From now on and until the end of time he will be vitally necessary to him. Hearing this, Walter opened his eyes wide and asked himself what he was saying. What use would someone like him be to the Lord of Marvas? He looked at his reflection in a puddle on the floor and added that he was just a vagabond wandering the vastness of the continent. He suddenly remembered how, as a child, he fell into a puddle. Walter raised his head with difficulty and asked him to stop, because it hurt. The local children began to kick him, furiously shouting for him to close his mouth, because parasites like him were to blame for the year being bad. The beast man only covered his head with his hands that day. The children, their eyes full of madness, happily beat him, while he did not understand why they were so cruel to him, and why they enjoyed watching him suffer so much. His eyes were full of pain and suffering, because then he was just a child who did not understand how the world works. But suddenly Walter's eyes began to change. They quickly turned black and lit up brightly. He suddenly jumped to his feet, showing his powerful energy, because he understood everything. The children recoiled from him in fear when he asked them why they could not just leave him alone. Walter grinned in fury, because he understood that they had no rational reason to make his life hell, except for species differences. Furrowing his brows in anger, he screamed in rage, asking why they were doing this. Only for this reason he became the object of their hatred. A few minutes later, tears flowed from his eyes. One day he suddenly realized that he was too naive to understand earlier. In front of him, the children who had bullied him lay in their own blood. When the boy saw them, his eyes filled with horror and he asked himself what he had done. And at first he could not bring himself to accept it, afraid to face the truth that he was the heartless monster he was considered to be. Not wanting to accept it, Walter began to run. In the present, the protagonist returned the weapon to his monster. The owner of the establishment raised her hand and screamed in rage, asking what he was doing. Did he really think that his teenage rebellion would make Kirchhoff give up his title, adding that the useless offspring of a lord could not stop anyone? The boy's face showed no emotion as he listened to her. As the girl finished speaking, a bright light appeared and Leon said that her words were even truer than she thought. But he did not intend to remain a useless offspring of a lord who did not even try to object in the face of injustice. Dark magical energy began to ooze out of his hand. The protagonist created a magic ball in his hand and said that he would soon become the head of the family worthy of the proud house of Marvas. The goblins surrounded the owner of the establishment, when suddenly the eyes of their owner lit up, and he declared that there was no place for people like her on his land. These words caused rage to appear in the girl's eyes, and she screamed at the top of her lungs that he was just an arrogant degenerate. Immediately after that, her blood splashed onto the floor. Having gotten rid of the trash, the protagonist turned away. Walter looked at the master. There was not a drop of fear in his eyes, while he said to himself that the guy in front of him could be a murderer whose hands were covered in blood up to his elbows. But for some reason he did not feel any fear of him. Leon slowly approached the beast man. Closing his eyes, he asked with a smile on his face if he wanted to join him, because his skills would be useful to him. As soon as Walter heard this, surprise appeared in his eyes. He suddenly lowered his head slightly and asked if he could ask for something before swearing allegiance. After asking this, he showed his magical energy. Suddenly, his eyes changed color. Putting his hand on his chest, Walter said that he was a descendant of demonic wolves, and this is the most reprehensible species even by the standards of beast men. He suddenly knitted his eyebrows pitifully and asked if he would really be treated with contempt for the rest of his days, and how much longer he and his tribe should endure mockery like wild animals. The protagonist, without taking his eyes off the guy, firmly replied that not a second more. As soon as Walter heard this, he involuntarily opened his mouth. He did not dare to raise his head when the master said that he did not know much about the state of affairs of his kind, nor the intrigues around him, but nevertheless, if his life was burdened by baseless prejudices, he must make them known, and from now on he will not have to endure it any longer, because he will become a full-fledged vassal of the house of Marvas. Hearing these words, the boy slightly raised his head, but when the master finished speaking, Walter looked at him with eyes full of surprise. The two boys looked at each other in silence, when suddenly the protagonist smiled and declared that he gave him his word. After these words, tears appeared in the eyes of the beast man. Leon smiled, saying that from now on he will become a full-fledged vassal of the house of Marvas. Extending his hand, he declared that he gave his word, and as soon as he finished speaking, tears began to flow down Walter's face. Without thinking twice, he placed his hand on the master's hand. The protagonist looked at the beast man with kindness in his eyes and asked if he should take his silence for consent. Bowing his head, Walter answered yes, adding that he would be happy to serve him. At this time, the rays of warm sun fell on the luxurious castle. A man entered the hall where the emperor was sitting. Esteban, the emperor of Arheim, stared at the ceiling with empty eyes. His son Luis, the crown prince of the empire, looked at the guest. With his hands behind his back, he asked for what purpose the vassal Eldoraz had requested an audience. The man bowed his head and said that a letter had arrived from the noble house of Sylvester. Hearing this, the boy made a displeased face and asked, as the prince regent, he deals with the affairs of the people in the duchies, so should he also solve the count's problems, adding that his kindest father would be so displeased. Esteban's eyes were empty. The vassal kept his head down and shouted loudly in response that he had no such intention, because he was only in a hurry to share good news. Hearing this, Louis knitted his brows and asked, "Good news, then?" A drop of cold sweat was running down Eldoraz's face, while he was saying to himself that at the moment it was the crown prince who exercised power in the empire, so he could not afford to fall into disgrace. When suddenly the crown prince raised his hand to his chin and asked if he was talking about House Marvas. The vassal immediately raised his head and exclaimed that he was, adding that it was the object of their deepest contempt all these years, one of the three families of darkness. When suddenly his eyes lit up, and he suggested that Louis take advantage of this opportunity and support House Sylvester to get rid of their common enemy once and for all. Hearing this, the guy smiled maliciously and said that this was an interesting offer. He suddenly imagined the powerful necromancer Velen in his head and said that it was important to remember that the Marvas clan had the power of necromancy, and open war against them could backfire. Eldoraz smiled broadly and, imagining the army of knights, replied that he was as insightful as ever, but there was no worthy successor to this power left in the Marvas clan, while the power of the Sylvester clan had grown to such an extent that they could easily compete with the Marvas. After listening to the vassal, the crown prince waved his hand and said that he could carry out his plan, because now was the perfect time to get rid of these grave robbers. The man began to leave after declaring that he would definitely successfully complete this mission. When the vassal left, the boy looked at his father with mockery in his eyes and thanked him for his generous decree, adding that he would finally be rid of this thorn, a relic of a bygone era, after which he said that his legacy was in good hands. The emperor was unable to raise his head, when suddenly the crown prince extended his hand towards him. He stood behind his father's throne and with burning eyes said that very soon everything would pass to him, and he would dispose of it at his own discretion. At this time, everyone gathered in the protagonist's office. Pullen approached the Beastman and said that the common people still did not particularly trust people like him, so he suggested that they carry this artifact with them for now. He hung the amulet around Walter's neck and added that his lordship and he, of course, highly valued him as a loyal vassal, but they could not neglect public opinion yet. After these words, the ears on the guy's head disappeared. Walter immediately put his hands on his head, and Pullen put up his finger and asked if he agreed that his lordship should not be bothered by unnecessary problems. And when the guy agreed, the man nodded contentedly and said that he was quite smart. The protagonist looked at them and said that he would like to talk to them about a couple of important things. Folding his hands, he said that first of all, he was forced to insist that they swear an oath of allegiance not just in words. The boy looked at his subordinates with empty eyes and menacingly asked if they were ready to devote their endless devotion to him, and only him. Tears gushed from Pullen's eyes and he shouted loudly that he was absolutely ready. He grabbed his master by the hand and added that he swears to devote his entire life to him and serve the house of Marwas faithfully and truly until the end of his days, so he begs him to give this worthless vassal a chance to fulfill his duty. A certain confusion appeared in the boy's eyes from these words. Crow, seeing this, frowned in surprise and said that he was impressed, because he had so thoroughly won over this old man. The demon, sitting next to him, smiled contentedly and said that submission and dominance are the key principles of the house of Marwas. After a short pause, Walter opened his mouth and firmly said that he shared his feelings. Having said this, he put his hand to his chest, but the protagonist closed his eyes, folded his arms, and said that these were their principles, not his. Opening his eyes, he added that in order to be serious, he proposed a contract sealed with mana. He continued to sit on his chair, continuing to say that if they refused the agreement, he would consider it a lack of sincere desire to join him. These words caused Walter's eyes to show surprise, and he asked in confusion what a contract sealed with mana was. The protagonist imagined two hands reaching out to each other, and said that a contract sealed with mana, or pact, transformed the mana of each party into a pattern that binds and intertwines the destinies of both with an unbreakable bond, allowing them to share secrets that can only be taken to the grave. After saying this, he imagined two human images bound with chains. After these introductions, Leon rose to his feet. He stood in front of his subordinates. Staring at them with empty eyes, the boy said that if there were no objections, then it was time to begin. After saying these words, the protagonist created a hole in the floor, from which black magical energy was oozing. Suddenly, two hands appeared from there, holding a scroll. They opened it in front of Leon's subordinates. At the same time, the demon closed its eyes. Suddenly, it showed its true form to everyone present. A terrifying energy emanated from it. With burning eyes, it leaned towards those present and said that as the patron of the Marvas house and the demon who lent this name to their family, he would witness this magical fact and allow those who swore to serve his contractor to bind their souls with the power of Marvas. Walter and Pullen looked at the huge demon with fear in their eyes. The aura around the protagonist suddenly changed. Suddenly it became several times stronger, spreading throughout the entire room, and the demon loudly screamed for them to see the Lord of the Living Dead, who had finally returned. Smoke was coming out of Marva's mouth. The heroes stared at it in amazement. The protagonist looked down and decided that they had enough drama. The lion opened his eyes wide. Leon explained that they were his loyal subjects and asked his pet to treat them with respect. The demon closed his eyes and made a pact with him. The monster pointed at the boys with its claw and asked them to remember that the price for breaking it was their soul and that they would not get away with any betrayal. Pullen bowed his head and declared that he did not even think of such blasphemy. The man frowned and wondered if this was a real devil with whom the founder of the family had made a contract. An ominous energy enveloped the boy. The assistant decided that this explained where he got so much strength. Walter's eyes widened and he felt an overwhelming concentration of mana. His hand trembled. His race was sensitive to mana, but now these sensations were many times stronger. The young man stood before the beast. The boy wondered who the young master really was. A red haze appeared in the air. The predator turned into a kitten. Marva sat down on the floor and smiled. The beast man shuddered in surprise and called him cute. The servant immediately covered his mouth. The lion licked his paw and asked what he had just said. Smiling awkwardly, the butler explained that this child was simply in awe of his impressive image and formidable presence, and decided that the young master had not yet seen such an impressive sight. Closing his eyes, the demon said that they should not divulge information about his existence to other mortals, and warned that mistakes were unacceptable, because this knowledge could determine life or death. Standing before the heroes, the monster declared that his appearance was visible only to those to whom he revealed himself. The beast introduced other people and remembered that the aristocrats from this world were very interested in Kirchel. Pullen frowned and confirmed it. The vassal raised his eyebrows and told about how the mistress received a letter, and she had to give it to the master. The predator jumped on the shoulder of the master and said that this was their next target. The protagonist asked where they could find this letter. Walter replied that he did not know. Crow crossed his arms over his chest and said that he knew where it was. The doppelganger took out a chest and asked how one could forget to pick up the spoils of war. Inside was a mountain of gems. Marvas grabbed his head and realized that he had forgotten how greedy the soul was. Leon looked down. The lion assumed that after the destruction of the estate, the clone wanted to get his hands on everything that was lying around. The guy sat down next to the chest. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise. Among the precious stones lay an opened letter. The necromancer took it out and said that this is what they needed. The demon concluded that even this creature could be useful sometimes. The clone pointed at himself and asked if this was a compliment. The mage opened the papers and decided to read what was written out loud. Alan knelt before the ambassador. The author of the letter stated that, following the will of His Majesty the Emperor, the noble house of Sylvester declares a territorial war on the duchy. The army gathered in front of the castle. Despite the impressive force given to them, the enemies neglected their duty to His Majesty, and this is a grave crime. The man smirked. The letter said that if the Duke raised a white flag and surrendered, they would revoke the declaration of war, and the House of Marvas would be absorbed into the House of Sylvester as punishment for their sins. The sorcerer looked down and read that they would have to defend their innocence in a fair fight. The heroes opened their mouths in fear. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and said that they had a month. The beast asked if that was not enough. Leon looked at him and replied that he did not care about time. He had one funny idea. Holding the letter in his hands, the guy explained that now that he had the ability to control the living dead with the power of thought, he had a whole new scope for fun. Crow approached the owner. The doppelganger opened his eyes wide. The young man smiled and said that he would have a separate mission. Standing in the office, the knight reported that the declaration of war was successfully delivered. The commander put his hand to his chest and said that Kirchel literally hung on him with a pitiful look and that he almost put him out of his misery on the spot. Alan closed his eyes, laughed, and assumed that his enemy had a real hysteria. The man narrowed his eyes and said that they should leave him alive. Kirchel frowned menacingly, the count deciding that the power of the Marvas family should be in his inept hands, at least for now. The nobleman clasped his hands and asked what had happened to the child who was the rightful heir. The captain smiled, realizing that he was talking about the main character, and replied that there was no significant news about him. The nobleman closed his eyes and declared that this was excellent. The warrior frowned and asked why they should bother with a 14-year-old boy. Standing in front of the table, the knight assumed that he had no power to change anything. The scoundrel frowned sternly and asked what, in his opinion, was the most unfair thing that could happen to a person. The commander looked at him tensely and replied that he did not know such wisdom. Alan pursed his lips. The fallen soldiers rose before Velen. The man explained that the most terrible thing was to meet an overwhelmingly strong enemy against whom they had no chance, because in that case they would only be able to watch the world fall apart. The count looked at his subordinate from under his brows and declared that there was no more terrible suffering than this. The heroes stared at each other. The adventurer asked what could be the cause of such injustice. The nobleman imagined a necromancer shrouded in an ominous aura and answered that it could only be an innate talent, so incredible that it made one tremble just from looking at it. The captain raised his eyebrows and wondered if that worthless thing could really possess it. Leaning on his hand, the scoundrel reminded him that he was talking about Velen's descendant, and decided that they could not be sure of anything. The warrior bowed when Alan said that they should always consider the probability, and agreed. The protagonist stood before his exact copy. Leon smiled, noting that his human speech sounded a little wild, and was surprised that Crow, who had absorbed his memories, imitated him with incredible accuracy. The doppelganger closed his eyes in satisfaction. Marvas grinned viciously when the clone explained that he could offer more than a crumb of magical powers. Lev slapped him on the cheek. The double smiled, as the skin on his face immediately restored. The demon opened his mouth in anger, and was indignant at this. Walter's eyes widened in confusion. The monster pounced on the copy of the owner again. The boy asked if it was always so noisy here. Pullen asked him to be quiet if he wanted to live longer. The boy took the scabbard from the wall, and concluded that it was time for them to start preparing. The young man handed the sword to his comrade. The necromancer raised his eyebrows and asked him to demonstrate his talents for this month. Walter took the weapon in his hands and realized that he would become useless if his talents were not used. The mage closed his eyes and confirmed this and explained that there was no use in a subordinate who could easily die. The boy gripped the scabbard tightly. The beastman frowned confidently and declared that he was ready to overcome any obstacles in his path to gain his rightful place at the young master's side. Looking at him, the warrior asked if he could grant him one wish if everything worked out. The sorcerer smiled and promised to do so. Pullen brought his fist to his mouth and coughed. The man put his hand to his chest and said that they needed to select suitable combat training for the soldier, because his abilities would immediately become apparent if he trained with worthy knights. Marvas jumped onto the master's shoulder and declared that it was time for them to go too. The protagonist looked at him. The lion reminded them that they also needed training and said that his friend was also far from his true potential. Leon agreed with him and headed for the exit. The sun's rays illuminated the estate through the large windows. The swords clashed with each other. Walter was fighting another soldier. The boy clenched his teeth in anger. The boy raised his hand and used magic. A skeleton in armor appeared on the training ground. The undead attacked the beastman. His eyes lit up. The wolf cut off the head of the living dead. The warrior lowered his weapon and began to breathe heavily. He fell to one knee. The young man stood right in front of him. The necromancer raised his eyebrows and called his comrade the vanguard of his army. Walter's hair covered his eyes. A joyful smile appeared on his face. The heroes gathered at the estate a month later, on the day of the declared war between the noble houses. A horseman rode up to the fortress wall and shouted that he had a message for the current head of the Marvas family. Alan's mouth wide open, he was outraged that the enemy refused to listen to common sense and lay down their arms, and declared that their foolish decision would result not only in their own deaths, but also in the deaths of their innocent subordinates. The necromancer looked down at him and concluded that it had all begun. Pullen clenched his fist and declared that the enemy had no sense of honor at all. Marvas smirked and asked him not to be provoked, explaining that these menacing cries were only a reflection of the doubts and fears that had settled in the depths of their hearts. The man frowned and decided that House Sylvester had the advantage on all fronts. An army stood behind the count. Kirchel stood next to the mage, the lion asking his friends not to forget that they had managed to expose the enemy's plan. The assistant turned his head and asked if they were talking about the dead duke. Covering his mouth with his hand, the servant realized that their house would have simply raised the first flag on demand if the leader were alive, and asked if his death alone had shaken the enemy's composure. The demon folded his paws on the shoulder of his master and said that mortals were very fragile creatures. The nobleman scratched his beard. The beast explained that any fluctuations in events often give rise to endless confusion, and added that the moment these doubts began to overcome them, even a firm hand could tremble in battle. The butler sternly knitted his brows and declared that even trembling hands could take numbers. The predator smiled and said that his honored contractor would defeat the full force of this army. The sorcerer looked ahead. Marvas asked his comrades not to worry and decided that the young master was much stronger than he might seem. The protagonist smiled confidently. Pullen opened his mouth in surprise. Lev furrowed his brows and thought that even he was amazed by his master's absolute talent. Leon narrowed his eyes slyly. During his meditation, he was enveloped in powerful energy. There were magical crystals nearby. At some point, they began to glow. The symbol on the demon's forehead lit up. The beast struck the ground with its paw. The living dead bared their teeth furiously. The guy sat motionless with his eyes closed. His summoned creatures rushed to attack. The monsters dealt a crushing blow. The undead spread its arm and raised its head. The predator smiled and was surprised that his friend had learned to control his magical power in just a week, even though these zombies were quite weak. Marvas looked at the young man sitting nearby and wondered if he was already able to read the flows of mana with his eyes closed. Lev narrowed his eyes and decided that the depth of his talent was amazing. Crow crossed his arms and concluded that the current contractor was indeed talented, like the rising star, the infamous founder. Frowning confidently, the demon said that he would be able to drown the continent in blood once again, and added that the time would come when he could have everything he wanted. The doppelganger looked ahead and asked if the young master could get him as many peanuts as he wanted. The beast asked him to aim higher. A magical watch appeared. The predator said that its owner was able to gain the most forbidden dark magic, the terrifying power of reversing time. The necromancer looked peaceful. Suddenly, the magician opened his eyes. The sorcerer rose to his feet. He approached his pet. Marvus looked at him resolutely. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist said that everything was ready and asked what kind of training they would do now. The bones of the living dead lay on the ground. Standing among the corpses, Leon suggested moving on to the next test. The lion turned his head and said that they needed to move first. The heroes found themselves in an office. The demon frowned and asked how much the young gentleman knew about dark magic. The guy raised his eyebrows in confusion. The young man looked down and said that he had studied this magic as part of the basic program for their kind. The beast imagined Kirchel using the spell and asked his friend to forget about this pathetic parody. The necromancer scratched his chin and suggested that a lot depended on the person. Velen turned away. Given the speed with which the founder of the family conquered the eastern continent, it would be foolish to think that only the walking dead helped him do this. The man looked back and his eyes lit up. Crow bowed his head and agreed with his comrade. The doppelganger snapped his fingers. A light appeared in his hands. The clone explained that necromancy was only one branch of dark magic, which meant that it was the mana reserve and the skill of the caster that determined the power of the army of the dead. The energy in his hand glowed. Pullen folded his hands together, glorifying the founder of the family and all his followers. The predator said that this did not concern him. Wagging his tail, Marvus said that he was not his follower, and explained that they were equals who always fought shoulder to shoulder. The magician slyly knitted his eyebrows and said that he was proud of his loyalty. The lion frowned and decided that his master was only being sarcastic. Hiding under the guise of a contractor, the double asked who would hide from a kitten. Standing in front of him, the sorcerer asked his comrades to stop arguing and offered his copy to show him the spells that he should learn. The demon frowned with displeasure and said that before that he would have to fulfill one preliminary condition. The protagonist looked at him puzzled. The beast approached him and warned him that this would require him to take a risk and descend into his own subconscious. Leon raised his eyebrows and asked what that meant. The predator closed his eyes and told him that the hidden depths of his mind were a kind of vessel that contained vast reserves of magical power. Marvus grinned and added that once his master learned to control this unbridled energy, noble war would seem like a sandbox compared to what he would be capable of. Crow continued to hold fire in his hands. The lion said that dark magic required a lot of mana. The boy looked down and said that he knew that. Standing before the heroes, the demon decided that he had no reason to worry. The beast confidently frowned and said that he felt in the young master a reserve of mana equal to, if not exceeding, his ancestor. Putting his hand to his chest, the young man declared that he was glad to hear this, and thought that he had no choice but to take the risk to restore the former glory of his family. Looking up at him, the predator explained that this process was not without risk, and added that he could not guarantee its safety, because there was only one way to learn how to draw mana from a hidden reserve in a short time. The necromancer narrowed his eyes and asked what this wonderful method was. Marvus smiled decisively and thought about the light that flickered in the lifeless eyes of the master again, although before he was driven only by desire. A symbol lit up on his forehead. The lion said that first he needed to deplete the mana reserve to the limit. A dark haze appeared behind the magician. He was driven by irrepressible curiosity. The energy increased many times. The demon explained that his subconscious and potential would guide him. The sorcerer suggested getting down to business. A fire ignited in his chest, the primal lust for power the greatest motivation. The protagonist looked down. Tongues of dark flame rose in the air. Leon grabbed his head and supposed that should be enough. Pullen rushed to him when the boy lost consciousness. The man grabbed him by the shoulders and shouted that the young master could not leave them. The beast slapped him and asked his comrade not to touch the master and to show at least a little faith in him. The assistant began to cry and explained that their leader was still a child. Crow put his hand on his belt and declared that their contractor could be the most talented of all the predecessors. The predator frowned and agreed with him. The young man closed his eyes. Marvus decided that everything would be fine with him, considering that he was able to compete with Velen in terms of potential. The servant frowned excitedly and promised to try. Walter ran into the office and shouted that he did it. The boy looked at the young master in fear and asked what had happened to him. The beastman sat down next to him and began to cry. The butler asked him to calm down. The knight leaned over the young master and said that he believed that the Lord would overcome everything, no matter what happened. Smiling, the lion concluded that all mortals were the same, and wondered how it happened that such an incredible talent was hidden all these years. The demon glanced at Pullen and decided that it was no wonder that their family almost died out. The magician was lying on the floor. The sorcerer found himself in the darkness of his subconscious. The protagonist looked around. He took a step forward. Leon found himself in a ruined city. Rune smiled and said that he had a premonition that his son would appear here. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. The man turned around. The Duke raised his eyebrows and suggested that they take a walk, because they had a lot to discuss. The young man froze in place and stared at him in confusion. There were only ruins everywhere. The heroes went up the stairs in the square. The necromancer followed his father. Suddenly, the former head of the family stopped. Without looking back, the nobleman concluded that his son had come to awaken the magical power dormant within him. Raising his eyebrows, the mage confirmed this and added that he clearly did not come here to tell how he was doing. The sorcerer introduced his comrades and explained that he had a circle of loyal subjects for whom he was responsible, so he needed to succeed. The nobleman smiled and declared that he was lucky. Turning to his son, Rune called himself a figment of his imagination and told him how he died at the hands of Alan, so now this form is only an echo of magic. The protagonist frowned and replied that he understood everything. The man narrowed his eyes, deciding that it was simply a simple innate lack of potential, and asked if fate wasn't cruel. Leon looked at him carefully. The Count decided that it didn't matter, and said that he could still be useful. In the memory, Marvas was sitting on the table during training. The head of the family explained that he was unable to enlist his help. The nobleman reached out for the Necronomicon, the sacred relic of their family, but was unable to master it. The nobleman pursed his lips sadly. The boy frowned, and Rune concluded that he was destined to take a different path. Putting a hand on his shoulder, the man said that he had developed a charm that could turn all the particles of ancestral mana into his magical reserve, adding that he would only be able to partially control such a reserve. The Count smiled and realized that this would help his son strengthen his position as head. The young man looked up and remembered how his father had once said that accepting someone else's mana as his own was very dangerous. The man spread his hand. There was a risk of the mana going out of control at the same time as the mind of the caster was destroyed. The nobleman narrowed his eyes and said that magical energy was marked by its owner, so it was not given to another sorcerer. The heroes looked at each other. The nobleman called his son an exception and asked him to imagine himself as a blank slate. The necromancer frowned and asked what that meant. Rune patted him on the shoulder. The man looked down and said that Lord Velen, the founder of their line, was the only one who possessed the mana of darkness of perfect purity. A clot of energy appeared in his hands. Bright particles swirled around it. The Count sternly knitted his eyebrows and said that his son was blessed with this great gift of their lineage. The mage opened his eyes wide. The magical sphere emitted a bright light. The debris of destroyed buildings fell to the ground. Dark energy engulfed the city. The nobleman looked down at his son and asked him to remember something. Powerful waves of aura surrounded the castle. The sorcerer frowned tensely. Rune smiled contentedly. The man patted the protagonist on the head and noted that their meeting time had come to an end. A huge ball of energy appeared above them. Leon looked up and asked if they would meet again. Raising his eyebrows, the Count answered in the affirmative and said that he still had much to teach him. The aristocrat extended his hand to the magic sphere. The nobleman placed it in his son's chest. The boy's eyes widened in fear and said that he had never felt such an impressive magical power before. A dark haze appeared behind him. A bright light burst out of the amulet on his chest. Frowning, Rune said that this artifact was called Greed and explained that it was capable of absorbing everything in its path in an instant. The man took the pendant in his hand and asked his son not to forget about it. The young man lowered his gaze and promised to remember his words. Cracks appeared on the ground. The Count narrowed his eyes and declared that they would meet again when his heart desired it most. The necromancer bowed and promised to pray that that day would come soon. At that moment, the mage vanished. The nobleman bowed his head and concluded that if fate decreed so, his son would shine like a never-before-seen rising star. Debris fell from the sky around him. The nobleman was upset that he would not see it with his own eyes. Rune looked up and realized that no one knew where this power would lead him. To the rays of glory or to the abyss of destruction. In the depths of his fears there was a thought that it might be the latter option. The boys bent over the young master. The sorcerer lay in his bed under the covers. Pullen frowned worriedly and asked if he was sure he would wake up. Waving his arms, the man worried about the consequences of this illness, and asked how he would look the previous head of the family in the afterlife. Frowning, Marvas asked him to cast aside these pitiful doubts and explained that if his master failed such a simple test, the moment of their reunion would happen sooner than anyone could imagine. Taking his assistant by the hand, Walter agreed with the lion and said that they had no need to worry. Crow frowned and was indignant at the old man for escalating the situation. Dark energy appeared around the protagonist. The demon smiled and understood why the young lord was so late. The boy reached out his hand to the mana and asked what kind of magical power it was. The beast jumped onto the chest of his master. Squinting, the predator said that the young master would return soon and asked his friends to greet the lord properly. Marvas wagged his tail and warned them to be vigilant because he would not return as the child they remembered. Leon's eyes suddenly widened. The heroes stared at him in amazement. The boy looked down. Looking at the pet sitting on him, the young man asked his friend to move because it was hard for him to breathe, but the lion refused. The beast-man was practicing his punching power on dummies. A sheaf of lightning appeared in his hands. The necromancer waved his hand and the soldiers ran forward. The sun was shining over Sylvester Castle. 4 days remained until the war between the noble houses. The knights raised their shields and spears. Alan sat on the throne. The man rose to his feet and concluded that the time had come. The warriors gathered in front of the palace. The Count asked them to pay attention to him. Churchill stood behind his subjects, the aristocrat reporting that very soon the centuries-old history of the once proud Marvas family would sink into oblivion forever. Opening his mouth wide, the nobleman shouted that they would write a new history and called on his subordinates to follow him. The old man frowned sternly as the man standing next to him raised his fist. His body turned into a dark haze. The raven's red eyes lit up. The army moved forward through the foggy cemetery. The scoundrel scratched his beard and decided that they needed to find a weakness in the enemy's formation. Alan looked back and declared that his allies' insight deserved praise. The head of the family narrowed his eyes and replied that this was the least he could offer in exchange for his generosity. Holding the reins of his horse, the man admitted that he was still surprised by something and said that he thought that these sentimental Marvas would be more zealous in guarding the graves of their ancestors. Squinting, the Duke reminded them that this was the house of necromancers, not strategists, and suggested that they did not want to destroy the burial sites. The Count smirked and asked if they were still desperately trying to maintain their former reputation, despite the fact that their greatness had long been trampled into the dirt. Churchill raised his eyebrows and confirmed this. The nobleman turned and asked if he had anything to say. Following him on horseback, the old man answered negatively and suggested that they continue on their way. The cemetery was left behind the army. The nobleman looked ahead tensely. A detachment of the enemy came out to meet him. The protagonist and Walter were sitting on horses. They rode up to the enemy. Leon smiled and was glad that the scoundrel knew how to keep his word. Alan winked and said that he had come to see the weaknesses of the fallen house, and he was met by 100 armed soldiers. The man drew his sword. The Count attacked the head of the family and assumed that this was a performance in his honor. A dark mist burst out from the wound on the Duke's neck. The severed head fell to the ground. Churchill's eyes flashed with fire and said that only the young master had the right to poke him with a sword. His head was enveloped in purple energy. Bright particles surrounded the old man's body. At that moment, a new head appeared on his shoulders. The head of the family smiled and called this experience unique. The nobleman frowned in fear and asked how this was possible. The heroes stood silently opposite each other. The nobleman opened his mouth in anger and shouted that the enemy would answer for his insolence. A huge army gathered in the forest. The villain asked if the enemy really thought he could defeat him with a mere handful of soldiers, and said that this was an insult to the greatness of the Sylvester family. The guy scratched his chin and replied that this was not true at all. The young man smiled slyly and explained that in order to deserve an insult, his enemy must first pose a threat. Alan clenched his teeth angrily. The necromancer raised his hand and asked why he would agree to this fight otherwise. The glowing dust dispersed into the air. A cloud of dark energy appeared under the horse's feet. The magician said that he would do everything to put his opponent in his place. A black puddle appeared on the ground. Suddenly, living dead people burst out of it. The man's eyes widened in horror and asked if this was really necromancy. The magician lowered the corners of his lips and confirmed it. The undead charged. The sorcerer noted that the enemy sounded surprised to encounter them while fighting against Marvas. The Count gripped the reins of his horse tensely. In memory, the nobleman narrowed his eyes and asked what the most unfair thing that could happen to a person was. Velen summoned skeletons in armor. The nobleman replied that this was a meeting with an enemy against whom he had no chance. The villain frowned and said that there was nothing more terrible than that. Alan imagined the mist-shrouded founder of the family, and said that they must always consider the odds. The sorcerer's eyes widened. The living dead rushed to kill the enemy soldiers. The knight pierced one of them with his sword. The protagonist raised his hand and new warriors rushed forward. The commander frowned menacingly and thought that their enemy was an ordinary child and that no matter how much talent he had, he was still not ready for a brutal fight to the death. The warrior broke through the crowd of undead to attack him. Walter came out to meet him. The heroes crossed swords and approached each other. The captain threw the enemy away from himself. The soldier opened his mouth wide and asked who dared to stand in his way. Raising his blade in front of him, the boy asked for forgiveness and explained that it was his duty to not let anyone near the young master. The beast man smiled confidently. The skeletons in armor fought the enemy army. The Count frowned menacingly and ordered a detachment of magicians to join the battle. The wizard summoned bright lightning in front of him. A wave of powerful energy fell on the battlefield. It engulfed all the zombies. The aristocrat raised his weapon in front of him and addressed the vanguard. The nobleman rushed forward on his horse and ordered the assault to begin. The soldiers fought their way through the crowd of the living dead. The protagonist frowned sternly. The enemy army was approaching him. The villain opened his glowing eyes wide and called himself a ruthless man at heart. Leading his troops, Alan said he never thought of his brothers or sisters as soulmates. Leon looked away and said he was not interested in family drama. A dark mist swirled around his hand. The man frowned and explained that the Lord's only child, who had always had everything to be happy, could not compete with him in courage. The Count swung his sword and asked if his opponent was seeking revenge. There were traces of blood on the tip of his blade. The nobleman held it out in front of him and declared that his enemy would die alone with his regrets. On the cover of the book was a red eye. The boy turned down the corners of his lips and concluded that his opponent was wrong about two things. The youth reached out to the book and asked permission to correct it. The eye glowed. A powerful energy enveloped the Necronomicon. The magician cast a mad look at his enemy. The nobleman looked at him, puzzled. The sorcerer opened the book and explained that he did not want revenge at all and that the villain was not strong enough to take his life. A few days ago, there was a camp on the field. The heroes were sitting at the table. The protagonist looked down. Marvas was licking his paw. Lev frowned and said that he had seen worse tricks, but this one was too risky. The demon turned to his master and decided that choosing this area as an operation zone was not a bad idea. Unlike everything else, Leon said that there simply could not be a better plan. The guy frowned and suggested that it would be stupid if, in pursuit of caution, they made an irreparable mistake, when the optimal solution was right under their noses. Crow crossed his arms over his chest and agreed with him. Walter looked at him in surprise when the doppelganger asked if a kitten had the right to give advice. The boy scratched his chin and said that he supported the young master's plan, but also respected the wisdom of the ruler. The beast fell on its side and concluded that they did not care about his opinion. Frowning, Pullen promised to mobilize all the forces that were possible, and said that he could not leave his lord alone on the battlefield. The young man closed his eyes and suggested that they begin to implement the plan. The heroes headed for the exit of the tent. The necromancer asked permission to ask one question. The magician took the amulet in his hands and asked if his friend knew anything about the negative consequences of its use. The pendant sparkled. The predator suggested that its side effect was death. The clone leaned towards his comrade and called him too pessimistic. Marvas frowned and said that this artifact contains a power akin to poison, which is very difficult to maintain. The sorcerer concluded that he still needed the amulet for some specific purpose. The lion closed his eyes and replied that this awaited him in the future. The protagonist was enveloped in a dark haze. The demon decided that he now had enough strength to complete the immediate tasks, and explained that the gift he received was too outstanding for an ordinary vessel. The beast sternly knitted his brows and declared that his potential was a fruit that had yet to ripen. Leon looked at him thoughtfully. Touching him with his paw, the predator reminded him that his loyal followers were also mortal, and suggested that the young master knew better what was on their minds. Introducing a crowd of people, Marvas said that they could turn against their lord at any moment, as happened with Rune, and asked what made the lord believe that these mortals were worth risking everything for. The guy narrowed his eyes tensely. The young man silently opened his mouth. A dark haze enveloped the book. Several clots of energy burst out of it and fell to the ground. The necromancer glanced at his opponent. Alan looked at him from under his brows and asked if the enemy was so sure that he could not take his life. The mage's yellow eyes lit up. The man stared at him in fear. A cloud of purple smoke appeared in front of him. The count opened his mouth in surprise and realized that it was manna flowers of the blackest night with an aura of pure darkness. The sorcerer raised his hand. The nobleman noticed that the enemy was using his power with incredible precision and care, and wondered where he got such skills. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and turned to the loyal servants of the Marvas family wandering in the afterlife. The nobleman frowned tensely and thought that his instincts were screaming at him to interrupt this spell at all costs. The villain swung his sword. Alan turned around and ordered his subordinates to stop the enemy. Leon looked ahead and declared that the true heir of the family was calling the dead to arms to fulfill their duty under his banner. Dozens of living dead emerged from the ground. Their red eyes lit up. The monsters opened their mouths and bared their teeth. The man's face was distorted by a grimace of horror. A huge army of skeletons came out to meet the enemy. Marvas watched everything from a high cliff. The lion frowned with displeasure and said that this child was as wild and disobedient as his predecessor. The stone in the center of the amulet sparkled. The monsters rushed to attack. The brute swung his mace. The demon tore the enemy soldiers apart. The zombie mages summoned clots of dark energy. Bright rays pierced the knights' bodies. The count raised his sword and concluded that they were lured into a trap in the cemetery. Fighting off the living dead, the aristocrat shouted that an entire army of the dead was obeying their enemy. The nobleman frowned in fear. The youth bowed his head. The necromancer clutched his chest. He coughed up blood. Standing nearby, the nobleman called for him to stop immediately and promised to spare him and his subjects. The mage lowered the corners of his lips and said that he did not want to disappoint him. Some time ago, while sitting on the table, the demon asked what made his lord believe that his subjects deserved to risk everything. The beast nudged his master with its paw. Stepping aside, the predator said that he would prefer that the lord refrain from unnecessary risks until his talent was fully developed, and explained that he was about to gain the power that would allow him to spare others. The sorcerer pursed his lips. Marvas flinched when the protagonist called out to him. Leo looked back and smirked. Leon looked at him and asked why he even waited for the fruit to ripen before picking it. The enemy army was routed. A cloud of dust rose into the air. Alan's mouth opened wide. The boy took a step forward. The man fell to his knees in front of him. The count's eyes widened in fear. The youth looked down at him. The clouds thickened in the sky. Drops of rain hit the ground. Behind the young man were the living dead, and behind the nobleman were his fallen soldiers. The nobleman looked down and asked if his opponent's goal was not revenge. The necromancer bowed his head and confirmed it. The scoundrel raised his hand. He grabbed his enemy by the robe and asked if he could ask for mercy. Alan opened his mouth wide and promised that they would never again stand in the way of the House of Marvas and that the Empire would never know of his power. The mage silently raised his eyebrows. His eyes glittered. The sorcerer asked when they had become so close that the enemy would ask him for such mercy. The man frowned and reminded him that revenge only breeds a vicious circle of hatred. The protagonist cast a contemptuous glance at him. The count stared at him in fear. The nobleman opened his mouth furiously and shouted that he was forced to act as the owner of a noble house. The nobleman grabbed the enemy by the knee and said that it was their duty to do everything necessary for their own prosperity. Leon scratched his chin and decided that there was some truth in his words, since the burden of responsibility of the head of the family was very heavy. The scoundrel smiled and said that he did not dare to rush about, and was forced to commit these atrocities under his monstrous oppression. The boy flashed his fiery eyes and added that he did not see a single reason in all this to spare him. Alan asked what this meant. His pupils narrowed. Grabbing his sword, the young man asked him not to see a personal reason in this, and explained that he would take his life based solely on the cold calculation that his continued existence did not benefit the house of Marvis. The necromancer raised his eyebrows and said goodbye to the enemy. The man tensely clenched his teeth. The count threw up his hands and shouted that his opponent would still regret this, but it would be too late. The nobleman declared that the power he was using so carelessly was not a child's play, and the magician immediately cut off his head. Blood splashed in front of his face. The dead nobleman fell to the ground. The living dead scattered into the air. The sorcerer narrowed his eyes and sighed heavily. The protagonist bowed his head and said that he knew it. Leon collapsed. Walter extended his hand to the master and called out to him. Marvis approached him and explained that this was the most common depletion of mana, so everything was fine. Lev determinedly knitted his brows and thought that the talent of the young lord was not inferior to his ancestor. The guy closed his eyes. The demon wondered if he would be able to cope with such enormous potential. The beast looked at him and decided that a monster was maturing inside him that would be impossible to calm. The predator grinned and concluded that this was a risky deal in exchange for every particle of his being. A bloody sword lay next to Alan. Marvis suggested getting back to business. Something flashed on the man's back. Lev frowned and realized that demons had begun to actively interfere in the human world, and this was a bad sign. The count's robe depicted the devil. Pullen and Kirchel ran up to his comrades. The young man opened his eyes. His friends surrounded him. The assistant was glad that the young master had finally come to his senses. The servant laid his head on the bed and apologized for letting him down. The beast asked him to calm down. Crow crossed his arms over his chest and was indignant that the kitten was completely devoid of empathy. The predator warned him that he would not tolerate his nasty insults. Rising from the bed, the necromancer said that everything was fine and praised his comrade for a job well done. Walter raised his eyebrows and informed them that Sylvester was on the verge of collapse after the loss of their leader, and suggested that there was no need to worry about another invasion anytime soon. The butler confirmed this with a clenched fist, and decided that under the young master's wise leadership, their family would be back on its feet. Pullen frowned and worried that another problem was coming. The wizard turned to him and asked what he was talking about. Standing by his bed, the man admitted that he was ashamed to talk about it. The assistant bowed his head and explained that their house was almost completely ruined and that they had a significant debt in their name. The wizard gaped in surprise and asked how this could happen. Marvis frowned and asked if this problem could not be solved by demanding that Sylvester pay reparations. The servant stated that it had been so in the past. The image of the prince appeared above the emperor. It turned out that the ruling family had forbidden any demands for reparations from them. Pullen turned away. The lion asked why they would do that. The man introduced the heads of the noble houses of Rienhofer and Sater, and reminded them that they belonged to the dark forces, like their family, so the imperial family is trying to keep them in check. The protagonist looked at him in confusion. The assistant added that it was likely that the emperor would simply refuse any request for compensation, so as not to let them recover. The demon grabbed his head and was outraged by such a mess. Leon asked how much the debt was at the moment. The servant spread the fingers of one hand. The guy smiled and guessed that it was 5,000 gold. The butler frowned sadly. The youth frowned tensely and asked if it was really 50,000. Pullen silently turned away. The necromancer raised his hand to his chin and said that it couldn't be, deciding that it was almost impossible to cough up 500,000 gold. The man folded his hands and said that the young master was right, and the mage asked why. The assistant raised his head and said that their family's total debt was 500,000 gold. The sorcerer opened his mouth in amazement, and imagined himself a beggar. Someone pursed his lips. Sitting on his horse, Richard was glad to finally be in the lands of Marvis. The stranger approached him and said that she was glad to see him. Carlin confidently knitted her brows. The boy looked at her in amazement, and said that they had long ago repaid the debt to her. Putting her hand on her belt, the girl explained that she would not have come all this way for this and asked her comrade not to worry, since he was not the debtor. Frowning, the novice asked for forgiveness and told him that he had not yet fully recovered from the consequences of interacting with those who collect debts. The woman winked and said that for this very reason they strongly recommend clients to read all the fine print. The founder of the school turned away and suggested that they end the conversation there. The wizard went further and assumed that they wanted to meet the same person. Standing in front of the young master's bed, Pullen announced the amount of the debt. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. There was a knock on the closed door of the room. The man looked back. The assistant went to the door and said that he would see who had come. Leon's eyes widened tensely. Marvis approached him and asked what was the matter. The boy hoped that everything was fine. The servant returned and said that they had guests. The young man raised his eyebrows and asked how many there were. The butler frowned and replied that there were only 2. The necromancer narrowed his eyes suspiciously. There was a cup of tea on the table. Richard took it in his hand. The boy took a sip and thanked the noble house for their hospitality. Carlin introduced herself. The heroes gathered at one table. The magician looked at the guests and greeted them. The novice smiled. The girl slyly frowned. Walter looked back and asked if this was a good idea. The demon wondered the same thing. Crow crossed his arms and said that their lord was stronger than he looked, so they should not be afraid. The woman crossed her legs and said that they had heard rumors of their victory in the territorial war. Closing her eyes, the leader of the gang congratulated the lord on this, and hoped that they had enough war spoils to pay off their debts. Pullen brought his hand to his mouth and whispered that they should take into account the fact that at the time of the loan, their family was in a terribly low account with creditors. The sorcerer asked how much exactly they needed to pay. The protagonist frowned. The man said that most of the debt would have to be paid to this particular guest. The criminal looked at the young master. The southern branch of the Sleepers organization, which she led, was the largest group on the continent. Looking down, Leon realized that these were the worst people they could possibly find online, and remembered that if a borrower failed to meet his payment obligations, he was sold to black magicians for experiments. Putting her fingers together, the moneylender was surprised that he was familiar with the intricacies of their work, and suggested that they get straight to the point. The guy frowned and once again asked for the current payment amount. Carlin narrowed her eyes contemptuously. The girl took a document out of her inside pocket, and said that they were forced to insist on immediate payment of at least 10% of the debt. The woman put the paper on the table and reminded him of the 30% annual interest on the principal amount. Her eyes lit up, and the gang leader advised the young gentleman to pay as soon as possible. A drop of sweat rolled down the young man's cheek. Sitting at the table, the necromancer wondered where he could get 400,000 gold, and thought about the fact that every year another 120,000 was added to the debt amount. Looking ahead, the mage asked who could have signed such an absurd contract. Pullen bowed his head and replied that it was his father. The sorcerer closed his eyes and imagined Rune smiling sheepishly. The founder of the school raised his hand and asked his ally not to press so hard and to let the lord enjoy his victory in the war for a while. The criminal smirked, and the wizard doubted that the young master had such an unaffordable sum on hand. Throwing a crazy look at him, the moneylender asked why he was interfering in business negotiations, and said that she hated it most when she was interrupted in the middle of a conversation with a client. Richard smiled awkwardly. Carlin asked who knew what price one would have to pay for careless words and whether it would result in death. The protagonist's mouth fell open in surprise. The boy rose from the table and replied that he understood everything. The novice headed for the door and promised to return when they were finished. The girl was upset at the waste of good tea. Leon looked down in worry, not knowing what to say to him. The boy looked ahead, but the woman interrupted him and suggested that he think twice before asking for a delay or talking about not having enough funds. The leader of the gang leaned on her hand and said that she had heard that from his father too many times. The boy asked if they should kill her. Marvis, sitting behind, asked the young master not to even think about it. The criminal smirked. The lion explained that this was not an enemy that left him any chance, and warned that his master could be torn to pieces in a second. The necromancer frowned in displeasure. Crow, standing nearby, concluded that at this rate they would become beggars, and was disappointed in the contractor. Pullen lowered his head and said that the late Rune had acted with the best intentions. Clenching his fist, Walter declared that they would find a way out and expressed confidence in the young master's ingenuity. The mage looked down thoughtfully. The moneylender smiled when the sorcerer called out to her. The protagonist sternly knitted his brows and asked her to have mercy on them. Carlin's eyes widened in amazement. The boys stared at their lord in shock. The beastman smiled awkwardly and wondered what it meant. There were paintings on the wall in the corridor. Richard looked up. Standing in front of Velen's portrait, the boy concluded that the journey he had made was worth meeting this person. In his memory, the heroes stood opposite each other. A powerful aura enveloped Leon. Walking along the corridor, the novice thought that he had sensed the enormous supply of mana circulating inside the young master, and wished to persuade him to join the magic school. The founder smiled and concluded that it would be a great success for the academy. The wizard crossed his arms and decided that there must be some way to gain his favor. Light particles appeared in his hand. Richard was enveloped in a magical barrier. A crystal ball appeared in front of him. The boy looked into it. The old man reflected in the sphere asked the headmaster not to disappear so suddenly, because the academy was in chaos due to his absence. The novice smiled and promised to explain himself some other time, because something else was important now. The professor raised his eyebrows and asked what they were talking about. The founder of the school closed his eyes and asked if they had any extra gold coins. The man scratched his head silently. Carlin tilted her head and asked if the young master really thought the sleepers were some kind of gang of thugs, since he was asking her to have mercy. A spark appeared on the tip of her finger. The flash broke the protagonist's cup. The girl narrowed her eyes slyly and declared that they were more calculating than one might think. The tea spilled over the table. Walter drew his sword and asked how the guest dared to threaten his lord. The woman smirked and said that only those who failed to fulfill their loan obligations would know their wrath. Leon looked at her carefully. the leader of the gang asked if everything was clear to him. The guy lowered the corners of his lips and replied that they had no gold. The criminal frowned and asked what that meant. The young man raised his eyebrows and replied that their treasury was empty. Carlin looked at him in confusion. The girl rose to her feet and understood why the Lord was shaking like a frightened puppy. She was engulfed in flames. The woman decided to personally demonstrate what happens to those who do not pay their bills. The necromancer's eyes widened in shock. Richard burst into the office and asked his ally to stop. The heroes turned and looked at him. The boy frowned sternly. The novice raised his hand in front of the moneylender and urged her not to even think about harming the future young talent of Aramit. The magician raised his eyebrows in confusion. Walter gaped in amazement. The beast man closed his eyes and said that, as expected, the young master had a plan. The sorcerer narrowed his eyes and asked what this meant. The leader of the gang frowned in displeasure. The founder of the school approached the Lord. The criminal closed her eyes and sighed. The protagonist's eyes widened tensely. His subordinates looked at him carefully. Leon asked them to leave and explained that they needed to settle this in private. Sitting in front of the guests, the boy asked if the academy was really willing to pay 10% of his debt on the condition that he officially enrolled. The youth looked up and wondered if this was true. The wizard closed his eyes and confirmed it. Richard put the cup on the table. The boy raised his hand and remembered that in the recent territorial war with Sylvester, the young lord had definitely used necromancy. The mage frowned and asked where he had gotten that information. The acolyte said that they would not have won the battle otherwise. The moneylender was drinking tea. The founder of the school assumed that she thought the same, which was why she had come here. Carlin smirked and called him sneaky. Lowering her mug, the girl answered in the affirmative and explained that she had come out to hunt because she thought her client had regained the former power of this family. The sorcerer raised his eyebrows and asked if she really thought they had enough money to pay off their debts yet. The woman raised her index finger and admitted that she had thought so. Covering her mouth with her hand, the leader of the gang said that she did not believe that the young lord would be able to pay right now and suggested that they put off this conversation for later. Marvis grinned and thought about what she needed for the interest to increase the amount of the debt. The protagonist looked to the side and realized that one guest wanted to hire him, and the other guest wanted to get paid. Leon sternly knitted his eyebrows and said that he did not understand their confidence, because the power of the great necromancer might not return. The guy explained that other aristocrats or mercenaries could help him. The criminal closed her eyes and reminded that it costs a lot of money. Sitting next to her, the wizard doubted that this war could be won with money. Richard smiled and said that he thought of necromancy first of all for this very reason. The young man narrowed his eyes tensely. The moneylender smiled and decided that even if he had the slightest bit of Velen's original powers, then getting close to the as yet unrecognized genius of the continent was a good investment. The magician frowned and assumed that his debt would not go away anyway. Carlin's brows furrowed slightly. The girl put her hand in her pocket and answered affirmatively, explaining that debts were no joke. The woman pulled out a revolver. The gang leader pointed the weapon at the young lord. Raising his hand, the boy asked permission to speak with the young master alone and stated that this talent was absolutely indispensable for Aramit. Putting the revolver back, the criminal agreed and warned that collecting debts was her priority. The moneylender headed for the exit of the office. The novice smiled and said that they had barely gotten out of it. The sorcerer narrowed his eyes and said that he still did not trust him. A powerful aura enveloped the founder of the school. The protagonist concluded that he was not a human at all. A smirk appeared on the wizard's face. Richard raised his hand and decided that the same could be said about him. The boy pointed his finger at Marvis and realized that the Lord had contacted one of the 72 demons. The lion smiled and was surprised that someone could see him without any contracts. The fur on his back stood on end. The beast took on its true form and asked who the guest really was. Horns appeared on the head of the novice, and a tail grew behind his back. The founder of the school folded his hands on the table. With wide eyes, the predator realized that it was a dragon, and said that it seemed to him that they all died during the anti-magic war. Leon raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what this meant. Marvis answered that one look at the horns and tail makes everything clear. The wizard narrowed his eyes slyly and asked why one of the 72 demons suddenly approached the man. Waves of energy swirled around him. Richard assumed that it was somehow connected with the first chapter. Looking ahead, the guy asked the guest not to worry and explained that his comrade was different from other demons and was on the side of humanity. Frowning, the lion confirmed this and stated that he did not share the views of his brothers. The boy raised his hand and concluded that in that case he had no reason to interfere in human squabbles. The youth opened his eyes wide and asked permission to ask a question. Sitting in front of the guests, the necromancer inquired what was required of him besides joining Eremita, and stated that he should know what he signed up for. The novice smiled and told him that their academy was created for hermits. People in robes used magic. The founder of the school said that he would pay the Lord for membership, and he in turn should strive to become stronger. The magician bowed his head and asked if that was all. The beast said that he did not believe him, and asked the guest to lay it out as it was. The wizard closed his eyes and said that he would have told them about it without their pressure. His blue eyes lit up. The dragon added that a student of their academy has no right to join any other school for any money. The sorcerer raised his eyebrows in surprise. Richard said that these were all the conditions. The predator's eyes widened and he asked if this was done to suppress the competition. The boy put his hand under his robe and said that this was only one of the reasons. The acolyte pulled out the devil's badge. The founder of the school presented hooded men against it, and stated that in addition to Aramith, there were 2 more prestigious schools, one of which worshipped demons. Marvaz's eyes widened in shock and he concluded that they were up to something bad after all. Baring his fangs, the lion was angry that he had not awakened earlier and asked what they were trying to achieve. The wizard bowed his head. Purple flames ignited in the monster's chest. The dragon reported that the villains wanted to revive the demon lord Baal. The winged monsters surrounded the people from all sides during the first full-scale battle. Esteban leaned on his staff. It was in that war that the king found eternal peace. The man clutched a weapon in his hands. Golden rays spread across the ground from him. Chains appeared under the demon's feet. They fettered and immobilized the bodies of the enemies. The monsters opened their mouths in fury. They were engulfed in a dark aura. The Necronomicon opened. Velen raised it high into the air. The founder of the family slammed the book shut. The necromancer looked sternly ahead. The winged creatures fell to the ground. Sitting at the table, Richard told about how during this brutal battle the monarch managed to seal Baal. A cloud of energy appeared in his hand. The boy added that over time the seal weakened. The chain in front of him dissipated into the air. The novice said that the devil could awaken at any moment. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and asked if His Majesty had lost his mind. Leon remembered how Esteban rolled his eyes and asked if they were talking about him. Nodding, the founder of the school confirmed this and explained that demons can always find a loophole. Marva smirked when the wizard decided that the young lord knew this himself. The boy imagined the beam of energy piercing the elf's chest and realized that a great many representatives of other races had died in that war. The young man looked up and asked if this was the reason why the guest did not want him to join another school. Smiling, the dragon answered in the affirmative and expressed confidence that the young lord would discover many new things in Eremita. Sitting on the table, the lion reminded him that this required a lot of money. Richard confirmed that they would not be able to solve their financial problems forever. Narrowing his eyes, the necromancer asked if there was any way to earn money regularly, and concluded that a debt of 500,000 gold was a rather problematic burden. The boy scratched his chin thoughtfully. The novice smiled and stated that there was one way. Carlin stood in front of the Adventurers Guild. The founder of the school decided that they could help. The wizard raised his eyebrows and told him that his friend would be able to earn 1,000 gold pieces per order if he earned the gold badge. The shocked wizard presented a bag full of gold. The sorcerer bowed and asked the guest to put in a good word for him with the head of the organization. Marvas called him pathetic. Crow crossed his arms over his chest and urged him not to even think about insulting the lord who simply succumbed to the moment. The lion asked why he thought so. The doppelganger frowned and said that the old man said so. The beast closed his eyes and hit himself on the forehead. The dragon looked at the door and expressed confidence that the moneylender was eavesdropping on them. Carlin pursed her lips. Richard asked her for help. The girl opened the door and called her ally too perceptive. The woman approached the protagonist and saw his pet. The boy rose to his feet and introduced her to the demon. The predator smiled contentedly. The gang leader put her hand to her forehead and said that their meetings brought only trouble. The novice innocently closed his eyes. Clouds floated above the forest. The heroes walked along the path. The criminal was indignant that she had come to accompany them. The founder of the school looked back and decided that this was the least she could do to get her debt repaid. Leon asked what an adventurer's guild was. Sitting on his shoulder, Marva said that he was also interested because there was no such thing in the past. The moneylender lowered her gaze and explained that it was a place where people went with various errands. The squad attacked the monster. Carlin told them that they could take group orders and split the profits between the group members. The knight threw them a handful of coins. The girl added that they could work for themselves, but weaklings die on their first mission. Lev frowned and concluded that it was a lamp for moths, where they'd burn. Looking away, the wizard said that everything was not so bad, and explained that the Adventurers Guild was not a good place, but not a bad one either. The dragon introduced a man in a robe and said that with their recommendation, one could easily get a job as a knight or a magician even in another country, so this was the most profitable job for those who knew something. The guy frowned and asked to tell him more about the gold badge and ranks. Richard looked back and asked his ally to do this. The woman was indignant that she was constantly being pushed around. The gang leader looked down and explained that there were 5 ranks in the guild. Copper, silver, gold, platinum and titanium badges appeared. The young man looked ahead attentively. The criminal said that by receiving a rank, a person gains access to missions that pay accordingly. The necromancer looked away and suggested that the best option for earning money was the titanium rank. Smiling, the boy confirmed this and warned that it was almost impossible to get it, so there was no point in even mentioning it. The knight attacked the dragon. There were hardly a dozen holders of the titanium badge on the entire continent, and the tasks they were assigned were valued at tens of thousands of gold. The heroes approached the fortress. The novice said that there were not many such rich customers in the world. A city was visible beyond the gates. The guys approached the guards. Having handed one of them a note, Carlin said that the young lord should at least take a copper badge first, and explained that the laws of the empire make it a bit difficult for newcomers to advance. The heroes entered the city. the founder of the school asked his ally not to escalate. A mug of beer was depicted on the sign. The wizard entered the tavern and offered his friend to start with a small test. The magician opened his mouth in surprise and asked if this was really the Adventurers Guild. The heroes stopped in front of the hall in which people were sitting. The sorcerer looked around. The stranger pursed her lips. She was holding a cup. The girl looked away and concluded that problematic clients had arrived. She looked away and brought the cup to her mouth. The heroes walked through the room one after another. The man lowered his chin when he spoke to his comrade. Carlin stared straight ahead. Suddenly, the hooded man looked away. Sitting at the table, the fighter asked if that was Carlin, to which his comrade replied that it looked like it. The visitors turned their heads towards the girl and said that she was looking at them with greedy eyes, and that they didn't want to borrow money from someone like that. A satisfied grin was visible on Richard's face, and no one understood what she had forgotten in the guild building, and whether the head of the Eremita school was walking next to her. Looking away, the man said that this handsome man was so young, and already the head of a magic school. Raising a wooden mug to his mouth, the warrior noted that even his beer had gone sour because of them, after which he added that this world was unfair. Suddenly, the guy turned his head back. The senior acolyte of the prestigious magic tower smiled and expressed the opinion that it seemed to him that everyone here hated him. The head of the southern branch of the criminal organization looked back and said that it was time to stop chatting and move faster, after which she added that they should not care about people like them. Leon walked behind the lady and asked about the location of the person they were looking for. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that he did not feel the presence of any incredibly strong people in this place, and Marvas objected that this was not so. The magical beast smiled and asked if the contractor did not feel the mana aimed at them at all. Suddenly, the pupils of the necromancer's companion lit up brightly. The guy was carrying a backpack on his shoulders and walking behind the others. The end of the demon's tail was painted red. At the same second, the protagonist closed his eyes. Bright magical waves appeared under the hero's feet. With bulging pupils, the new head of the clan cried out that it seemed to him that he was starting to feel. A moment later, a girl with a sword on her back attacked him. The stranger began to take the weapon out of its sheath. In response, Carlin grabbed the gun with her fingers. The demon sitting on Leon's shoulder suddenly jumped high into the air. The visitors opened their mouths in bewilderment. The protagonist's eyes began to emit a glow. Holding the hand cannon in front of her, the head of the southern branch of the criminal organization noticed that her rival had become more aggressive since their last meeting. Riley's pupils visibly narrowed in alarm. Turning her head back, the head of the guild remembered that she had already asked not to call her by name so thoughtlessly. Looking in the direction of her interlocutor, the lady called out to her. Approaching the stranger, the necromancer asked if she was the strongest here. Putting her sword in its sheath, Riley apologized and noted that she did not remember giving him her word, and then clarified who he was. Marvas lowered his eyebrows and thought that this was a real monster, and perhaps even more powerful than everyone present. The magical beast sat on its owner's shoulder as he said his name, and said that he was the head of the clan. Leon narrowed his eyes and noticed that this was his name. Walter was standing near the front door. It seemed like the heroes were sitting at the table. Riley, holding a cup with her fingers, said that she had heard rumors that the head of the Marvas clan had changed. Carlin and Richard looked at their interlocutor carefully. The main character sat with his lips closed, and the head of the Adventurers Guild was surprised that he was so small. He put his hand on his knee, and the head of the southern branch of the criminal organization said that his magical potential was incredible, and she could vouch for it. The sorceress clarified that the aristocrat had forgotten adventurers in their humble abode, to which the senior acolyte of the prestigious magic tower closed his eyes and replied that he had been forced by circumstances. Slightly lowering her chin, the girl noted that it was no less strange that he was traveling with a demon, and then added that Carlin's friends were getting stranger and stranger. Raising his paw, Marvas shouted that she should immediately apologize to the contractor, and their foot supported his words. Putting his finger up, the guy said that even the cat began to sound reasonable for once, to which he got angry, and Leon explained that he really did have reasons, because he had debts to pay. Tilting his head forward, the protagonist said that this is exactly why he was looking for work here. The leader of the southern branch of the criminal gang, clasping her palms together, asked if the most tempting thing about the Adventurers Guild was that he could work anonymously. The girl said there was no reason to refuse him, while Richard closed his eyes and asked for a chance. Holding the saucer in her hands, Riley remarked that the two of them were very persuasive, then added that it was possible to die on missions. Looking straight ahead, the necromancer said that death was the faithful companion of the House of Marvas, and besides, he had already been informed of this. Frowning, the protagonist supposed that there was no worse fate than not paying off his debt to Carlin anyway. Lowering her eyelids, the leader of the Adventurers Guild noted that this was true, and then agreed to give him a chance. Suddenly, the girl began to pour out the contents of the cup. Cells began to form on the table. At that moment, a pattern of magical lines appeared on the floor. The contractor dropped his jaw in confusion. A sharp fawn was visible in the demonic beast's mouth, and he said that it was some kind of teleportation magic, and also a rather complex compound formula that was recreated with great ease. Riley's cheeks visibly reddened, while Marvas declared that this meant that this sorceress was extremely gifted. A moment later, stone knights appeared, standing next to each other. It turned out that the table at which the heroes were sitting had been transferred to another room. The head of the Adventurers Guild took a confident step forward. Grinning, the sorceress said that the entrance test was quite simple. Raising her palms, the lady explained that among the statues presented, only one contained mana and was real, after which she added that it needed to be found. The outlines of knightly armor were visible on the sculptures' bodies, and the strongest of the guild said that 30 minutes were allotted to complete the task, and if the test was failed, the participant would return home. Raleigh asked if Leon was ready, to which he nodded and replied that he would try. Looking away, the girl said that she was starting the countdown, and then asked Carlin to prepare the hourglass. Closing her eyes, the head of the southern branch of the criminal organization said that she was tired of this, but said that she would help only this once. Suddenly, a giant hourglass appeared high in the air. The protagonist walked between two rows of statues. At the same second, the contractor raised his head up. Folding his arms, the sorceress noted that these sculptures were very nimble. A moment later, it seemed as if the stone knight swung his sword. The sculptures rushed to attack the protagonist, and the head of the Adventurers Guild advised him to prepare for battle. A trace of the warrior's swing remained in the air. The necromancer flew high from the powerful blow. Stone fragments began to fly in different directions. Suddenly, Leon turned his gaze back. The protagonist bent his body down when they tried to attack him from behind. Carlin clenched her teeth in alarm. Standing next to her, Richard asked her if she thought Raleigh had made the test too difficult, then added that even experienced wizards would have a hard time passing it. Watching the necromancer fight the stone warriors, the girl noted that his talent was outstanding, but he was still too young. Lowering her chin, Carlin said that in her opinion, this guy was a youth who knew too well what happened to the weak and innocent. Her eyes glowed brightly, and she noted that although his chances were small, she suggested that he just watch for now. Marvas watched what was happening and thought that the statues themselves were not particularly strong, but finding a real golem was almost impossible. The silhouette of the animated knight was illuminated around him, and the demonic beast mentally said that the mana embedded in him was too insignificant. The man put his fingers to his chin and remarked that it was a difficult task, then added that even a dumb lion could understand that the contractor would fight. The magical pet frowned and remained silent. The stone statues attacked Leon from different sides. A drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's cheek, and Marvas wondered what the contractor would do. Looking ahead, Raleigh thought that accepting such a child into the guild would be too risky. The sculptures ran to the center of the room, and the leader of the Adventurers Guild realized that even great talents could break these lands. Suddenly, it seemed as the protagonist pushed off the ground with his foot. The contractor landed behind the golem. His eyes began to emit a glow. On the head of the stone statue was a helmet with holes. At the same second, flashes of magic appeared on the protagonist's palms. A bright eye could be seen through the golem's mask. Streams of dark energy spread behind the necromancer. A moment later, all the statues stopped in place. Looking straight ahead, Leon assumed that this option would be the most effective. The observer's pupils bulged in bewilderment. Placing his paws on his companion's head, the demonic beast asked the contractor not to tell him this. A bright flash of light was visible above the protagonist's palms, and he said that Lord Marvas himself taught him that he would not always have an abundance of black magic spells at his disposal. Sharp blades appeared in the air, and the necromancer noted that he needed to be able to cope with what he had. Lowering his chin, the protagonist summoned spears of darkness. The guy's comrades widened their eyes in alarm. Carlin and Richard began to smile contentedly, at the same time realizing that these were the very same spears of darkness. Suddenly, the magic blades rushed forward. Powerful streams of energy struck down all of the stone knights. A small fragment began to bounce off the floor. It seemed that Leon was standing in front of the destroyed golems. With his jaw dropped, the magical pet exclaimed that one could go crazy. The girl reached out her fingers to the fragment of cobblestone, and said that his mana reserve and control were impressive. Clenching her hand tightly into a fist, Carlin noted that the purpose of the test was still to find the statue in which mana was invested. Turning her head back, the head of the southern branch of the criminal organization assumed that he had failed the test after all. A smile appeared on Richard's face, and he declared that he had only one way to pass the test. The guy's eyes began to glow brightly, and he exclaimed that if the protagonist guessed to use this method, he simply had to get it in Eremita. The lady's face was almost invisible behind her hair. Closing his eyes, the contractor asked the wandering spirit of the underworld to listen to him. A funnel of dark magic began to form under his feet, and he exclaimed that he wanted the call of a direct descendant of the Marvas family to be heard. Suddenly, the corners of the protagonist's lips turned down. Looking at the stone fragments, the necromancer ordered the golem to open its eyes and rise. At that very second, the room began to shake violently. The shards of cobblestone gradually came together. Raleigh's eyes widened in surprise. Carlin clenched her teeth in anxiety. Richard grinned happily, thinking that Leon had a plan from the very beginning. In the middle of the room, a whole golem was assembled from pieces of concrete, and the senior acolyte of the prestigious magic tower realized that mana is identical to life force, which means that a creature not filled with it is considered alive, so after killing it, it can be raised by necromantic spells. Carlin's jaw dropped in confusion, and her partner wondered how many people could come up with such a solution, and then exclaimed that he thought this guy would go far beyond all expectations. Clenching her fist, the girl admitted that this man was an outstanding sorcerer. The golem's eyes glowed brightly, and the leader of the southern branch of the criminal organization explained that she originally thought that the most impressive thing about him was his mana, but he also found such an incredible use for it in a short time. Riley slightly tilted her head down. Taking one step forward, the leader of the Adventurers Guild asked him how he managed to do it. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist explained that he only killed them all and raised the only living creature, and nothing more. Looking at the interlocutor, the lady clarified why the contractor thought that he was alive, to which he replied that according to his knowledge of golems, they are considered alive. Suddenly, the protagonist raised his finger. Pointing at the stone warrior standing in front of him, the necromancer declared that he was the real one, because he had mana. At the same moment, the heroes raised their heads up. The last grains of sand fell inside the clock, and Leon asked if he had passed the test. Riley closed her eyes and exclaimed that he was just something, to which he objected that this was not so at all, because the logic of tactical thinking was the minimum that the head of a noble house was supposed to have. Raising his hand, the head of the Adventurers Guild said that he had managed to pass, so he would give him a silver membership badge, after which she added that bronze was too weak for the owner of such enormous power. Carlin was surprised that Riley gave him a silver badge from the start, and Richard closed his eyes and noted that he had made many discoveries during this journey. The demonic beast closed his eyes contentedly, and said that it was not surprising considering who his master was when someone said that the great Marvas had a very outstanding contractor, and asked him to accept congratulations. The man opened his mouth in anger, and screamed that the wool could not even accept a compliment with dignity, and then asked what use this useless creature was. Leon stared ahead. A man began to emerge from the wall. Walter's eyes widened in confusion, and he thought about golems. A stone giant appeared in the middle of the room, and the beast man mentally said that most of their kind were of magical origin. A squirrel was jumping on the forest monster's leg, and the demonic wolf noted that there were cases when a real living entity with a core turned into a golem. Raising his fist to his body, the protagonist's vassal realized that by using this unique feature as a basis, Lord Leon was able to find a real golem among those molded using magic. The protagonist closed his lips, and his servant thought that he knew his lordship could handle it. Narrowing her eyes, Riley stated that she had to admit that this case was unprecedented. Standing in front of the necromancer, the leader of the Adventurers Guild admitted that she did not like to admit it, but he had everything he needed, to which he thanked her. Putting his fingers to his chin, the protagonist asked to know what the average fee for a silver badge mission would be, to which his pet thought that he had a very big thirst for money. Squinting, Richard noted that they did not hear a greeting or farewell, and Carlin explained that it depended on the specific mission, but she guessed about 300 gold on average. The leader of the southern branch of the criminal organization smirked and remarked that, compared to the amount of the principal debt, he would do well to hurry up and earn a gold badge. A drop of sweat trickled down Leon's cheek. Richard closed his eyes and said that it was a good start, then admitted that he thought it would take years before the guild leader would condescend to a silver badge for a newbie, and the girl said that stability was her credo. Riley lowered her eyelids and said that he would receive his first mission and accompanying instructions tomorrow, and then added that for now she suggested that he return and rest. Bowing, the protagonist thanked the leader of the Adventurers Guild for her time. Suddenly, the girl waved her fingers in the air. The stone fragments began to shake. The boulder fragments began to gather into one whole. At the same second, more golems stood behind the heroes. The stone statues stood facing each other. Walter dropped his jaw and was surprised that she restored the golems with a snap of her fingers. The lady walked forward with her lips pressed together, and the beastman exclaimed that the amount of mana was already impressive, but the control was no less amazing, after which he added that he knew that the guild leader was a real monster. Turning his head back, Richard noted that if that was all, he would call a break. The sorceress was sitting on a chair in the middle of her room. Suddenly, the strongest of the guild turned her gaze to the floor. A memory of Leon launching magical spears of darkness appeared. Lowering her chin, the sorceress admitted that she thought that this would be the end of the test, but the candidate suddenly discovered a completely unprecedented method that ultimately allowed him to pass the test. In the middle of the crowd of stone statues, there was one with glowing eyes, and it turned out that the task of recognizing a golem that was filled with life force was indeed not difficult for the young lord. Folding her hands, Riley remembered that at the end he seemed to hesitate, and although it was only for a moment, it was unclear why. Looking up, the girl said that it was done in order to hide the power. At the same moment, the head of the Adventurers Guild stood up from her chair. Turning her head towards the window, the sorceress thought about how the Marvas family had always stood on the verge of life and death, and after a long fall, they finally got the monster. Opening the door, the lady began to talk about what worried her the most. The moon was shining brightly in the night sky. Imagining the bright lifeless eyes of the protagonist, the strongest of the guild said that they were what worried her the most. Leaning her hands on the railing of the balcony, Riley did not understand where his gaze was directed, and what was he thinking about. It seemed like the heroes were sitting around the table. Grasping a paper scroll with her fingers, the leader of the Adventurers Guild, said that this was the first mission of a silver member of the guild. Suddenly, the girl extended her hand forward. Unfolding the document, Leon said that it was about the head of the religious sect of Ardenism, a fan of Arden. Lowering his gaze, the main character said that he needed to find and capture this priest. Turning her head towards her partner, the lady noted that this was exactly so, and then added that Kelisai was a city located south of the capital. It seemed like the priest was reaching out to the buildings in the city, and the sorceress explained that rumors of his corrupt excesses were already circulating around the world, after which she asked him to complete the mission with all diligence, after which he would be able to receive 100 gold coins. Looking ahead, Carlin asked if she was being too harsh on the newbie. At the same time, the strongest of the guild furrowed her brows. Folding her arms, Raleigh declared that given his skills he could handle it. Richard closed his eyes and asked if that meant that there would be deadly traps, then added that it didn't matter since this was a mission that promised advancement. Leon lowered his chin and agreed, then declared that he would try his best. The leader of the Adventurers Guild pointed out that if he failed, he would be demoted to bronze rank, to which he closed his eyes and replied that it was fair. Turning her head to the side, the sorceress said that the other two partners could help him as much as they could, to which Carla indignantly cried out that she was not some kind of cheapskate to help a little boy. Smiling, the senior acolyte of the prestigious magic tower exclaimed that he would do it with pleasure, because it was an honor for them to see everything that the young lord was capable of, when suddenly the girl clarified whether her opinion was now taken into account. Bending his body down, the protagonist thanked Richard and Carlin, and then said that his father taught him that any help should be accepted with gratitude. The head of the southern branch of the criminal organization widened her eyes in bewilderment. Smiling broadly, the contractor's partner exclaimed that it was well said, and that my lord knew how to deal with people well, and Marvas did not understand what was surprising about this, because bending mortals to one's will was an innate gift for any demonic race. Walter looked away and noticed that the lord was a man, not a demon. Suddenly, the magical beast frowned angrily. The beastman's pupils suddenly narrowed in fear. Putting his fists on his knees, the necromancer promised that he would not let them down, and then said that they desperately needed the money now. A view of a bright, spacious temple opened up. The girls sat in front of the bull, clasping their palms together. The priest watched them from the side. Lowering his chin, the old man asked his daughters for forgiveness. The reflection of shadows was visible on the surface of the water. The silhouettes of the two ladies were blurry, and their father thought about the fact that only one of them would rise as a divine miracle maiden who embodied the blessing of the holy will of the Creator. The water images approached each other, and the minister of the church realized that in order not to interfere with the sun, the only one in the rise, the second was doomed to oblivion. The reflection merged, and the priest mentally said that eventually the two would become one. The girl's eyes began to glow brightly. The liquid in the cup swirled, and the priest realized that in order to accomplish this, one would have to die. The daughters were kneeling in front of the cup. The silhouette of a fair-haired girl appeared, and it turned out that the faith on the continent was basically divided into two opposing teachings, one of which was addressed to the goddess who created this world and the one who was behind the creation of the philosopher's stone. The servants of the temple worshipped a stone statue, and it was said that her name was the winged goddess Arden, and she was worshipped by the entire Arden church, namely the servants of the church. A creature with a goat's head was holding a man in her hands, and it became clear that the second teaching was addressed to the devil and his army of 72 demons, including Baal. On the wall was a drawing of a beast's head with glowing eyes, and this turned out to be a cult of the resurrection of the devil. A man was seen moving away from the crowd of churchmen, and it turned out that, with the exception of a few outcasts of the human race, most were inclined to the faith of Arden. People were reaching out to the priest, and it was said that among them were the chosen ones, whom the goddess had endowed with divine power. The girl's hair was fluttering in the wind, and it became clear that these were holy maidens revered throughout the continent who performed miracles. The carriage moved forward along the road. The driver looked ahead intently. Suddenly, the man looked to the side. Inside the carriage, Leon was sitting with his assistants. The protagonist's demonic beast lay on his lap. The man wrapped his fingers around the handle of his mug and asked if they wanted him to take them to Kelisai. The contractor's team stood in front of him. Lowering his chin, the man apologized and explained that it was difficult to get there because of all the religious unrest, after which he added that even pilgrims had stopped visiting this place. The coachman asked why in the name of all that was holy they were going there, to which Richard grinned and thoughtfully said that it was a long and tedious story. Suddenly the senior acolyte of the prestigious magic tower turned to Miss Carlin, to which she closed her eyes wearily, and began to speak. The girl clutched the cloth bag tightly with her fingers. At the same moment, the head of the southern branch of the criminal organization threw it on the table. Gold coins scattered all over the surface, and the lady declared that she was sure that the gold explained everything he needed to know, after which she added that if it did not, they would be happy to find someone else. The coachman's pupils immediately narrowed in alarm, while the ruthless moneylender remarked that she was sure that there were more unpretentious drivers. Clutching the bag of money to his body, the man exclaimed that if safety was guaranteed, he would be happy to drive them. The driver closed his lips in resignation and thought that the glitter of gold had clouded his mind for a moment, but now he was unsure. The view opened up to the half-ruined city of Calisi, which had become an unfortunate victim of the religious strife that had swept across this land. The townspeople were stretching out their hands to the priest, and it turned out that the newly minted cardinal had sworn to protect the archbishop, but in the end he could not withstand the pressure that had fallen upon him. A drop of sweat ran down the driver's cheek, and he thought that all this had happened because of the holy power. The silhouette of a girl was visible in the shadows, and the man said in his mind that the long absence of the new saint who worked miracles had become a sentence for the shaken faith in Arden. The driver held the reins with both hands and thought that at this rate the rumors of the disappearance of the divine blessing from the face of the earth would only get stronger. At that moment, the man looked up. Sitting inside the carriage, Leon noted that as far as he understood, their goal was to expose Archbishop Cardon's crimes of corruption, and then asked if that was all. Walter bowed his head slightly, stating that even that sounded problematic enough, to which Marvas replied that he cared little for this holy rabble. The protagonist stroked the demonic beast with his palm while it said that it should not bother him at all, because in his current power, all these good manners were nothing compared to. Richard looked away and admitted that he hoped that would be the case, and then added that over the centuries of imprisonment of the ruler, the human species had become much stronger. The symbol on the assistant's forehead glowed brightly when the senior acolyte of the prestigious magic tower said that not enough to defeat them, but they should not be underestimated. Carlin folded her arms and noted that this was true considering that they had come for the soul of a priest, and then added that there was hardly a person on the entire continent who had not been touched by the faith in Arden. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that the faith had been experiencing difficulties since the disappearance of the holy maidens. Lowering his chin, Richard suggested that the whole problem was that holy maidens historically only appeared in the lineage of priests, and then added that it could not be otherwise. Looking down, the guy said that this time everything was much more serious. Looking forward, the protagonist said that this time the priest had twins instead of the canonically only one child, so it was no wonder that all the foundations of the church were collapsing. Leon's eyes began to glow brightly, and he noted that after all, only one descendant could inherit divine power. Walter glanced to the side and asked if the power could be divided between the sisters in any way. Raising his nose, Marvas explained that any supernatural power that was passed down in a family line could not be divided between two. The protagonist sat with his lips pressed together, and said nothing while his protégé suggested that one of the daughters would inevitably die. Richard's hair covered his nose, and he thought that no matter how much he watched him, he was a strange guy. A necromancer sat opposite him, and the senior acolyte of the prestigious magic tower realized that the new head of the Marvas family was simply incomprehensible. The shadow of the cart wheel was reflected on the ground. The driver looked to the side and announced that they were there. A view of light buildings opened up, and the man explained that this was the religious center of the continent, namely the sacred city of Kelesai. The man in the black suit took one step forward. A gray beard was visible on his face. Suddenly, his fingers grabbed the handle. At the same moment, the servant opened the entrance to the building. Lowering his hands, the man turned to His Eminence and informed him that representatives of the guild had arrived and accepted the request. Bowing his head down, Cardon replied that he understood everything. Angrily frowning, the archbishop asked if his assistant was sure that they were not in cahoots with imperial intelligence. Placing his palm on his chest, the servant replied that the guild of the Boundless Lotus had assured him of this, to which he noted that the confidentiality of this matter was the highest priority. The old man's pupils visibly narrowed, and he declared that in the end this farce was necessary to save his daughter. Leon and his assistants found themselves inside the city. With his hands clasped behind his back, the butler greeted his honored guests, and told them that he was the archbishop's chief assistant. Richard grinned and asked if he had submitted the request to investigate the archbishop's corruption crimes. Glazer smiled and replied that it was true, then admitted that he hadn't thought that the head of Eremita himself would honor them with the request. The senior acolyte of the prestigious magic tower closed his eyes and apologized for disappointing him by not being the executor, to which the servant asked who else could have been assigned this task. Leon lowered his chin and replied that he had been assigned it. The protagonist stood with his lips pressed together. A drop of sweat was running down the butler's cheek, and he asked if he was too young for such work, then added that this matter should still be conducted with the strictest secrecy from the archbishop. The contractor extended a silver guild badge forward. Glazer spread his fingers wide and was surprised by what he saw, to which the protagonist stated that before they got down to business, he had one question. Lowering his jaw, the necromancer asked whether it was true that the priest's two daughters, who had disappeared without a trace, had opposed his will. The man, his mouth slightly open in bewilderment, remained silent. The dark silhouettes of two girls were visible behind him. Suddenly, Cardon's two daughters appeared. Leon quickly looked forward. The butler watched him, clenching his jaw. Lowering his chin, the servant said that it would be better for them to discuss this in a secluded place, because he was afraid that the story would take a long time. A view of the basement opened up. The heroes were sitting at a table opposite the ministers of the church. Lowering the corners of his lips, the Holy Father's assistant thought about how far the Holy See had come. At the same second, the man lowered his eyebrow. The contractor slightly tilted his head down. Glazer closed his eyes and realized that Kelesai's influence had indeed weakened recently, but sending such a small boy was not right at all. Looking at his interlocutor, Leon noted that before they got to the main point, he asked him to cast aside unnecessary doubts. Closing his lips, the protagonist said that he hoped that the archbishop's servant understood him. The butler's pupils visibly narrowed in fear. Keeping his hands under the table, the contractor said that, of course, practice would show whether he would be able to provide assistance to the proper extent, and the old man did not understand whether he was a telepath. Confusedly lowering his chin, the assistant remembered that they said that this spell could be used by magicians of at least an advanced level. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist noted that there was no need for hypocrisy, because everyone here knew that the request was initiated directly by His Eminence. Suddenly, a grin appeared on his face. Raising his eyebrows, the necromancer asked about telling the whole truth and explaining the situation to them. Looking up, Glazer decided he couldn't be fooled. At that moment, the man clasped his hands together. The servant closed his eyes and replied that he understood the young lord. Glancing at his interlocutor, the archbishop's assistant asked to let him explain the details. The Adventurers Guild members looked at the old man carefully. Cardan watched his daughters from the side. After a moment, the priest's jaw dropped. Shadows appeared in the reflection of the water and the bull. The images of both girls were indistinct, and their father thought that only one of them would rise as a divine miracle maiden who embodied the blessing of the Creator's holy will. The silhouettes of the two ladies began to approach each other, and the archbishop realized that in order not to interfere with the sun, the only one in the rising, the other was doomed to oblivion. The reflection merged, and the priest mentally said that eventually both would become one. The daughter's eyes began to emit a bright glow. Reflections of light were visible on the water, and the old man realized that in order to accomplish this, one of them would have to die. The daughter's hair lay on the floor. The Holy Father and his assistant stood near the high window. Shimmering particles appeared in the young ladies' chests. Putting his fingers to his face, Cardan asked if that prophecy was true. Turning his head to the side, the old man clarified what awaited his beloved daughters. Closing her eyes, the servant asked the Holy Father for forgiveness, after which she explained that the saint's divine power was divided between the girls. They wore white scarves on their heads, and the woman admitted that she was afraid that in order to fully use it, one must. The archbishop, his mouth wide open in rage, interrupted her and was indignant at what she was trying to say, that he had to sign the death warrant of one of his own daughters in order to receive the full divine power. Suddenly, the doors to the room opened slightly. 3 guests were walking along the carpet. A young man with gray hair gradually approached the priest. Putting his hand to his chest, Caliban apologized for the intrusion and introduced himself as the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Knights. Reaching for a paper scroll, the young man said that with the authority given to him by His Majesty, he would proclaim his will. Having shown the document, the commander began to talk about how the son of the empire, namely Emperor Esteban, had given the order. Standing opposite the bishop, Caliban continued that the order said that there could not be 2 suns under this sky, and the Holy See must certainly understand this. The silhouette of the miraculous maiden appeared, and a servant was heard telling him that when the 2 daughters came of age, one would continue to live as a miraculous maiden. The old man clenched his teeth in fear when the boy said that the other would submit and serve as a compliment to the divine power of the saint by being burned in the fire in the name of cleansing the false saint from her sin. Suddenly, people in the middle of the city seemed to rejoice at the sight of a huge flame around the girl. Cardan, his mouth wide open in rage, did not understand how this could be, since the emperor himself was a father, and how he could demand that he burn his child. Caliban, grinning, explained that he was a father to all the people, and then asked him to believe that he took his sacrifice just as close to his heart. Turning to face the exit, the boy told his companions to go, since they were finished here. The priest's pupils visibly narrowed in fear. Suddenly the old man fell to his knees on the floor and addressed the goddess. Sitting next to the huge statue, the archbishop asked her why she was sending him such tests. The sun was shining on the sculpture's head, and the Holy Father asked if the goddess Arden had snatched the twins from his care first, and now wanted to take one for herself. Tears began to fall from his eyes, and Cardan did not understand what sin he had sinned to deserve this. Both daughters closed their eyes in sadness. The members of the Adventurers Guild were sitting at the table. Leon sat with his lips pressed together and said nothing. Richard, lowering his jaw, explained that in short, it had been decades since a miracle maiden had appeared who could inherit divine power. 2 babies appeared, tied together, and the senior novice of a prestigious magic tower noted that the bishop had given birth to twins who had an equal right to Arden's blessing, so the divine power was divided. The guy asked if he understood everything correctly, to which Glazer, looking ahead, replied that everything was correct. Folding his hands on the table, the butler admitted that he wanted to save the lives of both of His Eminence's daughters, which is why he sent a request to the guild. Looking down, the servant said that he understood perfectly well that this was a crime against the will of the emperor. Suddenly, the man began to squeeze his hand with his fingers. Looking at his interlocutor, the protagonist asked if he could talk directly to the victims of the tragedy, since he had listened to his story, to which he agreed. Raising his eyebrows, the contractor said that he wanted to do it alone, if possible. No one was sitting on the chair near the table. The protagonist stood in front of the 2 girls. At the same second, the necromancer knelt before them. The daughters turned their gaze to the stranger, when suddenly he asked to let him ask. Leon's eyes lit up and he asked if either of them were willing to sacrifice their lives for the other. Climbing onto the table, Marvas was indignant at where his master's politeness had gone, to which he explained that sometimes politeness comes at the expense of efficiency. Sweat dripped down the twins' cheeks as the protagonist declared that he was eager to find a way for both of them to survive, but that would not save their family from the Emperor's wrath, adding that it meant that in the worst case, one of them would have to make this terrible sacrifice. The necromancer's assistants widened their eyes in bewilderment. The other two partners looked at him in confusion, when suddenly the protagonist said that he would ask again. Sitting on his knee near the table, Leon asked if either of them was willing to sacrifice themselves. At that moment, the girls looked at each other sadly. The contractor's eyes began to glow brightly, and he said that he did not even know what to say. Houses were seen burning, and Cardan said that people came up with a lofty nickname, the Holy Miracle Maidens, although there was nothing so grandiose about them. Through tears, the archbishop added that he and his sister were nothing more than carriers of a curse from the day they were born. Scary monsters flew in the sky. The inhabitants of the town opened their jaws in fear. The priest, standing on the balcony, said that sacred maidens were necessary at all times. Looking ahead, the head of the religious sect of Ardinism asked how they could resist this demonic threat now, without divine light. The warrior, holding a sword in his hand, said that the worshipper of the goddess of creation Arden had better leave, because it was dangerous to stay here now. Opening his mouth wide, the corrupt official shouted that they were the spawn of the devil. Cardan, his eyes wide, exclaimed that they did not deserve his forgiveness in this life or the next. Leaning on the railing, the archbishop added that those who turned their backs on the divine will would get what they deserved. After a while, it seemed as if a girl was sitting on the bed. The blonde, raising her eyebrows, said that may the goddess Arden watch over them. Placing her hand on her stomach, the lady noted that it was a great honor that their child would become the next sacred virgin. Through sweat on his face, the priest said that so be it, but great honor usually comes with great responsibility and duty. Clenching his fingers, the head of the religious sect of Ardinism admitted that this frightened him. Grabbing his clothes, the worshipper of the goddess of creation Arden said that he was afraid that their child, although she would receive the honors due to a holy virgin, would at the same time be exploited as an instrument of faith. Suddenly Leia extended her palm to him. Then the girl hugged the corrupt official's hand. Opening her lips, the lady said that he should not be afraid, because she would raise their child strong enough and teach him herself. Joyfully raising her eyebrows, the blonde asked only to allow her to be named Alicia. The lady, smiling slightly, explained that this name was given in the hope that people all over the world would be able to enjoy the heavenly world on earth, Elysium, after which she asked if it really suited her. Cardan's eyes widened in surprise. A tall building appeared, and the archbishop said that, of course, unfortunately, not everyone is given the opportunity to enjoy the wisdom of their mother personally. Standing next to his wife, the priest said that a difficult birth had exhausted the limit of her strength. Leia lay with her eyes closed. Tears were streaming down the face of the head of the religious sect of Ardinism, and she added that she left them without even having time to greet them in this world. The man leaned over the bed and said that their tragic fate could not be denied, and that misfortune had accompanied them from birth, and it was inevitable that it would mark their end. The woman held the baby in her arms, and then the gentleman added that it was a cruel joke of fate that could not be corrected, and such was the test sent to them by the goddess. Small children were visible, and the worshipper of the goddess of creation Arden said that it was truly so. The girls raised their eyebrows in bewilderment. The boys were sitting at the table. Cardan's daughter, frowning seriously, said that she humbly bowed her head. Suddenly the Holy Miracle Virgin interrupted her, and exclaimed that it was she who must disappear, because her sister was born first. Leon, looking ahead, listened to her, that only she had the power to fulfill her mother's will. The blonde, looking at her close relative, noted that she herself knew that she was superior to her in everything, and compared to her, she was a pathetic fake. Through tears, the lady said that she did not want to hear such things from her. The protagonist thoughtfully took his chin and said that he would not pretend that he understood much about the matter. Looking up, the protagonist asked if they were both ready to sacrifice their lives, and then said that then he did not understand what the problem was at all. Marvas, sitting on the table, asked if the contractor had forgotten that he needed to find a way to save both lives, and not leave them to fate, because if both died, he would not receive a reward at all. The guy, slamming his fist into his palm, exclaimed that the Lord was as insightful as always, and his wisdom could not be denied. The young man said that he believed that the only way they would be satisfied with was if they both survived, to which the girl, raising her eyebrows, replied that he would be rewarded for his efforts, and let him be sure. With her head down, the blonde asked only that her father not be harmed, and no matter what would happen to them, and that he was not guilty of anything, and then her sister added that this was exactly so, because her father always tried his best at his post. The necromancer, parting his lips, said that he understood them, and asked them to tell him a little more about the trials that had befallen them, and also clarified whether he had correctly assumed that one of them would be burned at the stake. Looking down, the lady answered that it was so, and to be more precise, in 2 days. The Holy Miracle Virgin, placing her palm on her chest, noted that as long as there was no other plan, she would take this victim upon herself. With her mouth wide open, Cardan's daughter loudly objected. Looking ahead, the contractor thought that there was no time at all, and that was the situation, and there was nothing to write, and at that very moment he said that he intended to find out if there was any reasonable way out of the situation. Suddenly, Richard, holding out his palm, suggested that they first make sure that there were marks that distinguished saints. Approaching the girl, Leon asked if he could ask her to show the marks, to which the blonde answered positively and explained that there were several of them. The keeper of the force, Arden, through sweat on her face, said that they had to ask everyone except the lord and lady to leave the room for a couple of minutes. It was visible how Carlin closed her eyes. The leader of the southern branch of the criminal organization frowned menacingly and said that wherever their marks were, she would insist on expelling this vile mage anyway, after which he asked what she meant and said that as befits the only archmage here, he should do it. After expelling the guys from the door, the girl assured them that she could easily distinguish the characteristic marks, and would not allow them to look at the girls. The merciless moneylender shook the dust from his palms. The holy miracle maidens looked sharply at each other. Then one of the daughters of Cardan pulled off her clothes. The blondes were standing near the table. A golden seal was visible on the lady's body. The protagonist, holding his chin, noted that it was definitely impossible to extract or transfer the power of the sacred through magic, and he had to admit it, and Carlin explained that given the location, she could understand why it was difficult for them to show these marks in front of everyone. Marvis parted his lips and said that he saw only one solution here, and they, mortals, might need time to accept it. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist said that one would have to die anyway, and there was no other way. The demon's expression was serious. Clenching his fist, the boy said that this was the frightening power of the prophet, and the fate that would destroy both of these innocent souls. The lord, sitting on the table, said that he had never seen such a look from him. Frowning, the unusual beast assumed that this was anger coming from the depths of his heart. After some time, a view of the white structure opened up. Louis rested his head on his hand. Smiling, the blonde said that the holy miracle maiden should be presented today, and the young man added that everything was correct, and 20 years had already passed, and people would applaud her ascension. The prince said that this day was a little dark, and then the boy explained that this was a preliminary burning of the witch for this purpose. From afar, the boys were visible, and then Louis noted that this was all because the coming sacred maiden wanted to give birth to twins, but they had already waited too long for them to grow up. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist asked the Lord that isn't virtue in giving life to someone who wants to live, and death to someone who wants to die. The demon, frowning seriously, asked him what he meant. Biting his lips, Leon replied that one of the girls was lying, and he was sure of it. Marvis's expression was thoughtful. Suddenly, dark energy began to emanate from the necromancer's palm, and he said that perhaps he was the only one who saw it, considering how deeply connected he was with death. A wooden pole was visible, and at that moment the contractor said that one of them desperately wanted to live, while the other was determined to die for a good cause. Leon clenched his fist and said that he couldn't stop thinking about it. Introducing the sacred miracle maiden, the protagonist wondered who would ultimately be spared life. One of Cardan's daughters appeared, after which the protagonist wondered who would be doomed to death. The demon looked at the necromancer and asked if it was too late to ask such questions. Turning his gaze to the side, the contractor replied that it was possible. Looking forward, Leon added that he was afraid that he had never been taught how to behave in such cases. People were standing near a huge staircase. The prince's back was visible. Louis lifted his foot off the ground. Smiling slightly, the blonde introduced himself. The boy spread his arms out to the sides and exclaimed that he was going to bear witness to the appearance of a new holy maiden by the emperor's authority. The people opened their jaws and cried out loudly. Then the prince raised his hand. Sweat suddenly began to run down the faces of some of the people. Louis, looking ahead, said that today they would be enveloped in the darkest and most impenetrable night they had ever seen. The people listened with wide eyes as they heard that the darkness would nevertheless give way to light, and the world would receive its miracle maiden. A wooden pole appeared, after which the blonde explained that for this they had to burn the nameless witch. The boy quickly turned his gaze to Caliban, the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Knights. Raising his hand, said that there could not be two suns in the sky, just as there could not be two holy maidens chosen by the goddess Arden. The back of the head of Louis's subordinate was visible, and he added that after all, the Holy Father had two daughters in order to sow discord on the continent, and it was obviously the devil's work. Smiling slightly, the young man exclaimed that in the name of His Majesty directly, the dubious witch must restore justice in front of everyone. Suddenly his pupils lit up brightly, and he asked if those present had any objections. The people, biting their lips, did not answer. The holy miracle maidens looked down sadly. The lady stood opposite the prince. Cardan's face appeared. The blonde, approaching the girls, said that what a pity, because she was very beautiful. Raising his eyebrows, the guy noted that if she were not a witch, he would have taken her as a concubine for her face alone. The archbishop frowned menacingly. The priest sharply clenched his fist. Suddenly Louis patted him on the shoulder. Then the young man appeared behind him. Caliban turned his gaze to the side. The man lowered his head. From a distance, it seemed as if the boys had moved away from the priest. The gentleman, parting his lips, asked if there was any hope to save his girls. Leon, removing his hood, replied that it was almost impossible. Looking forward, the protagonist said that since they were talking about it, he should ask him something. Glazer, looking at him, clarified what exactly. Opening his mouth, the protagonist began to ask a question. The necromancer stood opposite the archbishop. Suddenly, a view of the girls inside the room opened up. One of Cardon's daughters was crying, and the second said that it was not worth crying. The lady, raising her eyebrows, said that she always knew that she should sacrifice herself for the common good. Her sister, jaw dropped, exclaimed that they had done nothing to deserve such a fate, and asked if their very birth could be considered a sin. Looking down, the keeper of the force Arden replied that the ways of the goddess were inscrutable. Smiling, the girl added that they were obliged to follow her will without looking back, and only in this way would the prophecy be fulfilled, and they could not stumble. Standing in front of her sister, the lady explained that this would be easier than the bitterness that befell them at birth, and now they at least had a choice. Suddenly, Caliban, mouth wide open, ordered the witch to be tied up and placed on the fire. The blonde raised her eyebrows sharply. Approaching the exit, the daughter of Cardon said goodbye to her sister. Tears streamed down the holy miracle maiden's face. The keeper of the force Arden suddenly fell to her knees and said that she was very sorry. Placing her hand on her chest, the girl apologized for being insincere. Sitting on the floor, the lady honestly said that she was grateful that she would die in her place. Leon stood behind her. The blonde was enveloped in a dark force. A moment later the lady fell. The protagonist's expression was serious. Marvas, approaching the keeper of power Arden, asked if this was really the best solution he could come up with. The protagonist, squinting, replied that he was afraid that it was. It was possible to see how Cardon's daughter was lying on the floor, and then the necromancer added that even if this was far from the very concept of the best. Suddenly, a girl appeared tied to a pole. The torch burned brightly. The man brought the fire to the wooden wall. A second later, the building caught fire. Smiling, Lewis exclaimed that let everyone see that this was the moment of the ascension of a true saint, and to some extent it was the prince's duty to suppress the voice of doubt. Caliban, standing behind him, clarified that who would dare doubt his greatness. Grinning menacingly, the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Knights said that let the entire empire see that those who resist the rules will only die. A view opened up of how the fire reached the girl, and it was heard that dawn was already near. The contractor looked out from behind the corner. The boys' faces were confused. Carlin, looking ahead, honestly admitted that she was slightly shocked by his methods, and then asked if this was really the only way. Richard, through the sweat on his face, noted that this was not the best ending, but overall it was not a failure. Frowning seriously, Leon explained that the bishop wanted his daughters to live. The burning body of the lady appeared, and at that moment the protagonist said that he would not even undertake to judge the depths of his despair, because he did not know his eminence well as a person. Opening his lips, the protagonist added that he wanted both girls to survive, no matter what. The fire burned brightly, after which the necromancer said that even if he had to sacrifice himself for it, he was happy to see both of them until the very end. Biting his lips, the contractor said that now it was a mystery to him, but he was sure that one day he would understand, and this was an indescribable feeling, an unexpected burden that lay heavily on the heart. The flame approached the girl's body. The protagonist's serious gaze was visible, and it was said that somehow he recognized these cold eyes. Through her tears, the blonde thought that everything was fine, and justice was the punishment that deserved. Closing her eyes, Cardon's daughter muttered that, unlike her older sister, she was not as pure in soul and was afraid of death more than anything in the world. It seemed like the Holy Miracle Virgin was tied to a pole, and she explained that this is why she preferred to hide behind the kindness of her words. A bright fire was visible from afar. The prince extended his index finger and ordered that oil be added to the fire. A moment later, the servant swung the bucket. The flames quickly grew stronger. With her jaw open, the guardian of strength, Arden, apologized to her sister for her weakness. Her pupils narrowed sharply. 2 days before, Leon was in the bishop's office. Parting his lips, the protagonist addressed Cardon. Raising his eyebrows, the boy asked whom he would spare, and clarified whether it was the one who desperately wanted to live or the one who was ready to sacrifice himself for a greater goal. Through sweat on his face, the priest asked in return whether he understood this with one glance. Looking forward, the youth answered positively and added that it was difficult for him to explain it in words. Then the man lowered his head. Sitting at the table, the gentleman believed that he really had the insight to discern such things. The head of the Ardianism religious sect frowned gravely and said that he would spare his daughter, who would find peace after death. Suddenly, a powerful flame appeared. The girl covered her mouth with her hand. A carriage was parked near the stairs. The contractor stood behind the carriage with Carlin. Opening his mouth, the necromancer asked what the meaning of all this was. It was visible that the boys were sitting inside the carriage. The demon, parting his lips, asked what he meant. Tears were streaming down the lady's face, and at that very moment, Leon asked why the priest wanted to save the one who had decided to die. Sitting on his shoulder, Marvas asked in return that the answer was not obvious. Licking his paw, the unusual beast explained that he wanted to teach her the greatest lesson of all, namely the true value of life, after which the protagonist asked again about the value of life. Smiling, the Lord said that nothing changes the fact that the survivor will have to live for the sake of the deceased, as well as for herself. The protagonist looked closely at the demon, and he clarified that if they can decide for themselves. Introducing the Holy Miracle Maiden, MANHWA said that the one who decides to die will understand the weight of such a choice well, and better than anyone else will understand what her sacrifice for another means. Squinting, the boy said that while the one who just wants life will not learn any lesson. In the past, a boy appeared, and the necromancer said that one of their vassals once said that gratitude is a feeling that fades with time, and if you give everything away for free, then the act of kindness quickly turns into a noose of exploitation. You could see how the girl grabbed her dress with her hand. Sweat was running down Walter's face, and the Lord said that that was it. The vassal raised an eyebrow, wondering if this lawlessness continued, who would be left to direct their wrath, and what had these young maidens done to deserve this cruelty? Richard clenched his fingers, noting that there was nothing he could do about it. The founder of the school, Eremita, looked ahead and added that the continent desperately needed a miracle maiden, and no matter how capable of sorcerers they were not free from the Empire's tenacious grip. Carlin turned her gaze to the side, listening to the new saint now being watched by the entire world. It seemed as if the keeper of the power, Arden, clutched her clothes. With a heavy sigh, the head of the southern branch of the criminal organization announced that their work here was finished. Closing her eyes, the girl said that the saint's power had finally become complete. Suddenly, her pupils dilated. The expressions on the boys' faces changed dramatically. Richard, with his lips parted in confusion, asked if the holy power was still divided. Suddenly the seal on the lady's body began to glow. The Holy Miracle Maiden quickly turned to her father. The prince, approaching the priest, asked if anyone here was a fan of second-rate tricks. Louis sharply pressed his lips together. Caliban, holding out his palm, shouted that the witch had been executed, but the holy power was still divided, and ordered the bishop and his henchmen to be arrested immediately. Cardan, opening his mouth wide, exclaimed that this was beyond his comprehension, and the girl he had seen was the one he had chosen. Opening his jaw, the blonde said that he had to admit that he had not thought he was so impudent, because he had given him time out of respect for the priest's authority, and also clarified whether this was how he repaid him. Turning his gaze to the side, the guy said that he should be executed. The commander-in-chief of the Imperial Knights approached the prince and was indignant that he wanted to execute the spiritual leader of the entire Archheim Empire, and then asked who knew, because suddenly he hid the real miracle girl somewhere. Frowning angrily, Louis said that he probably hid her where she could no longer be found. Lowering his eyebrows, the blonde said that they had long endured the turmoil caused by the absence of the saint, and faith would no longer blind them. The guy again ordered the death of the archbishop, which caused sweat to run down the face of his subordinate. It was visible how Caliban bit his lips. Taking out his sword, the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Knights asked not to blame him, because the priest himself brought this disaster. Opening his mouth wide, Cardan objected that he sacrificed his own daughter, as ordered. Drawing his weapon, the young man noted that if what he had said was true, the holy mark would have been reunited. The warrior swung his blade sharply. The man's pupils quickly narrowed. Suddenly, his daughter stood before him. The girl's blood flowed from the blow. Caliban's expression was serious. The head of the religious sect of Ardinism opened his jaw in bewilderment. The back of the gentleman's head appeared, and he asked what she had done, since her unworthy father did not deserve such a sacrifice. Closing her eyes, the lady replied that this sacrifice was not only for him. Clenching her fingers, the Holy Miracle Maiden added that it was better to die for something than to continue living for no reason. The burned body of the keeper of Arden's power appeared, and at that moment the girl said that she had long been in search of a life purpose, but not for the sake of profit, and therefore she wished for her younger sister to live, and so wanted to escape from existence. The back of Cardan's daughter was visible, and she said that this was only an appropriate end for her failure. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise. A dark force was circling around the carriage. It was possible to see an unusual aura coming from the smoldering body of the lady. A magical glow appeared near the Holy Miracle Maiden. The protagonist's mouth suddenly opened. Leon raised his eyebrows and said that he believed that it was wrong to punish someone who did not deserve punishment. The man, through sweat on his face, asked again about the appropriate end. The lady, standing in front of him, answered that it also concerned him. The gentleman, looking at her in bewilderment, clarified what she was talking about. Then the archbishop lowered his gaze. The clothes of the guardian of Arden's power were stained with blood, and she explained that he never looked at them as his daughters, but only as a tool to support the power of their church. Through her tears, the girl asked him to face the truth, because he only cared about his own comfort. The priest's eyes widened in shock when he heard that deep down he had never treated them as his own children. Abruptly falling to the ground, the lady remarked that this was the perfect retribution for him, and maybe at least her death would have meaning. Cardan extended his hand and called for his daughter. The corrupt official quickly caught her. The body of the second daughter of the head of the Ardinism religious sect continued to smolder. Marvis frowned in confusion. A dark force was circling around the protagonist. Leon, taking out an unusual book, addressed two lost souls who had been taken by hell, and asked them to listen to him. Carlin, opening her lips in surprise, asked what was happening. Closing her eyes, the protagonist solemnly declared that their worldly duty was not yet fulfilled, and conjured them in the name of Marvus. A second later, the textbook lit up brightly. A splash of dark energy appeared. Through the sweat on her face, the girl exclaimed that this is what it is, necromancy. Magic power was flying in the air. 2 unusual auras were circling above the guy. Looking up, the young man clarified whether they would respond to his call and whether they would continue to exist in the world of the living, but in the form of undead. The pupils of the magical spirits suddenly turned white. The lady in the form of a soul, turning her gaze to the side, asked if the necromancer would bring them back to life, and her sister asked if such a thing was possible. The contractor's back appeared and he replied that if existence as a living dead could be called life, he added that it was up to them to decide whether to gain form at the cost of losing their warmth and beating hearts, or not. Leon held out his palm and explained that whatever they chose would follow their will. Suddenly, the girls' bodies were enveloped in magical chains. The holy miracle maiden raised her eyebrows and asked what he would demand in return. Parting his lips, the protagonist said that no matter how rude it sounded, he was asking them to become his loyal subjects. Hanging in the air, the Keeper of Power Arden noted that this sounded honest, and it would be much more suspicious if he did not demand anything in return. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he would take this as consent. Dark power emerged from the book, and at that very moment, the guy conjured these 2 souls lost in the world of the dead to serve him, the true heir of the House of Marvus. Raising his hand, the young man asked if they were both willing to swear allegiance to him for the rest of their existence. The girls looked at each other. Smiling, the Cardon daughters answered yes. Then the textbook began to glow brightly. A powerful aura was visible, and at that moment, the necromancer announced that the contract had been concluded. Closing the book, Leon hoped that their agreement would grant them the solace they so desperately sought. Frowning seriously, the protagonist said that he truly wanted them to have what they desired when their term of service was over. It seemed that the archbishop was sitting next to the body of his daughter. Caliban was watching him carefully. Through the sweat on his face, the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Knights felt a powerful magical emission somewhere nearby, after which he wondered what it could be. Looking at the prince, his subordinate wondered if there could be another powerful mage nearby besides Louis. The protagonist was seen entering the carriage. The boy looked at his textbook. Suddenly the demon, hitting the young man, asked how he could take subordinates without even consulting him, and then exclaimed that a lifelong lecture awaited him upon his return. Clutching his head, the necromancer explained that in the end he was able to leave the girls alive, so to speak, and then asked if this would be enough for a reward, to which he received the answer that this was definitely a masterful approach. Carlin, turning her gaze to the side, agreed with his words. After some time, the defeated monsters appeared, and at that very moment Marva said that in order to raise creatures without reason, such as evil spirits, as living dead, they must first be branded. Opening his lips, the demon explained that the thing is that they are too unpredictable, and therefore the brand will help more reliably than subjugation. Leon, looking down, asked how best to subjugate a sentient being to his will. The Lord replied that it was necessary to convince the does to serve voluntarily, using its attachment to the world of the living, after which the protagonist, looking at him, asked him again. Frowning seriously, the unusual beast said that attachment and resentment usually prevent them from crossing the line of the afterlife. The protagonist appeared in a robe, and Marvus added that the necromancer could help them resolve their lifetime grievances, and in exchange lend them the power they possess. Introducing the scary skeletons, the demon said that this was subjugation. Taking his chin, the guy understood him and asked if it depended on him whether to honor their request or not. Opening his mouth, the Lord replied that it was something like that, but the stronger their grievances, the more powerful they themselves were. Standing next to the young man, the unusual beast said that he should remember this well, because necromancers are not just vultures who only want to exploit the powers of the living dead. Raising his eyebrows, the contractor said that he did not think so. Leon was holding a magic book in his hand. Suddenly, the textbook lit up brightly, and then the protagonist exclaimed that as the Lord of the Marvus house, he was calling on them, and added that Alicia and Helen should come to the call of the Lord. A second later, magical particles appeared in the air. 2 unusual forces began to merge with each other. A moment later, the holy miracle maiden appeared. The protagonist looked at her sharply. Turning his gaze to the side, the guy said that he called both of them, after which he clarified why only one of them came, to which the demon replied that it was obvious, because they were originally supposed to be born as one person. Sitting on the young man's shoulder, Marvus explained that after death their spirits merged and became one, and the boys noted that this was very interesting. Walter, raising his eyebrows, asked if they thought that something had changed in their behavior. The necromancer, looking up, named the girls, and then asked which one she was. The lady closed her eyes contentedly. Holding her hands behind her back, the keeper of the force, Arden, said that Alicia was with him at the moment. Looking at her, the contractor clarified whether it turned out that they could change whenever they wanted, to which he received a positive answer. Through the sweat on her face, the girl said that there was only one problem, and then Leon clarified the problem. Cardon's daughter bit her lips sharply. Suddenly the lady's eyes widened. A second later the blonde, putting her hand on her side, asked if her sister was joking, since she had obliged them to serve this fop, and added that she would rather return to a charred body. Richard, with his mouth slightly open, believed that this was a change of souls, and said that it seemed to him that Helen had hidden her true identity during her life. Putting her finger to her mouth, the Holy Miracle Virgin said that it would be better for him to remain silent, and called him handsome. Looking ahead, the protagonist asked what skills they could offer him. A magic book was visible, and at that moment the protagonist noted that he was afraid that useless living dead would be returned to the afterlife, and they themselves understood that they could still tie many useful dead to the Necronomicon. Through the sweat on her face, the girl said that he said such frightening things casually. Leaning forward, the lady explained that he had nothing to worry about, because he would soon realize that they were more than capable of satisfying him in every way. The keeper of power Arden grabbed the guy by his clothes. The lady came close to the young man. The blonde looked at him contentedly. Smiling slightly, Cardon's daughter asked if he would be interested in such a method. The necromancer's expression was serious. After some time, a blue flag appeared. Raleigh, looking forward, said that the mission was completed. The guys stood next to her, and she added that she would never have thought that everything could end like this. Raising her palm, Carlin said that His Eminence could confirm that the mission was completed, and they would like to receive payment. Then the head of the Adventurers Guild grabbed her head. Richard, smiling, said that he must admit that it was quite a performance. Turning his gaze to the side, the founder of the school Eremita explained that it took a lot of courage, namely to raise his daughter as a living corpse right in front of her father. Sharply opening her jaw, the Holy Miracle Maiden asked what he was looking at, and then exclaimed that she belonged only to Lord Leon, and no one else. The mage then closed his eyes. Sitting on the necromancer's shoulder, the demon noted that she was very energetic for a holy maiden brought back from the dead, to which he said that he could not say more accurately, and did not know if it was strange, but he even liked her like this better. Walter, raising his eyebrows, said that it was not for him to say, but all's well that ends well, and also added that the girls were alive, but with a few reservations. The strongest of the guild members, crossing her arms, said that she counted the mission for them, and now they could officially be assigned the status of silver-ranked adventurers. The sorceress held out her palm and told him to wait for payment, and that she would be sent straight to the Marva's mansion, after which Leon thanked her, and added that he hoped that this was not the last mission. Opening her lips, the sorceress assured him that she would be the first to hear if a mission worth his while arose. Turning her gaze to the side, Carlin said that she vouched for her words because she did not throw them around. Crossing her fingers, the girl explained that if there was anything to worry about, it was the timely repayment of the loan. Richard, sticking out his tongue, noted that this was a very blatant hypocrisy. Suddenly, the lady put a gun to his head. Frowning menacingly, the demon asked him to stop chatting, because it was time to move on. Sitting on the protagonist's shoulder, Marva said that Alicia and Helen should first find out what powers the newly minted servants possessed. With his eyes closed in satisfaction, the ruthless moneylender said that he thought they were forced to insist on rendering them as many services as possible. Raleigh spilled her drink on the table. After a while, it seemed like Caliban was sitting by the stairs. The guy, looking down, said that, to sum it up, His Eminence refused to eat or drink, completely plunging into the abyss of despair. The commander of the Imperial Knights added that he felt the loss of both his daughters was weighing heavily on him, and at the same time the prince, adjusting his hair, asked why he should worry about a couple of children when he could conceive 10 more, and remarked that only a weak man would allow himself to be consumed by despair. Luis looked sharply at his father. Esteban's expression was confused, and the blonde asked if he cared how much he had let his majesty down, exclaiming that the precious opportunity to give the world a miracle maiden had been wasted. With his hands behind his back, the young man clarified that who knew when another would present itself. Lowering his head, the subordinate replied that it was his fault, and if he was only willing to give him a chance, he would gladly devote himself entirely to the service of the Empire. Frowning menacingly, the prince said that it was long overdue, and decided to talk seriously. Looking down, Louis said that he understood that his mission had been thwarted by a dark mage of unknown origin, and then wondered if he was any closer to unraveling the mystery of his identity. Looking up, Caliban sadly said that he was. Presenting the magic ball, the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Knights said that given that the spirits of potential saints had disappeared without a trace, he believed that they had been intercepted by outside interference. Sitting on his knee, the boy explained that as far as he knew, there was no mage on the entire continent who could control such a power, with the exception of a legendary necromancer who had disappeared long ago. The blonde looked away and thought about his assistant's words. The members of the Adventurers Guild stood in the middle of a forest clearing. Raleigh raised her eyebrows and told them to lay out. The priest's daughter stood with her lips pressed together, and the sorceress inquired about the strength of their newly minted servant. Leon explained that, to be precise, 2 souls inhabited her body, each of which was endowed with strength, to which the girl turned her gaze in her direction and asked him again. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked to be allowed to demonstrate, after which he clarified whether they could arrange a suitable target for them. Raising her eyebrows, the leader of the Adventurers Guild asked how strong they needed a target. The contractor's eyes glowed brightly, and he said that they needed an extremely strong one, if he would allow it. Looking at the assistant, the protagonist said that he would first like to demonstrate Alicia's powers, to which she replied that she would do as the master wished. Lowering her eyelids, the archbishop's daughter began to transform. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes. The lady clasped her hands in front of her and exclaimed that she was asking her master to forgive her for their impudence, then added that her younger sister had no manners. Looking ahead, the necromancer replied that everything was fine with him, and then added that he had summoned her to demonstrate her skills, not to scold her for her behavior. Smiling broadly, Alicia cried out that everything was clear to her, and that in that case she was ready at any moment. Suddenly, Riley waved her hand. Menacing orcs began to crawl out from under the ground. Lowering his chin, Richard was surprised that this was a squad of forest trolls. A drop of sweat was running down the guy's cheek, and he told her that these monsters are known for their rapid regeneration, and considering that Alicia had just begun to master her abilities, when suddenly Carlin interrupted him and continued that it might be difficult for her. The head of the southern branch of the criminal organization grinned and noted that the Lord had already demonstrated more than once that he was not reckless. Clenching his hand into a fist, Walter shouted that he believed in Mr. Leon, and their partner said that his faith in the master was initially unshakable, to which he replied that this was said by a narrow-minded fool who lamented the fact that he was not given enough peanuts. Standing behind the priest's daughter, the protagonist said that trolls are not simple guys, and asked if Alicia was afraid, to which she asked him not to be afraid. Suddenly, the forest orc rushed towards the girl. The contractor opened the magic book. A weapon appeared in the lady's hand. At the same second, she hit the enemy in the face with the tip. The miracle maiden swung sharply, leaving a bright magical trace in the air. The demonic beast opened his mouth in bewilderment. Crow grabbed the Lord by the fur when he suggested that such a crude display of force left no questions about professional suitability, to which he replied that he himself was shocked, and cried out that this was truly a risky woman. Alicia knocked the monster to the ground, hitting it on the head, and someone was heard marveling at how she was crushing the skulls of enemies. It seemed like the archbishop's daughter was standing in front of the trolls. Suddenly, the girl turned her head towards the master. Looking at the servant, Leon thoughtfully said that this was more than enough for a demonstration of strength. Directing a stream of magic into the lady's back, the protagonist declared that it was her younger sister's turn. Helen woke up in their shared body and lowered the corners of her lips. Tightly grasping the handle of the weapon with her fingers, she exclaimed that she already thought that the master would not forgive her, after which she added that she loved to show herself off in all her glory. The Wonder Maiden grinned evilly and couldn't understand how she could not want the whole world to know how diligent she was. At that very moment, the girl swung the metal chain. The forest troll opened his mouth in anger, and his rival asked if everyone thought that such vile monsters deserved a good spanking. Suddenly, Helen extended her hand forward. At that very moment, the huge monster crashed to the ground with a crash. The archbishop's daughter began to stomp on his head with her heel. The girl narrowed her eyes in embarrassment, and cried out that the monster should express words of gratitude, since he had just given his life in the name of her beloved master. The members of the Adventurers Guild watched what was happening in bewilderment. Marvis closed his eyes and said that no matter how you looked at it, she was an incorrigible maniac. The gates decorated with green tapestries were visible. The protagonist looked up and said that they had finally returned to the land of Marvis. The demon next to him added that they had also successfully completed the first mission and replenished their ranks with useful subordinates, so the excursion had been a success. Leon looked away and said that he felt some improvement in his skills in the art of necromancy. Walter broke out in a sweat and said that it was a pity that their companions could not stay longer. Richard said with a smile that he was glad to personally greet the rising star of the school. Carlin looked away and reminded him that he still owed their organization a large sum. The protagonist silently looked at the hand extended in front of him. They shook hands and came to the conclusion that their journey together had come to an end. The guy smiled and said that he, too, could not leave the school for long, and the girl behind him added that she still had many debtors with undrunk blood. She turned to Walter and called him. With a calm face, she said that his master's outstanding genius overshadowed him, but it could not be ignored that he, too, was gifted with talent that most could only dream of. Richard's sweat dropped and said that if he were Walter, he would hope that he would never meet his girlfriend's boss. Leon's eyes sparkled and he asked why he thought so. The senior acolyte imagined her image and said that she was a real monster. Looking at his girlfriend, he added that her workers were the same, and the leader of the sleepers was on a completely different level. Walter looked at the boy in surprise, who said that even he recognized his great potential, and he was capable of achieving anything he wanted as long as he loyally served his lord. The blonde blushed and thanked them for the kind words, which he rarely heard from others. The protagonist looked away and said that his comrade was definitely one of the most outstanding of his subjects. He narrowed his eyes and added that his potential could exceed all expectations, and he planned to help his friend blossom into his full potential. Richard smiled and laughed, and said that it was time for them to say goodbye, but not forever, of course. Leon smiled and agreed with him. Carlin turned away and hoped that the protagonist would have no trouble repaying the debt on time. The boy looked down and replied that it was. Then he smiled and asked why they had to say goodbye on such a strained note. Suddenly, the girl raised her gun and the protagonist screamed in fear. Then they turned away and Carlin said that there was hardly anything she hated more than a company prone to idle chatter. With a slight smile, she added that she hoped that the necromancer would be able to pay his bills by the time they met again. The boy nodded silently. He watched as his companions walked away. There was surprise on Leon and his companions' faces. The townspeople ran up to him, happy to see him back. The protagonist sweated and asked why everyone was so shocked. Suddenly, Pullen ran up to him, screaming loudly and crying with happiness. The necromancer bowed his head, looking at the count. Suddenly, someone hit him on the head. The girl opened her mouth wide and loudly asked how one could leave their estate for so long. The boy pressed his hand to the back of his head and turned around. Diana was looking at him, her hand on his waist. Pullen hugged the boy, and Walter asked if he was okay. Marvis, standing behind him, agreed that they should discuss this inside. The beast sat on the floor, asking if the girl was Leon's childhood friend and the heir to the noble house of Varisha. They were sitting at the table. The protagonist looked away and confirmed it, and added that she was an excellent spirit caster. Crow folded his arms and said that the owner had another beauty. Diana looked straight ahead and said that she was puzzled. A demon was sitting in front of her, and she said that she did not expect to see the protagonist with a monster, so she did not know what to think of such a union. The beast smiled and told her to think what she wanted. Pullen smirked and noted that it was a long story. The doppelganger looked straight ahead and added that it just happened. Walter closed his eyes and said that it was hard to explain. Diana frowned and said that she still didn't understand why he would go through such trouble. She crossed her arms and asked how Leon had come up with the idea of leaving the manor without giving a reason and joining some guild on his own. The boy looked away and admitted that he had no excuse and thanked her for looking after the manor in his absence. The girl blushed and said that she couldn't leave Pullen to her fate, and besides, she had been told that the boy would soon return to power. The protagonist looked away and asked if there were any other reasons why she had come to him. Diana looked at her comrade. Then she turned away and lowered her head, saying that she had come to make sure that everything was in place, since there wasn't much time left. The protagonist looked away and asked what she meant. The girl pointed her finger at him and asked him to lean closer to her. Then she flicked his forehead, saying that it was punishment for forgetting such an important matter. The necromancer sweated, trying to remember what she was talking about. Diana introduced the gathering of aristocrats and said that all the noble houses were invited to a grand celebration. The young man looked at her carefully. She said with a serious expression that they should attend the ball as partners, since they were engaged after all. A white building was visible. Someone raised a hand to their face. The count looked down and said that the day of the gathering of aristocrats was approaching. The young master was lying on his bed, saying that it was so tiring and it would be better if his brother attended. The man looked at him and said that the gathering should include 3 noble families of darkness. Knox looked away when the count said that this was a great opportunity to prove that the youngest descendant of the Rienhofer family was not an outcast in high society. The boy sat down and sighed. Frowning, he said that it was a hassle. Leon was buttoning the buttons on the sleeve of his shirt. Then he looked away. Diana put her hand on her waist, looking at him. Her face was serious. She was the future Marchioness and the rising star of the House of Varisha, a long-time ally of the House of Marvis, and also the intended bride of the protagonist. The boy looked straight and asked if he should be there. The maid closed her eyes and said that she thought her master was the only faithful man in this world of debauchery, and Diana replied that their engagement was only a formality. She then grabbed the necromancer by the shirt and asked what self-respecting noblewoman would marry such a boy. She added that she was only interested in older men, wiser and more mature. The boy nodded, not arguing with her preference. The doppelganger approached them and asked if it was for the good of the master. Pullen wiped the sweat from his face and replied that it could be said that way. Leon and Diana looked at the count, who said that they had been like cats and dogs since childhood, bound by obligation, and their esteemed houses boasted generations of friendship, which was why they were forced to survive in such a close bond. The necromancer looked down and asked if the girl would deign to let go of his collar. She turned away and said that it was foolish to think that he would change after becoming the head of the house, because he was still the boy she knew. The boy looked away and replied that someone who changed with the wind could not be trusted. Diana turned away and told her fiancé to use his sharp tongue to calm the frightened subjects. Suddenly, a bead of sweat appeared on her cheek. She pictured Leon's father in the stocks, and how a huge blade cut off his head. The girl turned around and asked the protagonist for forgiveness. The young man with a calm face replied that she had nothing to apologize for, and his father had never regretted anything until the very end, and neither would he. The boy crossed his arms and added that it was their family's duty to defend what they believed in, even at the cost of their lives. Diana looked at him in shock. Then she raised her hand and said that he was as stubborn as ever, but even so, he should not miss the upcoming event, although she completely understood him. Leon imagined the flags with skulls and thought that House Marvis defeated the Sylvesters in the War of Noble Houses and lived up to their ducal title, and now it was time to introduce themselves to the public and establish social contacts. Pullen approached the lord and said that it had not escaped him how contemptuous the other great houses were towards them. The necromancer looked straight ahead and said that if it was for the good of the house, then so be it. Walter clenched his fist and said with a smile that the master would finally get the recognition he deserved. The boy looked away and decided that he would join the upcoming celebration. There were many nobles in the great hall. They were laughing and drinking wine. Girls and men were chatting. Louis held a glass in his hand with a smile. The noble put his hand on his chest and asked if it was true that the Sylvesters had lost the last battle and Alan had suffered a crushing defeat. The blonde frowned and asked who he had lost to. The noble broke out in a sweat and said that it was the Marva's house. Rivale raised his hand and said that things had been going badly for them in recent years. Someone raised a finger. Leon and Diana came to the meeting holding hands. The boy looked ahead and said that it was noisier here than he had expected, and he did not like lavish receptions. He held the girl's hand. Her cheeks turned red. She turned away and said that she didn't like it either, but that was the duty of an aristocrat at all times. The necromancer turned around and agreed with her with a smile. Diana sighed and thought that although she had known Leon since childhood, their last meeting had embarrassed her, and his zeal to fulfill his duty as the head of the family was so great that he would jump into the lion's mouth for his home. He looked at his friend and asked if the others could handle it themselves. The necromancer's subordinate smiled at him, and he said that after all, their talent had yet to blossom in all its glory. The girl closed her eyes and advised him to worry about his talents. The necromancer turned to her and reminded her that he had already surpassed her in social status. Suddenly, another guy approached him and called him. Rivale grinned slyly. Leon looked up and asked what this aristocrat wanted. The man raised his hand and thought that he did not believe that this kid had defeated Alan. He smiled and said that he had heard strange rumors about his victory in the noble war against Count Alan. The protagonist looked at him seriously and asked what was strange about it. The blonde raised his eyebrows in bewilderment. Diana was standing next to him. The rude man closed his eyes and apologized with a laugh, saying that it was just hard for him to imagine. The necromancer looked at him and said that he had taken Alan's life. The blonde man's eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist's eyes shone brightly, and he said again that he had killed that scoundrel because it was his duty as the head of the Marva's clan. Rivale looked at the boy in shock, saying that he could not possibly share his strategy here. Leon added with a frightening look that if this nobleman suddenly decided to stand in his way one day, he would see how much he had mastered the art of tactics. The boy opened his mouth in fear. Diana also looked shocked. The young man walked forward. The demon walked next to him, saying that he was like a maniac. The blonde followed their conversation from afar. He held a glass of wine in his hand. Then the young man stood up. Knox grinned and said that he finally found a decent entertainment. Marvas frowned and called his master scary. Rivale frowned and sweated. Leon looked at him indifferently. The nobles turned around at the noise and said that Lord Marvas wanted to make a fool of himself. The blonde looked towards the men who were discussing the main character. The beast jumped on the necromancer's shoulder. He smiled and said that they could chat as much as they wanted. The boy's gaze was determined. The aristocrat passed by Leon. Suddenly, he raised his hand and asked why the protagonist was teasing him so recklessly. The boy turned around and said that if it was a mockery of the Barella family, then he had to hold him accountable. The necromancer looked away and said that it was not so, and it was this boy who was the first to mock Marvas's victory. The scoundrel widened his eyes and said that the protagonist responded with an outrageous remark, which in their circles was tantamount to a declaration of war. Diana intervened in the conversation and suggested that they both come to their senses. She looked at Rivale and said that he had no right to speak on behalf of the Barella family, since he was a representative of a collateral branch of the family, and he was not even an heir. The girl smiled and said that by the standards of the aristocrats, this was clear disrespect. She asked if he was ready to answer for this to the fullest extent. The boy clenched his teeth in fury. He opened his eyes wide and said that one victory does not change much. He leaned towards Diana and added that this applies to her too. The girl smirked and replied that she might be scared if this ominous warning came from a scary man. Rivale grimaced in rage and called her a boor. They turned around when someone approached them and told them to stop screaming. The boor frowned and asked how this stranger dared to insult him behind his back. Suddenly, his gaze changed. The guy's hand trembled. He looked at the man in front of him in horror. Leon, with an angry expression on his face, thought that suddenly all his bravado was gone. Knox smiled, holding a glass in his hand. He leaned towards the boor and asked if he was so stupid that he forgot who was standing in front of him. The demon on the protagonist's shoulder told him to be careful, because this guy was the most dangerous of all. The young man grabbed his companion by the collar. His eyes shone brightly, and he said that he would not crucify himself before him. The light was on in the castle. Walter and Pullen were standing nearby, and the blonde asked if Leon and Diana were coping there. The fat man sweated and answered in a trembling voice that they were definitely so. The guy looked away and noticed that this sounded unconvincing. The count closed his eyes. Then he sighed. The man raised his head and admitted that he was worried because their master was sometimes too carefree. They stood in front of the door, discussing the possibility of Leon being involved in scandals. Pullen smiled and was glad that the main character was accompanied by Diana, who was able to cope with him. Walter looked straight at him and asked what he knew about this girl besides the fact that she was their master's fiancée. The count replied that the engagement was a trifle. He introduced Diana and said that she was more like an older sister to the guy. Walter glanced away and guessed that their relationship was more of a family than a love interest. They looked at each other and the fat man said that she was the last thing anyone would doubt at this event, and he had heard rumors that the slumbering dragon of high society, Arheim, would be attending this noble gathering. The boy turned to his companion and asked about the dragon. Pullen sweated and said that the brash young lord, shunned by everyone, belonged to one of the three noble families of darkness, like their lord. The nobleman's back was visible, and the count said that he was talking about the youngest son of the house of Rienhofer. The boy grabbed the collar of his shirt. Reveille froze in fear when Knox told him his name, and told him to remember it well. He smiled and said that was in case he was interested in preserving his limbs for the rest of the evening. Then Reveille bowed and apologized loudly, saying that he would not have thought of raising his voice if he had known that the scion of such an outstanding Rienhofer family stood before him. Suddenly, red liquid poured down him. The scoundrel poured his wine on him. Knox smiled slyly and said that it was a waste of good wine and his time. Then he laughed loudly. Diana opened her mouth in fear. Marvez frowned. Leon's face was serious as always. The young man placed the glass on the nobleman's head. He grinned contentedly, looking at him. Reveille closed his eyes and apologized to him again. The blond man approached the necromancer. He bowed his head and asked if they knew each other. The nobleman smiled and said that he expected the protagonist to have heard of him. Diana looked at the guy and said that it was Knox. While Reveille was sitting on the floor, the girl explained that he was the young master of a great house that opposes the noble houses of light. The blonde smiled and asked if that was all she had to say after he extended his hand. The protagonist looked at the boor who said he wanted to get closer to him. The boy said he agreed to it if it was in the interests of his house. Knox turned away and called him a model leader and then said goodbye. He then walked away. Leon watched him closely. He looked at the girl who said that Knox was the black sheep of the family, and they would hardly cross paths often, but they should still be careful. The boy looked straight and asked if that was all she knew about him. Marvez, sitting on the necromancer's shoulder, said that this guy was an unrivaled genius in the shell of a scoundrel. Leon touched his chin and said that he had never felt such an intense and dense dark mana before. While Knox was leaving, the protagonist was saying that he had no doubt that they would soon become close. Suddenly, the maid approached the lord. She put her hand on his chest and asked why he decided to help that young man. The girl smiled nervously and said that an aristocrat usually preferred not to get involved in insignificant matters. The guy with a calm face replied that she would soon see everything for herself. The blond man introduced Leon with a smile and said that soon there would not be a soul left on the continent who would not know his name. The maid looked at him in bewilderment. They walked forward, and the young man said that no matter how he showed himself, it would be quite a sight. He smiled and decided that he was already tired, and it was time for them to go home. The guests were chatting. Diana looked at her friend and said that, although it was a formality, it would be better for him to play the role of a groom in public. Leon looked at her and asked what exactly he should do. The girl smiled and asked if he remembered the basics of dancing, since his late father had probably taught him. The protagonist nodded silently. They held hands. Then they stood opposite each other. They began to dance. The necromancer looked at his friend indifferently. She smiled, thinking that he was well trained, and there was still something left in him from the charming boy she knew. She turned away and said out loud that he was not her type anyway, and the young man asked what she meant. The noblewoman smiled and told him to throw it out of his mind, and also advised him not to be so tense. Leon looked down and said that his late father taught him that a lord of a noble house must show himself in the best light in any endeavor. He placed his hand on Diana's waist. He pressed her to himself, and her cheeks immediately blushed. The guy's face was serious. The girl opened her eyes wide and thought that the head of the house was as zealous as ever. They looked at each other. Diana's cheeks were still red with embarrassment. They danced in circles. The noblewoman was covered in sweat, and her mouth was slightly open. The other guests were whispering. The girl grinned. She closed her eyes and said that Leon was still as immensely diligent in all areas, even the most unexpected ones, and he replied that he wanted to say the same about her, but she was not as flexible as before. Diana smiled and told him to be quiet. Suddenly, they both froze in surprise at the sound of a loud noise. The necromancer frowned. The other guests were loudly discussing the noise outside. They rushed to the door, hearing about the fight. The noblewoman frowned. The crowd ran forward. Diana and Leon looked down in shock. A man in dark clothes was visible. Pullen was lying on the floor and trembling. Walter was holding a sword in his hand, standing in front of the stranger. He frowned and breathed heavily. The fat man closed his eyes in pain. The blonde gritted his teeth. The girl frowned and asked what was the reason for this outrage. Reveille looked at her with a grin. He crossed his arms and said that she had come on time, and the girl asked again what had happened. The scoundrel raised his hand and asked if that was too bossy a tone for a lady without a powerful lord behind her. Marvez frowned and thought that the fool had thought himself a lion after the snow-white wolf had left the stage. Pullen was on his knees. Leon leaned toward him. His eyes shone brightly and he demanded that the scoundrel describe in detail what exactly his subordinate had done wrong. Walter turned around. There were magnificent chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. The nobleman approached the lord and asked if he was all right. Reveil opened his mouth wide and shouted that they were completely useless and insignificant clowns. He remembered Nox pouring wine on him. The necromancer looked ahead. The youth clenched his hand into a fist and cursed silently. He touched his head. Reveil closed one eye. Walter said that the aristocratic gatherings were simply an opportunity for young ladies and gentlemen to socialize and make connections in their league. Pullen stood up and said that was exactly it, and that such events were especially important to House Marvas now, given how much their reputation had been damaged. He looked at the boy and added that it was all the more reason to thank Diana. Walter smiled and supposed that the two valued each other. Suddenly, the blond man raised his hand and looked ahead, stunned. The scoundrel opened his mouth wide and asked if they were the rabble of House Marvas. He looked down. Pullen gaped, not understanding what he wanted. The boor looked away and called for Coleman. Walter turned to see the stranger behind him. His eyes were frighteningly shining. The scoundrel grinned and ordered him to finish off the scum. Coleman frowned and reminded him that this was a ducal house. He looked at Reveil, who shouted that the fallen nobles deserved contempt. The man took out a sharp sword. He then went to Leon's servants and said that the price of disobedience was death, and asked the boy to take out his weapon if he considered himself a knight. Pullen turned to his comrade and told him not to fall for this taunting, because they could not afford another confrontation yet. Walter was covered in sweat. Suddenly, the scoundrel plunged his sword into the fat man's stomach. He immediately fell to the ground and screamed loudly. The boy gritted his teeth in rage and growled. Pullen was sweating, saying that he was fine and they should think about their master. Then Coleman kicked him. The scoundrel's eyes shone brightly. Suddenly, the young man raised his hand. He glared at his opponent. Then the blond man raised his sword. He turned around and reassured his comrade that he would not cause trouble. Then he frowned and added that he simply wanted to protect him because he cared about him as much as Leon did. Pullen's mouth fell open. The scoundrel smirked and said that it was sweet. Then he said with an evil expression that they should both regret their loyalty. Swords crossed. Walter and Coleman fought. The boy sweated and turned around. The scoundrel was next to him with a smirk. The youth threw him away. He bent his knees, not taking his eyes off his enemy. Then he straightened up, pointing his sword at the man. Diana asked what was happening. The noble crossed his arms and said that Reveil was doing something strange again, and his comrades said that now they would find out whether Marva's victory over the Sylvesters was an accident or not. The girl raised her hand and said that this boy could hardly muster the strength to fight. The protagonist turned around when Reveil challenged him to a friendly sparring match. Diana's sweat dropped when the protagonist accepted his challenge. The boy then concentrated mana in his hand. The villain smirked and ordered him to take it. Coleman walked towards the necromancer. A fog appeared around him, and he said that he expected more from Walter. The blonde looked down in shame and apologized to his master. Leon looked straight ahead and said that it was not that. Coleman attacked the protagonist. Suddenly, a stream of light appeared in the air. The man's hand and his sword flew to the side. He frowned in shock. Reveil, Diana, and Walter were also shocked. Leon frowned and said that he hoped that for Pullen's sake, he would fight with all his fury. Coleman fell to the ground and the protagonist said that he wanted to announce one fundamental principle of the Marva's house. Suddenly, skeletons in black robes crawled out of the ground. The fat man sweated with fear. One of the monsters held a knife to Reveil's throat, and the necromancer said that if necessary, they would kill without hesitation, and this concerned both the prosperity of their house and the safety of their loved ones. He turned around and added that no matter who stood in their way, even if it put him at risk, he wanted them to abide by this principle. Behind the guy stood his small army. Red wine was running down Reveil's face. He was kneeling, looking at the man in front of him. He opened his mouth wide and asked if the scoundrel would look down on him. Then his face changed abruptly. It was Louis, looking at the nobleman with pity. He sweated and began to apologize. The blonde smiled and told him to forget about the ceremony. He asked his name. The guy leaned down and said that for him it was a great honor. The crown prince closed his eyes and asked him to speak without further ado. Reveil stood up and the blonde said that he had witnessed a scene between them and that it had amused him. He touched his face and admitted that he was not one to resist his curiosity. Louis introduced Leon and Nox and asked why the two kinds of darkness had suddenly united against him, since they had not communicated before. Reveil frowned when the crown prince said that he had suddenly received strange news about the victory of the House of Marvas in the recent noble war. Suddenly, Louis put his hand on his shoulder. He approached the boy and whispered that with a little help he could lift the veil of secrecy about the true intentions of these vultures against the crown prince. Reveil's mouth fell open in shock. From the moment Nox sailed away, Leon had become a tiger cub without fangs. The blonde placed his hand on his waist, and Reveil thought that with his help he could easily deal with the main character. He grinned madly, not wanting to miss such an opportunity. Louis smiled contentedly. There was a sword next to the villain's face, and he realized that he had made a huge mistake. Reveil frowned and said that it was a grave sin for the lord of a noble house to brush it aside, and it was not fitting for such a figure to interfere in the squabbles of servants. The necromancer looked away and said that where the enemy saw insignificant servants, he saw his snake-bearers. Coleman was lying on the ground. The man clenched his hand into a fist. He frowned and asked why he had to go so far for them. Leon glared at him and reminded him that they killed without hesitation when necessary. Then he walked forward. Skeletons walked in front of him. The guy turned around and ordered Walter to take Pullen to the doctor quickly. The boy looked up and replied that he understood. Diana touched the protagonist and said that she was on his side, but he should stop. She sweat dropped and added that a descendant of a collateral noble house did not pose a real threat to the House of Marvas, and this was too high-profile a matter to be aired in public, so it would be wiser to stumble. The boy looked at her silently. Rivail turned around and saw the nobleman behind him. His eyes immediately widened in fear. The man furrowed his brows and nodded. He then grabbed Diana and held a knife to her neck. The demon narrowed his eyes and said that this was very primitive. Rivail smirked and told Leon to back off immediately, or he would not hesitate to test the limits of his hypocritical farce. He pointed his hand at the girl and said that the necromancer certainly did not want him to scratch his toy. The boy looked away and said that in this lady's case, he was a toy. The demon slapped his forehead. Rihai raised one finger and said that he knew very well that he would not allow even the tip of her little finger to be injured. The other nobles stood aside and watched the altercation. Mana gathered around Leon, and he said that he would repeat it if the scoundrel still did not understand. His eyes shone brightly, and he said that not only had Rihai pestered his subordinates for no reason, he also dared to threaten Diana. The opponent frowned when the necromancer said that now it would not be enough to have his servant's hand alone. Black mana appeared in the air, and the boy asked if the rude man was deliberately slandering this girl. The demon approached the youth and told him to hurry, because silence often indicated an admission of guilt. The protagonist raised his hand to his face and said that this was a wise lesson. He then raised his hand and concluded that death was the only worthy payment. The villain looked away and shouted that this girl would die then. Diana suddenly grabbed a knife and stabbed it into the servant's neck. She looked at the blood splashing around her with a grin. Suddenly, purple energy appeared around her eye. She looked at Leon, who stretched out his hand. The monsters were killing the enemy's servants. Riva was kneeling, watching his subordinates fall down. He opened his mouth in shock. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed his face. His eyes emitted a bright light. Beads of sweat from horror were running down the villain's skin. The girl, looking up, could not understand how this was possible. Looking at the hero's back, she remembered that she had heard rumors about the unexpectedly increased power of this man, but she had no idea that its scale was exactly this. The demon, sitting on the ground, noted that she apparently occupied a special place in the heart of his contractor, but she replied that she did not quite understand him. Marvas, looking up, added that this side of him was new to him. The assistant, looking at the protagonist, said that he had never seen such a riot of emotions on his face. The man, with his mouth wide open, begged him to stop. Blood spurted towards the guy. The girl's mouth opened in surprise. The aristocrat, opening his eyes, exclaimed that murder at a gala evening was unheard of. The second asked if it was necromancy. The old man, looking at the first interlocutor, noted that his magical art seemed still raw, but definitely frightening. The same one answered that in high society Marvasov was seen only in two guises. Someone, looking at the hero, said that this is a terrifying force, before which any noble house will tremble in fear. The guy's hand was still on the victim's face, when one of the observers said that such a person can also become an outcast in anticipation of an inevitable fall. Dark energy began to swirl around the corpse. His body immediately disappeared. The protagonist's gaze was directed downwards. Someone suddenly began to clap his hands. Someone, entering the room, noted that he really made an interesting spectacle. It was Louis. The hero, slightly tilting his head, asked if it was really amusing, because it seemed to him that for the vast majority it was an unflattering sight. The prince, closing his eyes, said that it was not offensive to him, because this situation rather inspired him by the fact that he managed to personally witness such a moment of the return of the art of necromancy to the lands of Arkheim. Squinting, the man also added that this power had been dormant for centuries in the inept hands of his predecessors. The young man, looking ahead, listened to the question of how he managed to master what no one else could. The protagonist, still standing in front of him, explained that he was simply called a gift, and the interlocutor asked if he meant such gifts that are born once in hundreds of years. The hero, with his mouth slightly open, replied that it was not for him to judge, because all he knew was that his strength had given him the opportunity to withstand the onslaught of the enemy, and now stand here before him as the head of the family. The summoned skeletons appeared when the prince said that he understood everything and added that he would pray that this gift would not consider the imperial house an enemy. The guy, smiling, replied that it was mutual, because he also did not want his house to be threatened. An assistant appeared behind the interlocutor. Immediately after, this man turned around. The demon, jumping on the shoulder, noted that this was well said and added that there would be more than one noble house that would come forward with their claims, but the strength he had demonstrated would at least make them quiet for some time, during which it would be quite possible to strengthen their positions. The young man, looking to the side, inquired about what exactly they would need to do. Marvas, with his mouth open, began to say something. The pet glanced at his previous interlocutor, and explained that if we were talking about him, he was definitely up to no good, because he reeked of demons. The hero glanced forward and agreed with him, because he really did have an ominous aura. Introducing a certain monster, the young man explained that a demon really must be involved. The city appeared. The demon lay down on the bed. The young man raised his head. Closing his eyes, the guy knew that the commotion had died down, because there was not the slightest reproach from Barrel's house and they were able to return home. The pet turned around and said that most likely the prince personally hushed up the matter and added that he was definitely up to something. The guy, looking away, noted that their path was getting more complicated, because they still had to somehow restore the treasury given their huge debt, not to mention repairing the mansion. The hero, still sitting on the bed, added that it was time to follow Lady Diana's advice and that they now needed a competent treasurer. The girl, with her mouth wide open, asked him to remember her words. She, pointing with her finger, explained that the more he borrowed in an attempt to plug holes in the budget, the more stylishly he accumulated debts, because was he going to pass on only unbearable debts as an inheritance? The young man, raising his hand to his face, replied that he would not want this, while Crow shouted that he had an idea and explained that the head only needed to become an archmage in the field of necromancy, and then he would not be afraid of death and would be able to pay off his bills for eternity. The demon, sitting on his knees, noted that his idea was extremely delusional and added that he would not allow the contractor to be a cash cow for loan sharks until the end of his days. The priestess, sitting in front of him, asked if they could afford such a treasurer, because a good manager costs a lot of money in any country and on any continent. The young man explained that they would have to fork out. The demon, opening his mouth, said that they needed to worry about pressing problems and would have to sacrifice something in order to succeed in the future. The hero, clenching his fist, agreed with him and suggested that they find a worthy manager for their house Marvis. His gaze was directed somewhere ahead. The guy, looking at his pet, said that they would probably have to make an announcement. The same one asked again. The young man, turning his head, said that no matter how you look at it, aristocrats and common people are not much different, and if a person's skills are worthy of attention, then it would be good to hire him. The demon, smiling, answered that he understood everything. The protagonist noted that he would be more satisfied with a humble worker. Marvis turned his head and said that the contractor sounded like a miser, and Crow shouted a question about how he dared to mock the Lord when he was carefully saving for the sake of his house. The pet, raising his paw, asked if he spent too much money on nuts. The ward, hiding the box, shouted that this was his reward for the last trip and that this could not be discussed. The hero, looking at the girl, called out to her. The hero, looking up, asked her to bring Sir Pullen to him, since they needed to hold a house council. The palace appeared. The prince was sitting on the couch. Lewis, throwing his head back, said that the man was really interesting. A smirk appeared on his face. A sign appeared from under his shirt. It was a demon. The prince, looking up, said that they had much more in common than he thought. Many people were standing in the city square. A document appeared. People crowded around him. The man with black hair, looking ahead, asked if that house really needed a treasurer. The second asked since when they had money for this. The third asked him to be more polite about their lord, because he should know what he was doing. The first, pointing with his hand at the paper, explained that he himself hoped for this, but explained that it said that he was ready to hire anyone, regardless of origin. One of them, rubbing his chin, began to say something, and the interlocutor asked why he was offering payment to commoners if he was able to hire a learned man. Two people behind looked at each other and talked about something, and someone asked if the Lord was aware that most of the inhabitants could not even read and in his place it would not be worthwhile to let such rabble into important matters. Someone looked at them from behind. The girl was holding her hand. She suddenly clenched her hand into a fist. A table appeared in the hero's house. The demon, closing his eyes, began the conversation by asking if they needed a treasurer who would be willing to work for a paltry fee of 1 gold piece. Sweat appeared on the subordinate's face as he answered that this was indeed the case. Introducing the prince, the assistant explained that while they were under the close supervision of the imperial family, they were not allowed to demand compensation for winning the noble battle of the houses. The man clenched his fist tightly. The butler, trembling, explained that although the lord had earned an impressive sum of money, most of it would go to pay off the estate's debts. The hero, looking ahead, said that everything was correct, because they had about 100 gold pieces left, which would hardly be enough for a month. Crow, raising his fist, shouted a question about what this was, because they really had another crisis. The doppelganger, slamming his hands on the table, shouted that he also demanded a contractor, because he was already owed fresh nuts. Walter turned his head and noted that there would be a crowd of people wanting to take the treasurer's position anyway, and they would need to canvass them somehow before making a decision. The boy stood up and agreed with him, explaining that gossip would not help matters. His gaze wandered off to the side. The assistant adjusted his clothes. The demon immediately exhaled. The protagonist's eyes closed in shame. As he left, the young man suggested that the others look at their guests. Racks with weapons appeared. Training stands were also visible. There was a chair on the wooden stage. Many people gathered in front of the stage. The girl was looking at those present. Someone suddenly pushed her. She, closing one eye, asked who was doing this. A man, passing by, asked if she had any complaints. Smiling, the guest noted that he could not have imagined that his competitors would be such low-grade scum. Looking up, she realized that this was Alker, the third son of the Najisai house from the same small province where she had to live, and this man was also an obsessive suitor who had been stalking her lately. Lowering her head a little, the girl asked what business it was of his what she was doing and also remembered that even then she had assumed that he would follow her. The man, looking down, explained that he had some business. The guest, putting his hand on her shoulder, asked what kind of man could allow his woman to fly away so far. Siren removed his hand. Alker looked at her angrily. The pretender, standing in front of her, asked her to stop being stubborn, because she herself knew that she had extremely low roots to forget and start a new life. The girl, frowning, said that his roots were no better, because did he really think that his status gave him the right to get anything? The interlocutor, raising his hand, answered affirmatively and explained that he definitely had the opportunity to get such a simpleton as her. Siren, bowing her head, replied that she did not belong to him. The man, frowning, ordered her to repeat. She, looking forward, said that one day she would surpass him in all respects. The guest, putting her hand on her chest, asked what the difference was that her family belonged to commoners. After all, did that make her base? Frowning, Siren said that she would decide her own fate. The man, sticking out his tongue, asked about how much use she would be to the noble house. After all, she would just be a girl of easy virtue, and she answered that so be it, if it would improve her life. After all, it was better than giving herself to such scum as an interlocutor. Alker's eyes immediately lit up with anger. Swinging his arm, the man shouted that she was unbearable. Someone suddenly took a step. Everyone immediately turned around. The man also froze in place, listening to the sounds of footsteps. Some dark energy was raging in front of him. Recoiling, the guest tried to understand what had just happened. The young man, hiding half his face under his hair, noted that serious passions had already flared up during his test. The hero, walking forward, said that he did not like such disorder at all. Immediately after, the guy sat on the throne. The protagonist, sitting on the stage, introduced himself to everyone who came. Looking at them, the Lord suggested that they immediately proceed to the test that would determine the future manager of the estate. The girl turned her head. The head of the Lord's gaze was directed somewhere ahead. A smile appeared on Siren's face. The demon also smiled a little. Squinting, Marvers realized that there was at least one worthy contender here and perhaps they would not waste their time in vain. The young man was still sitting on the chair. His gaze went down when it was said that among the skills that Leon received thanks to the deal with the demon, there was one special one. Suddenly, the henchman's eyes lit up red. Their eyes both glowed when it was explained that such an ability was a piercing gaze that allows you to look into the very soul of a person. The demon's eyes appeared and it was said that this is a trait inherent in such creatures. The entity was reaching out with its hand somewhere when the narrator said that they always know exactly what inclinations their victim has and tempt them with sweet promises, using their inner self-doubt. A huge hand was reaching out to this creature. It suddenly crushed it. The demon was pouring blood into its mouth when the narrator explained that once the victim's will breaks, there is no escape. The young man's gaze was riveted to that white-haired girl. She was smiling and it was said that the next object that attracted the attention of the demon Marvas was a young girl who had a life will stronger than anyone else on the platform of the assembled. She was looking towards the stage. Some purple energy appeared near the guy's face. The hero, covering himself with this energy, said that the exam for the position of the new manager of these lands was already beginning. His hand was reaching out somewhere. The assistant began to hand him a scroll when the Lord explained that the first task that would be set before them would be to clearly understand the depth of their difficult situation. The ward began to hand out these scrolls. There was a map and the young man said that the paper they were handed reflected the entire territory of the Marvas family and its neighbors. The protagonist, looking down, noted that they should all know that this house was currently experiencing financial difficulties. They all took the map when the hero said that thanks to their connections with other noble houses, he was confident that they would be able to overcome this crisis by selling resources and special goods. Something began to appear in his hands. It was an hourglass. Turning it over, the leader asked if 10 minutes would be enough to put forward a proposal to solve the problem. The girl immediately unfolded the sheet of paper. Her gaze was directed straight at her. She immediately began to draw something. Siren exhaled. Raising the pen to her mouth, the contender understood that she needed to think faster. Looking at one part of the map, she realized that the lands of Marvas were located on the southern border of the continent, and had little trade potential in terms of special products or natural resources, with the exception of a single mine. Looking down, she knew that even that would be difficult to develop due to the budget deficit. Immediately after, a cross appeared on the mine, as it was clear that this was a controversial decision. Holding the paper in her hands, she also added that there was still a shortage of labor. The man's gaze was directed somewhere downwards. Siren began to draw something on the map again, as she realized that it was quite difficult to find an incentive to attract young people here, since hiring knights and mages was out of the question, given the shortage of funds, and began to think about the only advantage that this house could still count on. Alker, standing behind her, noted that she should soon understand that a village girl had no place among honest people. She glanced at him. Immediately after, the girl turned away from him. The man, also turning away, told her to dare. Looking at the map, the challenger thought that this was nonsense. A drop of sweat appeared on his face. The sand in the hourglass completely spilled out. The hero, clapping his hands, said that if someone gives up, then they can go quietly. But if someone has a worthy proposal, then they should go to the podium and present it. The maps were still in the hands of the people. One of them, raising his hand, said that he wanted to take a risk. The protagonist nodded his head. The resident began to climb up there. Immediately after, the man knelt down. The man, showing the map, said that this was his plan. Pointing his hand at it, the challenger said that the Marva's Dare was always considered an impregnable fortress with a small adjacent piece of land. But even here there are many options for production and extraction. Smiling, the guy explained that then the idea came to him that the Lord had a mine in the mountains in his domain, which they had just recently begun to develop. The resident, holding the paper in his hands, asked what would happen if they dug a little deeper, because suddenly it would be full of rubies, sapphires and other such goods that the noble ladies of the capital go crazy for, and the Lord asked where they would get the funds to develop this mine. The man, looking up, explained that he did not know the amount of funds in the treasury, and therefore hoped that they would at least be enough for excavations. Smiling, the applicant also added that in any case they could borrow money in the capital or from the trade association. The young man, looking away, asked what would happen if we assume that the option of lending is not considered at all. The man's mouth fell open in surprise. The resident, bowing, apologized for not delving too far into his speculations. The hero, looking ahead, asked the next person to come to the podium. All the people stood in place. The map was in the siren's hand. She bowed her head and said that she would succeed, as she knew that such an opportunity would only come once in a lifetime. Frowning, the challenger knew that she had to grab it before it slipped through her fingers. She began to climb up. Everyone's gaze immediately rose. The demon was also looking somewhere ahead. The hero's gaze turned to the side. It was Siren. The card was still in her hand. The men looked at each other and whispered questions about what such a young girl was doing here. Because this house must really be that bad if they let even stupid girls in. The young man pursed his lips, listening to their words about how nothing could be done about it, because their problems began long before the kid took the head's chair. The Lord's eyes suddenly lit up. The protagonist, looking at the demon, noted that this man looked like a worthy candidate. The assistant, grinning, answered affirmatively and explained that he felt the same potential in her as in the beast man, and that she was like an uncut diamond. The guy turned his head to her. She immediately walked forward. The young man, looking in her direction, said that he was listening to her proposal and asked her to first state her name and title. The girl, frowning, introduced herself. Her gaze was directed forward. The protagonist, folding his hands on his legs, understood that his newfound ability to discern talents was a pleasant bonus of his contract with the Lord. Looking at him, the hero realized that for the first time since his imprisonment, he clearly saw his usefulness. The demon, turning his head, asked him to listen and said that from now on, the master would have to command and raise countless vassals and subordinates. Introducing him at the head of the demons, the assistant explained that only in this way did he have a chance to gain at least part of the former glory of his ancestor, the one who was once called the Lord of Lost Souls. The guy, looking in the direction of his ward, noted that he did not doubt his wisdom and explained that he thought that they should not recruit all sorts of rabble from the street here, since they needed the best of the best to restore this house. The demon, smiling, inquired about what would happen if the master were granted the power to distinguish wheat from chaff. The protagonist turned his head towards him. A red glow appeared at the Lord's paws. Something immediately soared into the air. The hero's eye began to glow. The boy looked at himself in the mirror. Looking closely, the young man asked about his eyes. The demon, sitting next to him, explained that they would bring clarity to the selection of allies. Looking out the window, Marvas also said that the more outstanding talent they possessed, the brighter the glow would be visible to him. The Lord also approached the window. They watched two fighters training. The assistant, turning to him, asked if he had managed to feel the difference. The young man lowered his gaze. Various auras were visible around the people, when the leader said that he could now see many colors, namely white, scarlet, orange, and many others. The demon, sitting next to him, explained that the brightest ones had the greatest potential, and the hero replied that he understood and added that in that case he should take a closer look at the students who shined brighter than others. The young man, raising his hand, also said that he had another question. The guy, looking down, asked if there was still hope for a miraculous restoration of Marvas's house even with such powers and asked about his talents that could contribute to this. The demon looked at him intently. The assistant, turning away, replied that it was obvious. Marvas, looking out the window, explained that he would soon understand everything himself. A dark purple aura spread around the hero as the henchman thought that he himself would be happy to see what he would offer him in return. A certain golden glow was visible near the girl. The young man, looking in her direction, thought about it. The protagonist immediately remembered the demon and his words about the exceptional cases where one can encounter a black glow, which symbolizes close ties. An image of Nox immediately appeared in his head. The girl squeezed her map tighter. Siren, frowning, said that first she wanted to briefly speak about the current situation in their home. Opening the map, she said that, as the Lord had already noted, these lands do not produce any unique goods, nor do they have resources for trade. The candidate, pointing with her hand, explained that in this way, first of all, they need to find new sources of income. The hero continued to look at her without saying a word. The man, turning around, asked if they hadn't discussed this yet, and someone also noted that she would have been better off giving up right away than wasting their time. The young man, hiding his eyes under his hair, asked everyone to remain silent. Their eyes widened when the leader ordered them not to engage in idle chatter. His eyes were shining brightly as he said that they were still on trial. The boy immediately lowered his head a little. The girl holding the map said that the abandoned mine was indeed a valuable asset, but as long as there was a labor shortage, it would remain just an asset, and also suggested that the biggest difficulty in this matter was the shortage of young, able-bodied migrants. The demon narrowed his eyes, thinking about her words when she said that her suggestion was how to get around this trouble. A smile appeared on her face. Siren, introducing some creatures, said that they needed to use their main asset, which was the army of the dead that led the house to victory in the last war. The hero's eyes widened a little. The girl frowned. The boy bowed his head a little.